I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock, I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they love you, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Don't the same ones say they love you, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Don't the same ones say they love you, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. You can skate down the screen now. 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 You can skate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of some closed qualifiers here for ESL 1 Birmingham. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back. We are back into the Chinese region for the final day of the qualifiers here to see who is going to make it through to ESL 1 Birmingham. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had some great matches yesterday, of course. G2IG already waiting there in the grand finals with some strong performances throughout the upper bracket, only losing that one game to LGD. And this matchup for LGD versus Azure should be a fairly close one. Mind you, the last time these two teams faced off against each other in the Dream League qualifiers, so right before, it did go pretty strongly Azure's way. So keen to see what LGD does do this time around. I think the addition of Setsu has definitely improved the tone of LGD, although a couple of times it has seemed lost, especially last night, when they were trying to siege high ground under a lot of pressure in that game 1. Kind of a missed opportunity. So we'll see if this sleep they've had leads to a very good reset for the side of LGD. Azure, for their part, they've done some funky flexes. I think maybe just in that first upper bracket match they had, testing some stuff out, but trying stuff like the Venge Mid and really the off-lane Void Spirit to dodge out lanes. They've been cooking on the side of Azure, but their lower bracket run has looked pretty smooth so far. And in other regions, in Southeast Asia, dropping down on the first round of upper bracket doesn't change much. You get to play more games in the lower bracket, you get to try stuff out, you get to solidify your strategies to go into those finals. And in Southeast Asia, again, we saw Talon drop down immediately and then just run through that lower bracket like it was butter. And they just melted right through into the grand finals match and get a trio. So we'll see if Azure or LGD can kind of get that performance out here, but definitely more on Azure, as again, they dropped down early and, well, out off the back of some experimentation, but we'll see if those experiments lead to a good result now.
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly got a lot of practice here through these closed qualifiers, and it certainly might be a pretty big advantage going into this matchup with LGD. LGD, again, you kind of already went over it. They were looking fantastic throughout the whole qualifier. Obviously, last night they ended up losing 2-1 to G2IG. Still putting up a pretty damn good fight in pretty much every single game, but just unable to close out the games was the big issue that we saw for LGD Gaming. See what they do against Azure. I mean, Azure, they've been looking very rocky. Obviously, as they've gone through all the games that they have played, perhaps they've gotten to a stage now where they are very, very confident on this patch, and maybe they'll take out this series against LGD Gaming to give themselves a chance at the grand final here against G2IG. Nevertheless, I mean, there's only one slot for the region to get through to ESL 1 Birmingham, so only one of these three teams is able to get through. Second, third place, might feel nice for a second there, John, but it really doesn't matter. Only one person gets to win. Or one team.
Yeah, and they're all back down to, again, pre-DPC system. These qualifiers are everything. This is your only lifeline to a LAN now for a lot of these teams. So, for every team. So, everything has to come out here for Azure and LGD, and they have to prep themselves for back-to-back series into that series up against G2IG later on in the day. That's going to be quite a while away, though, so there is enough time. If either side ends fast, I don't expect this one to be a quick one, but again, historically, Azure did crush LGD last time 2-0, but that was with Emo and not Setsu on the mid. So again, for LGD, it has looked like this change has been pretty positive for them, and it has led to some pretty strong performances. We just need to see if it carries through. Azure is a cut above every single competitor they've faced up against here on LGD, on parity with G2IG, I want to say, based on how we've seen G2IG. Like, G2IG is just a different beast right now. There's something since Malaysia for JT. He's just been a very different man from what we've seen throughout the years. He's been going crazy.
Marriage does that to you, Jonathan. You tend to lose your mind a little bit as you get married, and I think JT... you saw him smiling, Jonathan. I saw him suffering. That's what I saw. Very different experiences from you and I think very different vantage points. So, JT, obviously a different man here, Jonathan. We performing very, very well as we are going to go into our first draft between LGD and Azure if we can get the lobby started, which it seems like we can't, so I probably should keep our mouth shut until we can. Going back into the conversation we were having. What is it, John? You were about to say something stupid, I'm sure. Go on.
No, I was just looking. I can't tab out, but I saw the timer and I was like, oh no.
Why can't you tab out, John?
There's something weird with the webcam when I start tabbing.
Okay. I
do not know why. So, it's some Chromium update in the back end. Even Firefox is affected. I turned off hardware scheduling. I'll probably uninstall my GPU drivers after, just in case that's an issue. I turned my PCIe from 4th gen to 3rd gen. I don't know. You know how PC problems are, Mike. They can be hard to troubleshoot.
I sure do. I've had some troubleshooting issues as of recently, as you know very well, Jonathan. But I did resolve them, thankfully. Anyway, moving on. The lobby has not started, so no draft upon us quite yet. Which does mean we are sitting here talking absolute garbage up until the game does begin. Any particular hero picks you think are going to be highly contested? Like, I want to say Magnus, right? I think Magnus has been one of the more surprising heroes as of late. What other heroes do you think? I mean, Techies, Hoodwink. Obviously, these supports have been very popular. Lion has been showing up a lot.
Yeah, you've got the Venge, you have the top bans in Chen and Enchantress. I don't think those are sliding through. Nature's Prophet as well. I think the more likely things to slip through are, again, Venge more than likely. I don't think it's too high of a priority ban, but it is a priority pick, and that gives LGD maybe an angle to try for a first pick Venge, line up for the Alchemist later on, try to bring back that Venge Alch that they had a lot of success on early in the upper bracket. We'll find out, as we should be able to go into the draft rather shortly. The lobby has managed to launch, so we can see how both teams adjust here for the final day and the lower bracket finals between Azure and LGD. Chen taken out, NP taken out by the side of LGD. Azure with the Lion and Timbersaw bans. Nothing too surprising, considering that News Timbersaw is probably one of his best heroes from what we've seen from the guy for quite a while now. For LGD, Techies is gone, so taking care of the very safe support pickups here. Still stuff like Hoodwink, Enchantress, Venge, if you want to kind of take care of that on LGD. But I like this coverage. Mind you, you're leaving stuff like that Magnus you mentioned there. It is still up front, along with the Doom, which is a little bit surprising. Those tend to be like the offlaners that are also like first phase ban. So it's down to what you prioritize in LGD. Do you want to take a Gambit, allow Azure to pick up Magnus Doom? Yeah, they'll take care of the Hoodwink instead.
Okay.
So lots of opener options here for Azure if they want to start with something like the Bach hero first. There goes the Doom.
Why the hell not? That's the priority for Azure. You'll just take it. LGD, they should have known this was coming. See what their opening picks are going to look like. You did briefly mention New on the LGD side of things, John. I think New's been really like the shining star of this team. If you are Azure, I would be putting full attention on trying to shut this man down. It's New. Every single game we have seen him in, whether they win or lose, has been absolutely fantastic. I have not seen him lose a lane yet throughout these whole qualifiers. That man has not lost one lane. He's been absolutely brilliant throughout these qualifiers. And if you are Azure, I think that is the man to watch.
That it is. They start out with Avenge on LGD, so they could set up for something like Muse Mars, which he has played for a bit in these qualifiers. I was to check if he played Centaur. I don't think that's something LGD has actually picked up, at least in these qualifiers. So Mars is the more likely pickup in conjunction with Avenge. Now we'll see if that's something they follow through here on the side of LGD. Again, the opener here for the side of Azure, very safe in the Doom. Have some... They don't really have anything to worry about in terms of bans for the Doom as well. Like, Venge swap's annoying, but even then, you swap the Doom target. If you have good backline jump here in Azure, it's not going to be a problem down the line. They do take care of the Medusa. It's been surprising to see the Medusa start to rise up in the last 2 days, but we have seen a lot of it be pretty effective for the most part. So I understand the respect ban. I'm wondering if the Alchemist gets respect ban from Azure. As again, LGD, they've got the Venge. The minus armor can start to pile up even just from the laning phase with something like the Alch. No, focus on you. Take care of that Primal Beast. So, Angle's in here, LGD. I mean, they're probably just going to pick their support next, of course, or the new hero early.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the point you just made a second ago, I do find it kind of wild that Medusa, of all heroes, has made a pretty big splash in the qualifiers, considering how popular Diffusal Blade and Disperser is right now. The Medusa has been, especially in China, been showing up quite a lot. As LGD Gaming, speaking of heroes that are showing up a lot, they do go for the Magnus now, so LGD able to pick that one up for New on the offlane. Again, we already spoke about this hero, but it has been very, very popular throughout the qualifiers, and has been popping off. I honestly just continue to see this hero win over and over again. Just so much impact, so much potential to make a comeback happen throughout these games. Especially on the high ground if you are stuck defending. Obviously the skill back plays are just absolutely huge when it comes to this hero. Azure, back to the picks on their end of things. They'll go into the reserve time. Have a bit of a think about this one, see what they do want. But I always get very worried seeing that Magnus being given the other way.
Yeah, it is dangerous. I do like Rubik into the Magnus, though. I feel like that is something that we've seen teams beat the Magnus with, just having the left back to save from the skewer, having the threat of stolen RP. They'll go with Batrider instead for Azure, so just going for a pretty aggressive lane onto the Doom, and they go with a Winter Wyvern as well. So, some counter team fight there.
Yeah, I mean, I do... Usually I have been saying throughout these qualifiers that I do not like the pos for Batrider, and I know you kind of agree with that sentiment as well, but I think FY probably one of the better position for Batriders we've seen it thus far, and we'll see what FY can get done here on this this hero, but I do remember the last time we saw this from FY was quite a dominant game from him. So hoping to see the same thing here for Azure's sake. Of course, they also go for the Winter Wyvern, which is one of my preferred position 5s right now in this patch. I think it has so much impact in the game at the moment, so happy to see that as well. LGD Gaming shall see what they do want to try and go for here with their own draft. Maybe just another support pick up here for this third pick. Of course, the Wyvern has also been very good against the Magnus. Just a very good way of kind of stopping the skewer back plays with that Winter's Curse. Not quite as good as, say, the Rubik with Telekinesis, but it is still a very good way of kind of sorting out the Mag.
And it can be. I think the bigger thing is just laning presence here as well for the Winter Wyvern, right? Like Arctic Burn trades are just fairly uncomfy to go into. And depending on what your laning partner here is for Azure, we'll find out later on. LGD go into the Tiny. So that should be Magnus Tiny. Lots of repositioning LGD can play around with, along with Alina. So some good magical burst now as well to just try and run down these heroes. Maybe go through that Cold Embrace on top of that. Pretty solid lineup from LGD. I am curious what they will do with Alina, though. We've seen a lot more safe lane Linas than mid Linas. I think that's where Lina has been trending in Southeast Asia. And I think Southeast Asian Dota is now heavily influenced by Chinese Dota, considering a lot of players just play in the C servers. So I'm wondering if LGD will want to run this just on Shiro instead of Setsu here. Open enough to kind of hold on to your matchups. Like, you could run safely in a mid-mag. If a matchup works, you can still run the off-lane mag here as well for Neo, and still run Setsu on the Lina. So you have some ways to toss these heroes around. Azure, looking for the next pickup. It's a little bit less clear how to respond to this for Azure, right? Again, there's flex on Magnus, Lina, and even the Tiny, but they just go straight for the Zeus. So it makes its appearance. I love seeing Zeus come out in the last 2 days. Like, this is a hero that is just... It's so strong with how they changed up magic damage, right? Like, they gave a lot of items to amp up magic damage. You still have the Manta Shard build-up. That scales really well. So there is a lot they can do here.
Yeah, and the Zeus looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, the Lightning Hands build, if you can get off to a good start and get that early phylactery, the early phylactery just makes it so you can kill basically anyone. One Lightning Bolt with a phylactery usually will just kind of remove half the HP pool of any hero, considering it does about 500 magic damage. And then on top of that, of course, going for the Manta Shards just gives you a way of right-clicking them to death. It's pretty ridiculous, honestly, and pretty atrocious to have to try and play against. LGD Gaming, we'll see what they try and do about it, but Zeus is another hero that we have been seeing pop off quite a lot. And again, if you can get that very early phylactery, I remember the first time we saw mid-Zeus popping up in the qualifiers, I think we had an 8 or 9 minute phylactery. And it was just an absolute disaster coming out straight after that. It was just too much damage. Who was it that played that as well? I can't quite remember.
Yeah, I believe it was Butterfly Effect, if I recall right. Yeah, I think it was him. He just ran right down with that Zeus and just did a lot of work with that hero. So, kind of want to see that same performance here. We'll see if that is something that they can pull out. Of course, I wouldn't expect any less from Ori on the mid lane to replicate that success. His matchups are pretty interesting. Magnus, Tiny aren't bad matchups if they are trying to flex those. Lina is a more even matchup. I'd say Lina might be maybe a little bit worse off in terms of mana pool trading, but still not too bad with her range. So Zeus can't quite leverage a chase down. So I do think LGD might actually consider the Setsu mid Lina instead and run the new offlane Magnus. Pick a safe laner to close out here. Azure seems to be expecting a mid though. They ban out the Quap, they ban out the Puck. So they seem to assume Shiro will just play the Lina safe, which again has been the more common route for the Lina nowadays. Azure gonna have to see what they will close out for their safe lane. What options do you have? There's some fun options, I suppose, like with a Zeus, Spectre feels pretty good if you wanted to go haunting around. They'll go with the Ursa instead, so just want to have this really good front line. The core-to-core is not too bad into Alina. Again, you're probably just relying more on your Winter Wyvern and Doom to kind of try to jump the backline, set up an angle for the Ursa to come in clean onto that long-ranged hero. The annoying thing for Ursa is the swaps. Again, your status resist. It's not going to affect anything with the swaps. You can be thrown out of position relatively quick. But that is just the one thing. Perhaps a toss back as well if you get good angles here with a skewer back.
Well, LGD, final pickup for themselves. They'll have 40 seconds reserve time left to make this choice. Still looking for their own position 1. They do still have options like the Luna available, which has been extremely kind of popular, I think is the word, throughout these qualifiers. I don't think Luna does very well against the Ursa, to be fair. I think Ursa has overall had a pretty damn good time against Luna. But it still is even enough if LGD want to just go down for that comfort pick. See what Shiro does want.
I think he's playing the Lina. No, they'll actually keep Setsu on that Lina, alright. They go with a Weaver, and we see this pop out a couple of times already, usually against something like the Dusa, and this is the hero that LGD ran when they got pressured onto the high ground. I'm wondering if Shiro changes his item build. Instead of that Desolator Rush, like Falcon Blade Maelstrom still has the same impact in fights, a little bit slower in the push, but much faster in farm. It's risky when you go Deso, right? Like, that's the one thing that we've seen from LGD. Shiro got a Deso, had 0 charges, just opted to keep playing this push with his team, pushing tier 2 into high ground, and then they got punished. I think it might feel a little bit too tempo heavy when you go Desolator and not find kills. So I'm keen to see if LGD has learned. I would say that I honestly think the drafts are pretty even. Like, there is a really big ace factor here for LGD with Magnus, but I think the counter action from Azure with a Winter Wyvern of Chanming is pretty solid. So it's all down to probably information game. I think that's been a big part of the games we saw yesterday. It's all about, like, who gets to get some good ward placements, who gets to spot out the smokes, and in that sense, it's mildly easier for Azure, especially as the game scales on late. You can just use Thunder God's Rat to figure out the positions of LGD to break them up. But LGD does have, again, a lot of early threats, like just the Skewer back, the Toss back. They've got some burst damage on hand here on LGD. And for Azure, when you're running a Doom, you are going to be prone to sitting back and farming on that offlane. And Bach's going to have to just build up into what we've normally seen Veil into Shivas, and then try to have an impact from there. But before that point, you are pretty guaranteed that the Doom will just camp that top lane. So it's only going to be really 4, probably just 3 active heroes on Azure. Whereas for LGD, there's some really good tempo again. Like, even the Weaver, we've seen stuff like Urn build-ups for the Weaver before on safe lane. So you can opt for a very fast way of playing here on LGD.
You absolutely can. We'll go into it. Game number 1 of this best of 3 lower bracket final. Winner will be able to proceed through to the grand final of the close qualifier. Loser will have to stay home. We'll see how it does go. There's sadly no prize for coming second and third. It is all about the first place. It's the side of LGD. I've never heard of that voice line before for some reason. I have not heard that.
Yeah, a little insider info for chat. That's exactly the sound Mike makes when we're just sitting around the studio.
That is true. It is eerily accurate, John. I thought I'd heard that sound somewhere.
Why don't you have that voice line, Mike?
Right,
huh?
That's a good question.
Time to play some Ursa.
That's a good question. Didn't know it existed, but there you go. Now we do. Maybe a level 1 team fight to break out. LGD, they are setting up here for the bottom side of the bounty routes. Because Azure probably do not want that level 1 fight. Their draft does not look too great for it. Both teams very patiently waiting as Bach is just continuously spinning in circles, making himself very dizzy.
I love seeing that. You know, just getting that APM up, Bach. Boost your stats.
He's just composing another symphony here, Bach. So GD will move in. Bach, frontline for his team. Ooh. They are actually going to go for the fight. PYW kind of getting left behind here, and PYW's just down. Alright, I mean, I thought it would go the other way for LGD, but they kind of just wanted to retreat. Azure, they go right for it, and well, they'll secure first blood already.
Yeah, it's a really good start for the side of Azure. They get the even bounty rune trade as well, so they don't miss out on anything. Great flame break coming out there from FY to set up. And, well, that's already some good value there from Bat Rider support that normally doesn't feel the best, but with a start like that, you're going to be more than happy here. Taking a look at that mid, of course, Setsu on the Lina up against Ori on the Zeus. Again, it does feel pretty alright for Lina. You have really good range. You should be out of the zapping range of Ori. You're not going to care too much about Heavenly Jump as well. You will focus on the farm. It's a little bit more painful for Ori to get some free harassment back with the Arc Lightning. It's more costly for him. The attack range of Lina is far superior at 670 versus 380, so Setsu always has free hits to put in without expending his mana, focusing the mana on the creep wave, and it leads to a better time for the Lina. This is not the smoothest ride for a Zeus. Not the worst lane, but really not that kind of lane where you can expect that 8-minute phylactery. Not something Ori can kind of gun for here.
It certainly doesn't feel that way. We'll see what Ori does do. I mean, the very least for the Zeus, I don't think he minds too much about losing the lane. I think it is just literally get the phylactery and then make your plays from there. But we'll see if he can kind of get a decent timing here as, of course, in the side lanes down a bottom lane, YU Smile and Shiro will be up against FY and Buck. Shiro should have a pretty good time. You know, the Weaver, I think, was a pretty strong pick here against the draft of Azure Ray. You don't really have the greatest answers towards the Weaver this game. And Shiro, at the least for the laning stage, I think should be very safe.
Yeah, should be feeling fine. I do like the item change-up as well. He is queuing up the Falcon Blade, so trying to go for maybe a more farm-oriented build, or perhaps build into something like the Urn afterwards. Either the Maelstrom or Urn is really the most viable builds for the Weaver when you do go for the Falcon Blade first. I think it does put a lot of pressure on Bach and FY. Like, these are your big single-target pieces of control to kind of catch out the Weaver. Maybe the Curse as well from Chan Ming, but ideally, I think you go with Doom on Weaver, and he's left as a sitting duck. Shiro's going to have to consider stuff like the Lincolns down the line, which is still viable, but we'll kind of manipulate that so long as the vision is there. It's also mildly awkward for Shiro later on, playing into Zeus. They've always got free True Sight with the Lightning Bolt, so it's not as easy to weave your way in and out, but at least for now in the laning phase, not going to be a threatening lane. Shiro's just free to farm, and you know, you're going to have to waste resources in FY if you want to try that chase, although Y...
Bit of a chase now. Y getting very low on the Venge is actually going to go down. So Bark able to secure one. They don't bother wasting their time trying to go after Shiro, but they will pick themselves up a very easy Venge kill. That is the one target I think Azure Ray could certainly hope to get.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup. They do manage to start to build up now on Bach just a little bit more, and it's an important kill to find when you're running a Bat Rider as well. Just soaking more EXP always feels great for the Bat. Not a support here that likes to fall behind. The early aggression for AR, definitely welcome. Have to watch your positioning on that Venge.
Yeah. Chase is on. YU Smile is not out of the woods yet. The chase will continue. FY and Buck seeing the opening will take down the Venge. That's going to be a walk of shame back for YU Smile, that they might at least get FY, but no. Shiro has to be so careful. Buck is still around with that mana burn. And Shiro, he cannot follow up. FY even confident enough to go for the full creep wave pool. Even with this low HP pool, he'll walk away with it. And again, for YU Smile, he has to walk of shame back.
Yeah, that is a massive loss for LGD. The solo lane for Shiro should be fine, but he can't contest the pull. He can't stop this EXP from pouring out for the side of Azure Ray. And it's just going to be quite a good moment here for the side of Azure Ray. FY doing so much work, just contesting every single time. They already have that forward ward in LGD, but it's not enough to stop. They can't do too much with that info here. So far, a pretty dominating start from Azure Ray. Almost every lane going their way, even at mid lane for Ori, despite, you know, not feeling the best with harassment back. He is still finding equal farm with Alina. So Setsu's not able to fully shut down the Zeus, but at least prevent maybe some rotations onto that mid. And Shiro has to be so careful.
Well, they have a TP in from PYW. Looks like PYW wants to try and salvage this lane as FY is getting aggressive again onto YU Smile. PYW hoping FY would get a little bit deeper. We'll still get an avalanche off. Does get the toss back onto YU Smile, but the Firefly has been popped. He'll go for a run and FY eventually will just be fine. This rotation from PYW, I mean, it's nice thinking, but the opening is just not there. So unless they're planning to just tri-lane the safe lane now, it's a bit of a waste of time here for PYW.
And this movement does not feel good for a Tiny. You know, it's almost like the Bat Rider, very sensitive on the level timings here for the Tiny support. Just doesn't find anything for his trouble, isn't able to just camp top and soak. Will be able to try to move on to mid. I mean, Avalanche Toss is ready, at least enough mana for both with the Enchanted Mango on hand. But jumping Ori, if he just saves his Heavenly Jump, it's not an easy task to get done.
Ori, speaking of the devil, going to fight over the power in here with Setsu. FY joining in. Setsu, he is completely surrounded. He'll at least get the kill onto FY, but it is going to cost his own life. He'll get something for his trouble, but it's not really the greatest of kills as PYW now also being chased. He'll be okay to retreat. They do run out of mana on the Zeus, so Ori will not be able to continue, but you got the main priority target in the Lina.
Yeah, it's a big win for the side of Azure again. At least, again, not the worst thing in the world for Setsu, finding something for his trouble, getting the Invis rune as well, so could try to set up for some movement. We'll see if that's something that comes into play. Instantly pops the Invis, but there are sentries here, so it's really not going to do much for Setsu, unfortunately. Azure in complete control with the movements onto mid. You've got the freest lane for low. There's no threat here from New this time around. Creep wave has been balanced towards the middle of the lane. No opportunities for the skewer back going in as a melee hero up against the Ursa, as well as is a death sentence if you're not careful. So it is leading to more conservative play from New. Does have level 6 up early, but no one can connect him, really. I mean, yeah, this is stemming back from that earlier movement. BYW does at least have level 4, but you're not comfy in trying to make plays yet on LGD. You just have to fall back and soak up here.
Yeah, you certainly do. This Ursa's finding a lot of farm low. Top of the CS board is bottom lane. Shiro out of mana, being chased down again, and he is gone. Bark and FY will not leave this bottom lane alone. This mana burn creep that Bark has picked up has been so effective in just keeping the Weaver's mana pool low. And now poor old YU Smile, he knows he's dead. Bark will turn his back on him. Doesn't even look at him as he dies.
Ah, I love this from the side of Azure.
This is what I was saying, by the way. John, hold on a minute.
Oh.
PYW, mid lane, will go on to Ori, and Ori is going to get blown up, so they do get a very nice kill. Tianming going to show up now on the Wyvern, trying to get some damage off onto PYW and Setsu, but cannot secure the kill. But I just wanted to take a second to say, FY on this Batrider, in my opinion, has been the one player that's made the support Batrider look good when he's not playing with Centaur.
No, absolutely. 100%. He's the only one that makes this Batrider look good.
Yeah.
Everyone else has looked a little bit shaky. They are trying to get this chase on Chanming.
They will. FY is going to show up as well, but Chanming almost certainly dead, as now Shiro's going to show up from the backside.
Oh!
Doom is going to be committed though. Baki has found Setsu on the leaner. Setsu again going to drop. It's not a good trade. I mean, you get 2 supports, but that's your mid laner.
Yeah, I think you have to take that trade on LGD. In some ways, it's good. The fact that Shiro finds both kills is really important for this Weaver's early timings. So it's honestly not the worst. The Lina timing's going to be stalled out. Net worth is starting to drop. But it's still number 3 in net worth. So you're not bleeding out too much. Again, you're looking more to enable this Weaver rather than focusing on what you've lost here for LGD. So you are building up to a certain extent. But AR, they're still holding on to a really nice lead. I mean, this Ursa is just left unchecked. The Battle Fury time for low going to be really clean here. They are trying for a smoke movement up top. No wards from Azure to spot this. They will have to dip behind the tower.
Yeah, but look
a
at
little bit
Tianming.
tricky.
Tianming might actually break the smoke before Low gets caught out. In fact, Low, he's going to move in, but Low does not like what he sees. 3 heroes around him. He does have Tianming to help out, though. As New, now the one in danger. Think about the RP, does commit it, but Low can keep chasing. He got the Enrage off in time. Shiro even showing up now, but the Cold Embrace going to keep the Ursa safe. Shiro cannot finish the job yet, but he will continue chasing him down. Low, can he actually get out? I don't think so. He will turn around and try to fight, but he will go down eventually. So it is going to be a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Azure. They do find the Ursa in the end, though. So LGD, they commit a lot for that kill, but they will get it.
Yeah, again, the big benefit is that Shiro is finding these pickoffs. The Weaver is online very early. We're seeing that kind of tempo that I believe LGD wanted to bring out yesterday in their series, just couldn't manage to grasp around it. And Shiro is doing a lot of work. Mind you, it is costing you a lot. Magnus can at least recover Mew, going for the Orchid pickup first, wanting that lockdown onto something like the Ursa early on. A 2k lead still stands for Azure. Could have gone a little bit better for LGD, but you take what you can get. You slow down low just a tad, although...
Oh, Shiro getting caught with his pants down up the top lane. He still has a Sakuchi, but FY is out with the lasso. Shiro, no, he can't make it. It's a cheeky little combination against the Weaver. Just the curse into the lasso. A perfect setup. And with that, I mean, you know, they were going pretty well, taking down that Ursa just a little bit earlier on, but now losing Shiro on the Weaver. It's just not going to feel good. Shiro's fallen very far behind when it comes to the net worth department. And Low, like, you look at the net worth graph here for Azure, they are just taking over the game.
And that they are. All their cores enabled here on the side of Azure. Key timing starting to fly out.
They want to chase down Bark with the bot lane, but Bark, he's got those spidey senses tingling. They will see him. Can they get the swap? No. Very unfortunate. Why you smile, unable to reach him. That was just pure game sense. He had no vision. He just felt that something was wrong, and Bark, he was correct.
Yeah, it's a fact that, you know, they've got this forward ward up top watching the triangle. No one's showing in lane, and no one's showing in triangle. Only logical spot was that area, and Bach does manage to read it. Smoke out from Azure Rado, trying to collapse onto top. They've got the Phylactery and Ori.
Uh-oh.
The fun begins here, Mike.
It sure does. We're about to see News HP just get lower by half HP with one Thunderbolt. In fact, they're going to go down towards the mid lane instead. They have found Setsu, but they cannot lock Setsu down. He's alright to back his way out. Lasso was on cooldown at the time for another 5 seconds, so they could not grab the Lina. So the smoke rotation will pan out to nothing. No surprise phylactery reveal here for Ori. And I think LGD are going to be very happy to avoid that that gank attempt. They really cannot afford to keep giving bodies back the way of Azure.
Yeah. Just prevent the side of Azure getting a little bit more good read and backing up. But still, I mean, in that time period, they're still farming up and low. Battle Fury just a recipe away. That timing's going to be really scary for the side of LGD. Like, this is going to enable a team fight into Roshan for Azure. And it's that's a timing that just, this lineup gets so scary. The tempo kicks in for the side of Azure. They're getting FY to build up stacks. He's almost at his own blink timing here as well on the Batrider. So that initiation starts to line up. Jumping the backline Lina gets easier. Pinning down the Weaver gets a lot easier as well. Shiro is actually going back for the Desolator. Which again, considering how frequently he's joining these fights, does make sense, but you will lose on farm game if you don't find those kills. Like, this Ursa will just straight up out-farm you every single time with a Battle Fury.
I mean, he's already out-farming everyone on the map anyway. This Battle Fury just going to make things even worse for LGD. There's nothing you can do about it either. Like, Lowe's just freely been farming this whole game. Tianming very good at just remaining around the Ursa, ensuring he remains protected.
They want Shiro.
Oh, Shiro, bottom lane. Curse is going to come out, locking him down into the Doom from Bark. FY around with the lasso if they need it, but they do not. Now, Azure, even against this last pick Weaver, they are finding the answers in terms of killing him off, and Tianming just always seeing the opening. Every time he has that curse available, just knowing they can secure the kill. I'll tell you, Azure, they're just looking like they're on a different level at the moment.
That they are. I love this kind of synergy in the game, you know? What the bugs hate the most, Mike? They hate the cold. You know, you've got Winter's Curse. Doesn't feel great for a little bug like Shiro right now, unfortunately. Deso timing, again, is still lining up, but his net worth is not going to be rising without these kills. He has to find them because of this build. And it does feel like the scaling damage now is going to be on Setsu. If he can start to build up on the Lina. He's forced to go for the Arcanes instead of the Travels. He's not snowballing too hard. And considering his mid was not the smoothest, they've got the forward vision to try to play around top here. PYW just camping, watching down, but Chanming's already playing conservatively. They know everyone's missing. Again, the forward wards of the side of Azure just telling them no one's bot. They just checked triangle. No one's there, so they're going to be ready for the counterfight.
They certainly are. Curse is back up in 3 seconds, by the way, here for Tianming, so Shiro cannot relax too much, because Shiro's running right into them right now. New looking for an RP, not going to find one quite yet. They'll silence up the Wyvern. New in the meantime has to be swapped out. Shiro's still trying for Tianming. Tianming is just walking away, though. They just can't kill the Wyvern. Everyone else is just dying around them. At least they do get low. Like, you found the Ursa, that's the big positive. Meanwhile, the lasso from FY catches PYW. Ori's going to show up. PYW should be falling. So it's a 3-for-1. You get the Ursa. That is the one saving grace for LGD.
It's a nice kill. It is costly. Like, losing your Magnus again, losing your Venge. The swap angle there for Y. Not the best to find, but just wanted to get the barrier in hopes of finding some time for his Magnus to save himself. Unfortunately, not there for New. It is more difficult for the side of LGD right now to get their own jumps. Like, they do need these blinks outside of just PYW. Like, you need New to be able to come in with the RP. They are relatively clumped up on Azure, especially in such a tight area as that top outpost spot. But again, just not having that in time opting for Orchid control instead. FY just going forward a little bit, even without the lasso, wants to threaten. And Azure Ray, they're still ready. Winter's Curse is still up on Chan Ming.
I mean, why the hell not? FY gonna see himself Shiro. Won't have lasso available at the moment. Azure gonna head through the twin gates up towards the top lane. New is trying to push in that tier 1 top tower. Low's gonna hide in the tree line waiting to see if anyone shows up there for a second, but they won't. Rest of Azure also moving up through the twin gates, so nobody gonna hang around here down to the bottom lane. Everyone just gonna leave the area, and in fact they're gonna go for Roshan. You do have an Ursa. So Roshan, pretty standard kind of play for Azure to try and go for. And I don't believe LGD will be around to try and counter this this Roshan fight. In fact, they do scan it out, but it's basically too late.
Yeah, just way too late. And that key time for Azure is online. Secondary life for Low to play with. He's had a target painted on his back. Not going to be as easy to pin down twice over now with a protection of Azure around. It will smoke up as well behind that Ursa. LGD for their part, key timings up. Desolator up on Shiro. They need to make this work. They need to find this fight.
Oh, nice vision here by Y, but it may be too late. Y gonna sacrifice his life for this one. T1 top tower now gonna be under siege here from Azure Rays. They also get the D wards on the high ground. It's a very tough position for LGD to try and force a fight now. They'll have to watch the tier 1 tower go down for free. And that it will. Azure Ray still taking over this game completely with an 8k advantage. Seems like Low's even thinking about the tier 2 top tower, but it is still a little bit early. They still have a mid-tier 1 tower to go back for, so looks like they'll go back for that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of time for Neo to finish this blink up. Like, it is inching closer, only about 250 gold away. And once that's up, you should be able to start to find some ways to play, tying into PYW's blink ult. Ooh, Neo? Ooh.
RP is committed. Bottom lane, they've got one, at least in the form of FY, so FY going to go down, but New does not want to pay for it with his own life. Now, oh, Shiro!
Oh my god.
That is not good news. Shiro gets doomed immediately by Bark and is just down. It could have just ended with a new kill, but Shiro shows up at the last second to save your buddy syndrome, but it obviously does not pay off.
No. He needs that Lincolns. He's queuing up now, but he doesn't have the farm pace. He needs kills to farm because of that Deso. And you can move across camps, nice, but again, it's not as quick clearing in comparison to the Ursa.
Hello. Hello literally just ran past PYW, then blinks back towards him on the high ground, but it won't matter. PYW does make his way out. Tier 1 mid tower does end up going down. 10k advantage now for Azure Ray, and they still hold the Aegis for another 3 minutes here for Low. So if they want, they could try to go for some tier 2s. It is not too early with the Aegis.
No, definitely not. And they've got the Blink and Chan Ming. So some really big opportunities for the Winter's Curse to just ruin these team fights from LGD.
Oh.
FY again?
They do get FY, but it's probably going to cost them their tiny. PYW still alive, eventually is going to go down. Here comes Low. He found Setsu already. The leader is gone. New's going to try for the TP play out, but no, the bash!
Oh
the first hit bash! Always. Why you smile? Trying to get away here from Ori. Is barely walking for now, but Bark is on the chase. Meanwhile, Shiro trying to go after Ori, can do nothing about him. Why you smile? Still trying to run. Even the skeleton's now on the hunt, but why you smile? A nice little juke out. He'll be alright.
Oh man, it's just such a mess for the side of LGD. Like, they're finding FY, sure, he is worth a decent chunk of gold, to be fair. Like, despite going 2 for 2, losing 2 cores, he still gained 710 gold in LGD. It's something. Just not enough to drag this game back just yet. Lead is growing wider for the side of Azure as they find their free shard as well for FY. And FY is inching closer towards that Ags. So we'll have the threat of a double lasso to go off. With all of the control that side of Azure has, very reliable control here to play with. They need some saves on the side of LGD. They need this Lincolns on Shiro. And they need to find an angle in. for New to play with that RP blink. Like, the blink timings here on our Tiny and Magnus have not felt substantial. They've just not been able to find those openings. Low could be nice to go double down on here, but they're not fully committing to pushing top.
Low's the one chasing. They're going to try for the Ursa now. 4 heroes up top. But Low just blinks away. And you saw their hesitation. Like, LGD, they're not confident with these moves at all. Now with 3-man smoke from Azure Ray, they're going to back up Low and smoke him up to boot. Azure Ray will go through the top lane towards that Radiant Triangle where Shiro is currently farming. Oh, Shiro, he's going to break the smoke at the right moment, but they do see him with the Thunder God's Wrath, and FY is out with the lasso immediately. Now a curse flying out, catching PYW. He'll be able to blink away, but YU Small cannot. A nice RP though. You gonna try and salvage the situation, but it's not looking good. It is not looking good. They're just still clearing them out. Low's onto Setsu. Setsu's gone. A 4-hero kill for Azure Ray. There's only one left standing, and that's PYW. It's just not even close, this game. GG.
Nah, they call it.
They should have called it.
It's a rough one for LGD. Azure Ray, just start to finish, everything under their control. I mean, just that start, right? FY with a Flame Break setting up for them to find PYW isolated. And then it's really this bot lane that just gets absolutely hammered in by Azure Ray. There was no game there for Shiro once more. Like, this Weaver, it does hit a decent Falcon Blade timing. He's joining in these fights. And then it's back to the Deso. And again, it wants to go fight, but his team just never felt ready. The Orchid first for New, it does make sense. I'm not saying it's a bad build, but there was no way to connect with PYW's Blink at that point. The vision game as well, again, on Azure was on top of their game there. The forward vision from the side of LGD was sporadic at best, and they were trying to play around it, but Azure was just too aware. Their own vision just gave them really good reads, and they understood LGD's movements very well when they were missing on the map.
Absolutely, Azure certainly look like a level above here. LGD Gaming I'm not sure what they've got to do, John. They've got to get it together here with this game number 2 coming up very, very soon. We'll hopefully see a bit of a switch up in the draft, and we'll see what they can get done. So it seems like we are going to head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between LGD and Azure Ray.
you see around? Wind of the open sky over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far, holding your breath still. You jump the fire, we'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying age in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft very, very soon here between LGD Gaming and, of course, Azure Ray. And it is MLP Dota and JohnXFire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 1, a pretty one-sided affair, you'd have to argue. Azure Ray trying their absolute best, or rather LGD Gaming trying their absolute best to make that Game 1 draft work, but obviously, again, it was a one-sided affair to say the least. Game 2, what would you like to see changed up here from LGD Gaming to try and give themselves an opportunity at a Game 3?
I'd like to see a different carry coming out for Shiro. I feel like you could have gone with a safe lane Lina, try something else on mid. Granted, like, shutting down the Zeus is really hard. Most mid matchups just don't feel great into the Zeus with his range and spam ability. So the Lina was probably their best bet. And that's kind of how the draft ended up going that way. Just early Lina pickup kind of lining up for it. I think a couple of things here as well, like outside of the game, just the storyline for LGD. This is a little bit of a repeat from their journey in Dream League, right? There were 2 slots in Dream League, if I recall right. They go all the way in the upper bracket, get smacked by AR into the lower bracket, and they get smacked by G2IG in the lower bracket finals for the last slot. This time it's a reverse, right? It's G2IG that smacked them down into the lower bracket, and it's LGD trying to eliminate them again. So
yeah,
this is weird because it's like it has a weird comparison to like the performance of Geek Fam in Southeast Asia, where they literally go to like 3 grand finals, and here you literally have gone to like 2 upper bracket finals in a row and into the lower bracket finals for LGD. It's a rough go, but you know, they've got to make these changes in between games. Not too much break time for them to reconsider their options. I think the ideas are there, but the lanes came out a little bit slower than you'd want. I think New had some good timing into the Orchid, but couldn't leverage it. You had so much better movement out from the side of Azure Ray. Again, their forward wards just notified them every single time that there was a smoke happening. Like, the lanes would be empty. They're like, all right, no one's showing on this ward, farming jungle. We know they're coming in. And they just back off and prevent this, like, snowball effect for the side of LGD. They really needed these pickoffs with that kind of lineup because of how they itemize. And that's the interesting thing with LGD. I think they always seem to go, when they go Weaver, it's always this Desolator rush here for Shiro, which, again, it's sensible. It works out if this aggression pans out, but if it doesn't, then you're sitting there with a very vulnerable hero that does not have a lot of damage because it's not building up these stacks.
That's how it felt. I mean, in fairness to Shiro, like they were doing a very good job of just locking him down with the curse into the lasso and even the doom that we saw multiple times, but it did feel like the Weaver was just a bit of a sitting duck throughout that whole Game 1, and well, something tells me LGD Gaming probably not going to go back for the Weaver for this Game number 2. Probably looking to try something a little bit different. Speaking of drafts, I believe we do have one on hand right now as we speak, so we can head over to that, see exactly what LGD and Azure Ray are up to here with their drafts. Azure Ray, I mean, again, they are looking like they're on a different level at the moment, but I think LGD Gaming, they are still one of those teams that can kind of pull something out of the bag and surprise us here for this Game number 2 to give us a third game. And if they don't, we're going to have G2IG versus Azure Ray up tonight for the grand final, which will be a fantastic series if that's where we're headed, but hopefully we'll get to a third game here.
Yeah. I want to see more competition, and I like that Azure Ray are, you know, they don't have first pick, so they take care of the Doom. They don't want to give these tools to LGD, but LGD are also taking out the big tools that we tend to see with the Techies and the Magnus once more. So it should be a very different draft this time around. I'm wondering if the Winter Wyvern is going to be something they'd want to ban or pick themselves in LGD, seeing how effective that hero has been. Again, in C and China, the Winter Wyvern has felt like a support in the up and up. Now they respect ban FY's Batrider instead, and LGD get that comfort in the first phase, new Timbersaw. So just going back for some really good tempo, really good laning presence that Neo tends to find. An early Timbersaw pick does leave a lot of vulnerabilities, though. Azure Ray has a lot of ways of just picking into that. Like, say, a safe lane Lina doesn't sound too bad for low. Like, you can stand back. It's a lot of magic damage that Timbersaw can't deal with. You have really good range that the Timbersaw also can't deal with, at least safely. And you can kind of just run it down. I think you have good support options here as well. Hoodwink's one. Enchantress was left in the pool, and the Winter Wyvern still an option as well. They'll go with the Luna instead, so just straight into the Luna pick for Azure Ray, seeing the offlane matchup. That one's a little bit more playable for new, but again, you don't tend to want to go reactive armor on Timbersaw. Almost like Centaur, right? When you're up against most matchups, you really want to go for Hoof Stomp Double Edge. Timbersaw does not like going all in on reactive anymore. It's more of Timber Chain and Whirling Death, and the Luna can kind of hold you back from that. It can feel maybe a bit uncomfy if the chip damage piles up. Granted, Luna's range is pretty short, so she is in the firing line of those spells from you.
That they are. I knew that Timbersaw going to make him feel a lot more comfortable this game. See if he can kind of carry the team here on his back. Obviously, the Timbersaw, one of his favorite heroes that we get to see, often enough. And Azure, I mean, it does surprise me a little bit that they prioritized the Luna pickup so early. So considering, like, last game, Luna was left all the way to the last phase and nobody picked it up. Just showing it this early just does give me a little bit of a shock here from Azure, but I mean, I guess maybe they're just that confident, Maybe they just know that it's still going to be a great time no matter what here for low.
Yeah, I think it's, again, like, outside of just being in the range of Whirling Death, it is a pretty happy time. Down the line, your itemization on Luna up against Timbersaw is pretty good. You have a good mix of magic damage and physical output here as well. And you can ban to protect on the core-to-core. Like, they take care of the NP, which we've seen flexed onto safe lane really effectively. There's stuff like Morphling, probably something like the Ursa as well. That can be somewhat of an issue, but still not the worst for Luna. Azure ban out the Zeus instead, so just want to prevent LGD from having their own fun with Lightning Hands and Phylactery here. See what the idea is. I mean, you have a Venge option for this Luna, which is probably the most common lane we've seen for Luna. I like that LGD do take care of the Ench and the Hoodwink, which feel like really strong supports up against the Timbersaw, especially in the laning phase. So probably just a Venge. Maybe Winter Wyvern once more is not too bad. Now they go for the line, which is the funny way to answer a Timbersaw down line. Mind you, it's probably FY playing it on the 4, so you're not leaning into the Timb. I always get a giggle when you're Lion, and FY's done this as well, I believe. You go for the 1/1 tree, and a hero like Timbersaw without mana is a very sad hero. So you have some answers to stop you from just jumping around. Really stable, disable as well to stop that Timbersaw. Good answer from Azure.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be very annoying here for New, that's for sure. Yeah, OGD Gaming. See how they respond. They need 2 supports of their own. You do not have the Hoodwink option available anymore. Do have the Venge. OGD Gaming could certainly just think about going for a position 5 Venge pickup. They'll have a think about it through this reserve time, though. What else they're really thinking about here? I mean, the Venge has been very, very popular. Seems like a pretty simple pick to make.
I don't quite like Venge Timbersaw as a lane. I don't think it's what the Timbersaw likes to play with.
Yeah, but you could run the 5 Venge, John. You don't need to run Timbersaw Venge.
I suppose. Opens up possibilities. I'd say a Shadow Demon would have been nicer, I think, overall for LGD to pick up some save. You have the Luna Illusions that can be annoying, although Lion's there to clear them out. But you have the potential to stack. You have setup for the Timbersaw to run down with Whirling Death if someone's out of position. Venge does provide you with swap to save, so it can feel good, especially with a front liner like Timb. There's a lot of HP he can get out if he goes for the Ags and then gets the barrier swap as well. We'll go with a Rubik pickup instead. Lots of great spells to steal from Lion. Always feels good for the Rubik playing into Lion. Even Mana Drain being stolen is a huge nuisance. So I like this from LGD. And you end up with a Rubik Timbersaw lane as well. So you get the pullback for hold. You get decent trading out. Fade Bolt is annoying for Luna as well with the damage reduction. So good responses. Like, they have a lot of damage reduction actually in LGD with a Wave of Terror as well. So in a wider team fight, if you land both of those on Luna, her right clicks aren't going to feel too amazing overall.
Well, Azure, third pick for themselves. May just be another support to be picked up here, perhaps a position 4 here for FY. He will not have the Bat Rider this time around, so no option for that. Azure Ray still using up the reserve time here.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
They'll go for the Tide Hunter pickup for Bark for now, so no FY pick yet. Bark will take the Tide. The Tide has looked very good as of late as well. Mind you, you don't really know the position 1 of LGD Gaming yet, so they could go for a bit of a counter pick, but chances are the Tide will be alright.
10 seconds.
Though LGD, they do have the option for that Ursa pickup that Azure Ray just ran themselves. I think the Ursa would fit quite nicely here into their draft. But for now, Azure Ray are set to make their 4th pick.
I don't know, I feel like you could run Tidehunter line, pick something else for the Luna to lane with. No, they'll go with the Elder Titan, so should be the Tide ET. FY ET is pretty big. There's a lot of good plays to make. The magic res reduction and the natural base arm reduction is going to feel nice as well. Ties in for some team fight. You've got some setup coming in here from the Tidehunter. I think the ET makes it pretty awkward for you to consider stuff like the Morphling, which I think LGD might have wanted. Lane's fine into Tidehunter. Has good forms to turn into, like Morphling into Lion is still great. Morphling into Luna feels great. Even Morphling into Elder Titan feels great, but it does feel like you're going to be susceptible to just how squishy you will be if that ET is allowed to be on top of you. So maybe that Ursa you mentioned is a safer bet. Lanes into Tide, quite nice. Stat resist is going to feel good. And being on top of the Luna can be a little bit more 50-50, but theoretically, if it drags on longer, the Ursa does win out. So some solid options for LGD. I mean, they have the option... Alright, they go for the Razor instead, so they just want to dominate that lane into the Tidehunter. Try to run it down. Huh. I am concerned, because Razor is a funky hero in the sense that its early game is great, its mid game kind of plateaus, and then like an ultra late game Razor is actually scary. Like refresh Ags, 2 BKB uses, you can chase down Luna fairly nice until she gets a Hurricane Pike. Razor can still do a lot of work scaling up. It's that plus and a refresh. And his talents. Shiro want to be active early. The Razor does allow him to do that.
That it does.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know how much I like the hero, though. I mean, I can understand it does fit
5 seconds.
against the draft of Azure Ray. It does feel very, very potent. I do want to see maybe a little bit more of a carry-style pickup here for LGD in the mid lane. In this case, if we are going to have a Razor position 1, you know, maybe something like a TA to come out for the mid lane wouldn't look so bad here for LGD. Like, it still fits the style of draft. You know, your mid-game oriented timing would still work very well here with a TA. You would be lacking a lot of team fight, though, to be absolutely fair, so perhaps not, but... And I don't really like the sole reliance of a Razor Pos 1, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
It feels good for the lane, but then once you hit the mid to late, I start to have my doubts.
No, I don't think the late game's too bad. Again, like Razor has this
Remaining.
interesting power spike with refresh Ags and just high durability with level 25, but that's not necessarily late game, that's ultra late game Razor. And going to that point, it's painful for the Razor. Like, losing out in the mid and early late game is a pretty big part of how Razor kind of falls off for a bit. So, I don't know, maybe you can compensate on your mid. They'll go with a Pangolier. So the tempo is certainly high on LGD. High enough to ride through that mid game, I'm not entirely sure, but they have some good connections to make. They've got good control. There's nothing to stop the Pango roll here as well, nothing to pierce through spell immunity from Azure Ray. Mid lane matchups left in the pool. Into Pango. I mean, it's always a little bit awkward. The hero just always kind of feels great. I guess there's something like a Kunkka that's left in the pool here for Azure Ray to tie it in. They'll go with a Storm instead. So Storm into Pango we've seen be pretty effective. Hard hold for the Storm is also not as present. I mean, I'd lean towards Azure's Ray's draft. Like, I'm trying to sell this Razor, but that plateau that it has is a really big shortcoming. And even then, you talk about the strong early game of Razor. If you don't get that early game, it's going to be the same story as the Weaver, right? Like, of Shiro. Like, if it falls behind, a Razor can feel really bad, and then your possibility for that ultra late game completely disappears. That's contingent on a really good early game from the Razor, if ever the game stalls out. So, I'd say Azure Ray have everything lined up for them. It is a Chan Ming Elder Titan, so you will just get the Lion Tidehunter lane for FY and Bach. But again, that's a very stable lane to play into as well. And not going to be the most active for Bach into a Razor, but he also shouldn't be dying. Like, that is not necessarily the easy rundown lane here for Shiro.
No, it certainly is not. I do agree with the points made here. I mean, I think we can both agree Azure Ray does seem like they came out with the easier to execute draft at the least, is the way I want to put it. I still have very little faith in this the Shiro Razor to be able to pull through for the team, but we shall see. I mean, it isn't purely on Shiro anyway. Obviously, you do have the new Timber that could pop off. You have Setsu's Pangolier that could pop off for the team. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on New to have a very good performance this game number 2 to give themselves a good crack at game 3. We'll see, though, Azure Ray again 1 game away from being able to proceed through to the grand final up against G2IG. And with these drafts, they are certainly looking primed and positioned, ready to go for that grand final. We'll see how it does pan out as we will head into the game rather soon. LGD still fighting for their lives here in essentially the second game. The lanes are just going to be so important for LGD. I mean, you kind of already went over this, but it really does feel like for the Razor, if you fall behind in the landing stage, the hero just dies. And we'll see if he can get that big advantage. Like, even if he is against the Tide, I still have my doubts. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Give him a chance.
That we will. Let's see if Shiro can shape up on this aggression. I think, again, with how he's playing, Razor does fit that style. I'll make a note here, Mike. I never realized that the Storm Bear, it just crossed me that was the Dota 1 model.
Yeah.
I don't know why it took me, like, literally since the set released, it did not cross my mind.
Oh, you literally just never
there
realized.
You go.
Okay.
No, I never realized. I've never seen the set as well. I've never seen anyone use the set. So to be fair, I've just never seen anyone pick it up, but now that I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. That's the callback. Just took me back. I suddenly had flashbacks of the old HUD and the map for some reason.
Yeah.
Because I actually used to play Storm in Dota 1 because it felt easy with Overload. It was
Yeah.
funny. So, my life flashed before my eyes, Mike. I thought of Garena lobbies for like a good second there.
Oh, good old days. I do miss those days sometimes, I'll tell you, John. Anyway, they're gone now. We're old. What can you do? Time has passed.
30 seconds.
I mean, I will say, as much as I want to try and compliment the set, I don't like the set that much compared to how it used to look in Dota All-Stars. I think the Panda in Dota All-Stars just look better. I'm just going to be frank.
Well, you know, well, this is, you know, they can't cross copyright lines, Mike.
I understand, John.
This is as close as they can get.
I mean, to be
you'll
fair,
take it.
the company that made that Panda may not exist very soon with the way things are going. You know, we may not have copyright issues very soon, John. OGD going to fight for the bottom bounty rune. We'll be able to pick it up, but now the turnaround is here. FY and Tianmin going on to Y. Use Smile and low. Oh, he needs one more hit, and he's going to get it. In fact, FY is the one to take the kill. It would have been the perfect start for low, but FY had a different idea. He'll take the first blood himself from the Lion.
Oh,
It's always the Lion
You're
plays
gonna
as
start
well, John.
talking. Yeah, you're
It's
gonna.
always
I
the
was
Lion
gonna say
plays.
you're gonna go into that again. Look, FY set that kill up. Okay, he got the Earth Spike. He made it happen. So he deserves a goal. Let him have his boots. Let him have his early items. Is he actually going for something like some stat padding in lane? No, he's just going for the wand. But taking a look at these lanes breaking out up top with FY and good old Bach up against Shiro and Y on that Razor Venge. I mean, again, there's some good synergy here if you can run down with a static link.
Oh.
FY?
Hey, he's probably dead. FY is going to go down. It is a lot of damage, like that plasma field plus the wave of terror even proving to be more than enough to take down the Lion. Once you get a few more levels up, the Lion is a bit of a sitting duck. You do have to be very wary of your positioning here as FY. And he also has to make a walk of shame back, by the way, because he did TP up to the top lane. So a bit of a slow walk back here for the Lion to boot.
I'll try to justify this by saying it. Free EXP for Bach is pretty important. I'm now grasping for straws to defend my Lion player here, Mike. But EXP is important. Like all seriousness here, Bach wants to hit level 3. He needs like a 1-1-1 build here to be sustainable. Once you have the value point in Kraken Shell, it's a lot harder to try to burst him down with the magic missile and static link that you're gunning for on LGD. So AR just has to kind of hold out till that point, and FY just has to be pretty careful And again, one stun can still lead to the rundown, but as levels pump up, it shouldn't be as easy for LGD. Just the first 3 levels, perhaps, that feel awkward there for Azure. Looking at the other lanes, down bot, low, along with Chanming, up against home. FY again.
No, looking at the other lanes, John FY has been caught again. He will go down. I mean, he was trying to go for the harass on Shiro, but Shiro just turned around with the static link, and well, eventually with the magic missile setup of Why You Smile, it was a very simple kill.
Yeah, I have to prevent that bleed out. All of these kills onto Shiro. He's level 3 already. Big spike for the Razor to play with, either the level 2 static link or plasma field. More damage to pump out, easy chase down onto Bach while he's still stuck at 2. And, well, FY's early impact starting to fade a little bit. Not respecting that reach and control LGD has is going to cost them a little bit here on the side of Azure. Still, your other lanes are going fairly fine for the side of AR. The mid lane for Ori, for example, is going quite smoothly up against Setsu, and we've seen this from the Storm matchup up against Pango. It's just a lot easier to play with the Overload. Just spam it onto Setsu. He's not going to have too much. Top, again, just a little bit of action, but not able to close it out this time.
I mean, 1-2 so far, 3 minutes in. Mid lane going really damn well for the Storm. His top lane, Why You Smile, will end up going down. Nice little revenge pick up here for Bach. Just look at the Storm though. Like, Ori's having an extremely good game already. 20-1 on this mid Storm. Setsu not having a bad time either, but we have seen a lot of Storms popping off quite a bit here in this current patch. Especially once you get the Orca timing up on Ori, it just feels like the Storm can do whatever the hell he wants on the map, and we've just kind of seen it over and over again.
Yep. It's just, again, a melee matchup into Storm. A lot of Storms have just figured out how to work it, especially against the Pango. I think the worst matchup for Storm would be like the Kunkka, but that's not what you're up against. Setsu will get some good harassment off, and they are keeping track of Ori mid. They'll be able to deny off the Water Rune as well. So a nice boon here for Setsu. Chanming just slow on the uptake. And Ori not going to have any bottle top-ups. At the least has a salve. They are trying top again with a static link, but without the Venge to help set up, it's a little bit tougher. Although FY is not safe.
No, he's not. Shiro will eventually back his way out. Like the turnaround now into Why You Smile. Not too much damage being dealt though. They're going to both be fine. Bottom lane, Tianming being chased down here by New and PYW. Tianming still going to rush in onto the Rubik, but realizes he cannot do anything as New will take him down with that level 2 Whirling Death. Is that point for Tianming where you really can't be too aggressive as the Titan anymore. So this Timbersaw will just kind of rip you to shreds here with that Whirling Death spam, and that's exactly what we see there down at the bottom lane.
Yeah. And Low has to be careful as well. Again, every time you walk up to the creep wave, Whirling Death is on hand for New. The damage is starting to scale up, and Low just has to focus on that farm. Play a slower game on that safe, just build up, or he's starting to cop it on the mid as well. Again, a bottle advantage for Setsu in terms of just the rune control earlier on is allowing a little bit of recovery, but not enough to really shove Ori away. She's more than happy. I think your concern down the line as well is with a Lion, you've got the Mana Drain onto Storm Spirit down the line, so there's a lot of room for Ori to actually just play around after level 6 with an initial item. Even just the Power Treads could open up that possibility. We'll see if that's something Ori will want to consider. Forced to walk back to base, so not the best feeling. Setsu already has his Rolling Thunder ready, and they are grouping around mid again for the 6-minute Power Rune. Great focus on LGD to just enable this mid Pango to really pop off here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so important. Oh, never mind. Ori gets lucky anyway. They all cap the top rune, and Ori still gets the power rune. So that's just, what can you do? Mid diff, right? Ori gonna be chased. PYW cannot get in range for the telekinesis, so Ori will be just fine. Just the desperation from LGD to shut down the Storm. There's so much of it. Azure still have not lost this mid-storm whatsoever. Ori is still farming perfectly fine. And ultimately, with the way things are going, like all the emphasis they've put on this mid lane, with the fact that Ori's still farming this effectively, it's a little bit concerning if you are LGD. As now Why You Smile and PYW, they're going to try and rotate around the Wisdom runes off the top side, but you've got Bach kind of guarding that area. Even Shiro now going to show up to try and snag this one away. Shiro will go for the static link, but there is a nice third spike from FY. Now even Setsu showing up. Bach cannot escape this. He is going down. So they are still going. Ori now rotating onto Shiro. Shiro in trouble. Shiro will drop. Eclipse coming in from low. Low committing onto Setsu. Setsu's gone. I mean, they get the wisdom root, but is it really that worth it?
Not quite for the side of LGD, and you lose your safe lane and your mid in exchange for just the off lane and support, and you get some good activity from low. He is forced to go Eclipse, but it pays off. You don't mind that too much on the Luna, and now you have this opportunity to switch lanes, get a shove up top, and start to use this space for yourself here. Azure sitting happy, low and Ori now on top of net forward off the back of that. Only Bach hurting.
A bit of a missed chains there from New, though. New could have certainly secured that kill had that chains landed. Bach going to be very thankful to be able to get away from that one. A pretty hard lane for Bach to defend. I mean, the Timbersaw is one of the heroes that can really get through the HP pool quite easily of Bach, as Why You Smile now going to show up with a nice magic missile onto the Tide, and Bach is gone. Very nice setup here from the Venge. Do try to go for an attempt here onto PYW, rather onto the line of FY as well, but PYW unable to get the lift off.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to just slowly shove in that bot now. No movement out from the side of Azure to defend. Not that they're ready to defend it anywhere. Again, Bach is still trying to gun for that level 6. He is at the point where he's only about 500 gold above FY's line. Not the best position for our Tide. Not going to have the map space to farm up either, as the priority is on Low and Ori. So, just going to have to soak what he can. FY as well, just trying to soak through the bot. But it will eventually fall. New is tanky enough to just front line. Has the Helm of Iron Will going for likely the Veil here. But no problems. No burst just yet on Azure Ray. I think this is setting up nicely. Like, you are still getting this timing on Shiro. Despite some sacrifices. Has the Falcon Blade. Can start to play around with his level 6. Can start to farm faster into his camps as well. Ori's key timing is going to be that Witchblade. This is when we see the storms start to pop off. Just a little bit more damage and mana regen on hand. And he is inching closer towards that timing. So we'll see if he can start to get work done. But with the tower opening up down bot, LGD has that reach. And there is some wards watching here at the very least, so it's not exactly the most dangerous part of the map for Azure. They did anticipate that early tower fall and have set up some vision to protect.
Well, bottom lane, bit of a group up. They're looking at New on the Timber. New's going to retreat, though. No vision to really give that information over, but he does kind of just sense that something is a little bit awry here down at the bottom lane. I mean, meanwhile, mid lane, they are looking towards Ori, but Ori is going to be able to just get away. Magic Missile does end up landing from Why You Smile, but it won't really matter. It's now the turnaround. Why You Smile getting caught out. Ori is going to be able to get this one, I think. In fact, you have Tianmin taking it as FY. Also being chased down. Meanwhile, Shiro actually kills off Bach on the Tide by himself. As FY is certainly going down. 2 for 1. And Bach dying on the Tide here completely alone against the Razor. Not the greatest of news.
Nah, it's again, that's where the Razor pick really shines. Just into the Tide Hunter. Have a lot of damage to soak up by himself. No one to protect Bach, while action's spreading out elsewhere. And he's just going to be the easiest target in the world right now for LGD. All the side of Azure can do is just farm up and low, try to hit these initial timings. They need to defend mid. They will just try to dissuade LGD from trying to find more objectives. But still not ready to fight. At the least, Finger is ready on FY, has his 6. So they'll try to smoke off the back of it. Chanming as well, just a couple of creeps away from the Earth Splitter. Let's see if he gets lucky. One fast pick off into a wider fight. Suddenly you have to deal with this additional control and damage here on Azure.
Oh, they're looking at Shiro. Shiro has not realized they are coming yet. Nice scan though, right at the last second. Will give enough info for him to be able to back his way out. A 3-man counter smoke, but Setsu and Why You Smile going to have their smoke broken. The Earth Splitter and the double Earth Spike! Oh, it's going to be a perfect setup here from FY and Tianming. Setsu and Why You Smile both going down. Setsu actually dying to the neutral camp, of all things. So at least you deny some of the cold away. But a perfect setup from FY and Tianming. That's the support dream right there.
And that was a beautiful play, actually, going for the camp, right? Because when they rotated out with that smoke, you didn't have 6 yet on Chan Ming. Ori clearing out does give enough, and they have the perfect setup. Great ward being dropped as well from Chan Ming, holding that position, looking for someone to come in. And they managed to get the punish. Rather unfortunate you don't find that Pangolier kill, but again, you are building up. Ori has have that Witchblade flying through now.
Oh, regen rune low. Ooh, not going to be able to keep it for Ori. It will get denied off as Low's in trouble now. New right on top of the Luna. They need to help out. FY trying to move in, does get a stun off, but Low is just locked down forever. He'll pop the Eclipse, but he is certainly just dead. So the rest of AR do not want any part of this any longer, though. A big Ravage coming out from Bach. Setsu in trouble. Double Earth Spike out. Yu's been locked down as well. Shiro's coming in from the back, but they've already taken down 2 of them. Tian Ming, he will be left behind. But ultimately, it's not the worst of trades. It started off as a very good team fight here for LGD, but AR, they pretty much make it work in their favor.
Could have gotten a lot worse for the side of Azure. Certainly happy to at least find a slowdown on New and onto our Pangolier Setsu. Like, these are the 2 heroes that are going to be, I mean, all of them are going to be trying to set tempo, but a lot of that movement forward, a lot of the angles being found are down to these 2 heroes. So you are just stalling out their timings by a tad, and again, building up on this Storm. Ori's the key part of Azure's lineup right now. It's down to the Storm to buy space for that recovery of Bach, to buy space for the Luna to become that beast as a carry. Still a ways off from feeling like that yet. On Low, going for what seems to be the Manta with the Yasha first. Does have room to at least clear out the stacks by himself. Bach, off the back of that fight, is starting to recover. You know, this Tidehunter is still having a rough time of it, but you find a couple more of that, and again, he's been given a lot of space to just sit here. Top, though.
A bit of group up while you smile. Swaps in Ori. Ori is going to be able to zip away. FY will end up going down. They'll commit the Rolling Thunder just to ensure the TP does not go through. New is still in the chase on the Timber. He is quite low on mana, though. Setsu on the chase for Tian Ming. Inhibit him up, but that's going to be about it for now. Tian Ming will be okay. They'll take down FY. Tian Ming still hanging around. Does get Earth Spiked here by PYW, and never mind, he is gone. Sticking around to defend, but it does not pay off.
That's the risk you have. Even if it's your Lion dying up front, PYW has the opportunity to steal literally any spell, and it's going to be highly effective on that Rubik. Earth Spike doing a lot of work here from PYW, and that is the space to siege mid. And the side of Azure not going to be keen on taking any of these fights until, at the very least, Ravage is ready. Probably just wait for more items to be up on Bach as well, unless the opportunity presents itself. He does have the Vlads up and running, so that aura can come in clutch, especially for Low if he decides to apply some pressure on top. But again, for the side of Azure, the moment now is to stem that bleeding. That early game tempo into the mid game that we were talking about for LGD is fully here. Sanjin Yasha up and running on Shiro, going for the BKB next. He's going to be happy in the front line. You've got the Eternal Shroud already up on you, so focusing in on that durability aspect as well over that early Veil. And the Diffusal into Mage Slayer for Setsu lining up as well. Everything's kind of coming together, and for Azure, where they've shined is actually trying to pick off LGD, right? It's when Azure are the ones on the offense's 3. Just need to kind of get some control back. Their wards are mostly defensive now, so looking to slow that pace out. Smoke from LGD on 2. See if they'll get something out, but they're not really grouped together. Maybe just a vision run for PYW and for New, but they have their sights set perhaps on Ori. Not an easy target to pin down, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ori's actually just holding on to 2.3k gold as well, just casually not spending anything yet. No queue up of the items either, as he's going to try for the Power Rune. New is going to be there to block the way, and, well, the Power Rune is going to spawn down bottom anyways. They are going to go for the fight, but why you smile immediately bursted down as New losing half his HP, but Low's getting lower. Low is gone. Setsu on the chase for more is going to find FY. FY trying to survive, but now the stolen Eclipse from PYW. Bach got torn to shreds. Bach was trying to get a Ravage off, but that Lucent Beam coming in with the Eclipse from PYW, just too much damage.
It's just rough going for Azure. I mean, they get that instant control out on the Venge, but it's just a Venge. It doesn't care. LGD just coming in with a punish, understanding, again, this is their timing. This is their moment to go for these plays, to look for these kills. And it's coming together a lot better than Game 1. Again, they also tried to play tempo Game 1. We're missing out on every single kill. Now they're finding it off the back of this really good control and scouting. It's just super hard for the side of Azure to find anything right now. Again, you're not ready. You're not really ready on Bach. You'd want to blink up on FY. He is inching closer towards it, only 100 gold away. So that could open up more opportunities here. Ori does buy out the Kaya into the BKB. So wants to be able to sustain through some of that damage coming out here on LGD. But for LGD's part, in a really good position. I think the next thing you're going to be considering now is likely Roshan, which they can take at a reasonable pace. If the Storm doesn't quite hit Rosh though, so not going to be able to maximize the minus armor aspect. Will probably need a clean pick-off first. They've got their own Vlads running on Y, so more sustain coming through in the middle of these fights. Azure, I mean, they've got the Ravage still ready, this clump up top, but again, whether or not Bach wants to commit remains to be seen. Trying to hold on to some of these forward outer towers. Like, they know Roche is going to be a big factor. Tier 1 top is not something you can give away on Radiant End for that.
Well, they will protect for now. PYW is going to show up, prepped for the gank attempt that is coming. LGD slowly rotating their way towards the top lane, but it seems as though Azure, they will realize that this is not a good place to be, so they will retreat. You look at Shiro on that Razor, he's just having the freest time of his life, still top of the net worth board and working on towards the BKB now, just about halfway through the recipe gold. This Razor's certainly going to be a problem if he's allowed to farm like this. It's Azure, no interest whatsoever in trying to defend. Bottom lane, they could look to New though. I mean, New does have the Eternal Shroud, but they are going to make the jump in, trying to burst him down. Swap is out from YU Smile. And it seems like New is going to be alright. They just do not have the damage output for this Timbersaw. And now the counter smoke is out. LGD, they've smokers 4. Heading right through the river into the mid lane. They want to force a fight. They know how powerful they are at the moment. The pings are coming right towards that Radiant Triangle where Low and FY are currently hanging about. FY ready to break the smoke, does do so. Low should be able to retreat and FY will probably be lost. He will still blink away towards the tier 1 tower. They will both be able to get away. The Rolling Thunder committed, but it amounts in nothing.
As long as they don't overcommit onto this tier 1 from Azure, you're pretty happy with that. FY does still show himself though.
He does. Shiro going to move right in. Hex is out, but Shiro should have his way with him as FY getting a little bit greedy, trying to push out the creep wave. Will get punished by LGD Gaming. That'll be the top tier 1 tower going down. And LGD, they'll maintain a 5k net worth advantage. It's New. Just going for a power rune. He'll be alright. He'll get stunned up for a moment, but it won't really matter.
Yep. They get the room out to get that Tormentor their way here on the side of LGD. Getting a really good free one on PYW, so some defensive lift backs now available for the Rubik. A little bit of light pressure on that top tier 2. They've got the fresh BKB ready on Shiro. And he's going straight into the AC, so he is meeting that mid-game timing here, where the Razor is just this really tanky front line. All their heroes on LGD actually very durable outside of the supports. Like, this trio is not easy to burst down. They've got the blink on Bach for Azure, along with FY's blink, of course, so there's some play, and Ori will at least clean up PYW. Does have the Parasma, so melting these supports is easier. My concern is really just the cores. Like, we saw what happened when they tried to jump New. That was with an amplified damage rune on Ori. The Eternal Shroud just nullifies all of his output, and I don't think we were even seeing Setsu around with Mage Slayer. You get some swashes on to the Storm as well, and a lot of that damage is just not touching this Timbersaw.
Oh, absolutely. It's a tough time against the Timber. This is why New, it's the one player I feel like from the Chinese region you really don't want to give the Timbersaw over to. The guy just knows the hero like the back of his hand, and he's been absolutely fantastic throughout this game. Only one death, and I believe that was prior to the laning stage even starting. I believe that was at the bounty route, so You're still having an extremely good time here in Game 2. I mean, Azure Ray, they're not out of it yet. It's still a pretty close matchup between these two teams. Just a 7k advantage the way of LGD Gaming. But it is certainly looking like LGD's game to lose. Zori will get stunned bottom. Still zips away. Swap is out though. Tianming in the meantime does get destroyed by New. Ori will be able to get himself out, but they are going to lose another Elder Titan. And LGD perhaps looking for the Roshan attempt now as they are right by the pit. They will move in.
Again, they've got the output here. They've got a good front line to just cop the damage. Slowly but surely, they will find it. Azure, I mean, that's a decent spot to fight into, but LGD has protected the area. Good forward ward by the outpost. And, again, just this general sense of having to catch up on the side of Azure will hold them back. We have not seen the blink attempts just yet from Bach. Pit would have been a nice place to feature that, but just no forward vision here for AR. A lot of protection for LGD. Secondary life going to be on hand. The one thing for Azure, like even if these tier 2s drop, their high ground threat is pretty big. You've got the Earth Splitter, you've got the Ravage, you've got Eclipse, you have a lot to play with into the high ground defense. So you can kind of just hold out on that. Like, this is the strong point for LGD. You just kind of need to ride out the storm here for Azure. They will try with a smoke out, but I don't know if this is going to work.
Smoke broken on the Pango. They'll see him. Setsu does get jumped here by Ori. They do have the swap from Waiu's Smile, but Setsu is still going to go down. Waiu's Smile also getting caught. Two heroes going the way of Azure. A successful team fight here for the Radiant. It's pretty bad news for LGD.
And that's a very simple, low committal team fight as well. Two support ults drop, Finger and Earth Splitter out, but you hold on to the Ravage. You get a 1.7k gold swing your way off the back of that for Azure. That's a lot of recovery. That was from a 7k lead into 5k with those pickoffs here for Azure. So great read out from them to just go for the smoke, knowing that LGD would likely split up to work the map and just not have to deal with the Razor with 2 lives just yet. And they are still #1 in net worth with Low. He has his own fresh BKB up, going for the Shard. I'm wondering if this is a game for him to consider the Kanda, as we tend to see Lunas go. He's got the room for that now, after the Shard is up. Side of LGD, do need to maximize this Aegis. And this is when they're strong, for about 5 to 10 minutes. This is their really big spike. I think once you inch past 10 minutes after the time of picking up this Aegis into second Roche, that's where things might get a little bit more awkward. Like, you're starting to plateau on Shiro to an extent. The AC going to be the next stable pickup for him. He's going to have 2 item slots afterwards, but growth starts to get limited. Maybe you look at your Ags to Siege or just have more damage. You can start to think about that refresh, but you will slow down. And the Luna is just going to be out farming as Low already has been. And Ori, once he has that protection of BKB, things do simplify here. So yeah, a timer on LGD. Are starting to clump up. Maybe shove in top tier 2. But they need to start knocking on these objectives. There is enough map space for the recovery of Azure.
BKB now up on Ori. He's going to work towards the side device next. 4k advantage still standing for LGD, but not too much to write home about here. They are pushing in the top tier 2 tower, LGD. Still going to try and press the advantage they do hold. 2 minutes left on the Aegis timing for Shiro. The top tier 2 will be left to go down, but Low is going to try and trade with the bottom tier 2. LGD Gaming not making the rush to try and defend this quite yet. They will just stick around and trade evenly. They do have the opportunity to think about high ground, but they are actually tipping back towards the mid-tier 2 towers. So that's a tower they're not... Oh, Shiro. He's moving right in by himself here. Shiro, very, very confident. Tianming for a TP play out will not make it. So LGD Gaming, they do find themselves a pick-off for their trouble. But it is a 5-hero rotation back into the mid lane for only a support all the time.
And considering the map state, again, you're playing into Aegis of LGD. You still manage to find a tier 2 to even out map control. 2 tier 2s versus 2 tier 2s here in opposite lanes. Azure are fairly happy. Like, they just want to hit and run, dodge the second life of Shiro for now, and just hold out. So, doing a great job of just stalling. They might look for pickoffs. Neo?
They're going to make the jump into the Timber Sword. New is alone at the moment. This could be the prime opportunity for them to finally deal with this Timber. New is a very tanky boy, however, but they are continuing to try. New almost looks like he's sticking around on purpose. Finger's going to come out from FY, and New is gone. That's a big one. That Timber worth quite a lot of gold here for Bark. Ori now going to pop the BKB, and the Ravage flies out. Both supports getting caught in that. The Ori does not want to deal with the Rolling Thunder of Setsu. Looks to back off. Does zip away, but Setsu's still in the chase. But Setsu's going to be careful. He's alone here. TP play out. He's okay.
That network lead is gone, Mike.
It is?
Just 1k for LGD. Really great pickoffs from Azure. It stems from Shiro showing on mid by himself, right? He's sieging tier 2 by himself. That gives the info out for Azure to move forward and just punish this Timbersaw who's trying to play the lane solo, as you tend to do on a Timb. And Azure, their game reads just on point in this series so far, equalizing the game. And this is where it gets scary for LGD. We were talking about this. After first Aegis, you have to be able to clear the map. One tier 2 still stands. You've made some progress. But now as you wait for second Roche, and that's when Azure are bouncing back in.
Ori.
This network is starting to amp up.
Playing a little bit on edge there. He's going to be able to zip TP away. Does get himself a nice little Wisdom Rune pickup. Bottom lane. Buck may get caught. Shiro. That's how Haste Rune is around the area. He's going to notice Buck around. Buck. Link on cooldown. He does have a TP to play with, and we'll use the Ogre Seal Totem, but does get spotted here for the swap. Mid TP. Buck's still trying to run, but New. That whirling death damage takes him out real damn quick.
And it does. Should lead into the tier 2 siege without Ravage. Not going to be a comfy fight for Azure and the wider team fight. So they will manage to clear out the map. Just force Azure to just try to hug their high ground and wait it out. They do have some good items being formed up though. I believe Low is going for what seems to be something like the Scotty here to cut through that sustain that is flowing through. And should be up shortly, so you've got some good timings here for Azure to still play with. Like, this is the ace up their sleeve on Azure as the game scales on. It's the Luna, right? Like, she's gonna have a lot of output. The Razor does prefer prolonged fights playing with Static Link. Whether or not the Razor can even Static Link something like the Luna to mitigate damage also remains up in the air here. And the Conda is fully done for Low, so it's got that spell spam. Smoke out on Azure. A minute until the Roche respawn. If they manage to find this fight within striking distance of Roche respawn, it goes really scary for LGD. The high ground is not a safe bet anymore for their defense.
This is the point of the game where we could certainly see a big turn happening here for Azure. Oh, Shiro breaks the smoke of Ori. Ori having a look, we'll see him, zips forward immediately. Shiro does have his BKB available, but he's been hexed up. Swap is out though. Why you smile will give Shiro another chance at life, as FY is the one to go down. Not bad at all for LGD Gaming. They will pop a BKB and a Rolling Thunder, but they will be able to get Shiro out. Problem is, Azure, they know the BKB was committed. They know the Rolling Thunder's down.
The amp damage.
They've even got the double damage available on Ori now. Setsu still around, has not been spotted yet, but eventually Ori is going to find him. He'll go into the roll-up. Ori, oh, that's a lot of damage.
Sheesh.
That is a lot of damage from Low. PYW now being jumped. PYW gone. This Kanda Lucent Beam crap, man. It's too much. Half his HP just disappeared.
It was the Earth Splitter and the Conda, to be fair, but yeah, it's a ton of damage coming out there on the side of Azure, and that does stem from that Rolling Thunder and BKB being popped. High ground opens up. They know there's no threat from the Razor anytime soon without him being comfy with a BKB. They've got a secondary creep wave coming in early. Fortify once more from LGD that we've seen them do multiple times in these defensive scenarios. So the creep wave comes in, no problem. Mid-rack's just gone. Control back towards Azure. It is a longer Roche, a minute away, so there's time to regroup here on LGD and consider that objective. But this is the point where you look at this Razor of Shiro, And you start to ask yourself, are you really going into that late game scenario with Razor? Are you going to be able to find that space to get something like your Ags BKB? Will you even find your level 25 here? Those are all key for the Razor to keep up with Luna. And those are all still far away, Mike. It's Azure Ray's time to shine now.
It certainly is. Azure Ray turning this game right on its head. LGD Gaming, we've seen this before from this squad. You know, they sometimes wait a little bit too long. Sometimes the pressure just gets to them and things start to fall apart. Sight device now up on you. There is going to be a 5-man smoke to boot. They'll head right towards that Roshan pit in the bottom right corner of the map. Roshan still 10 seconds away from respawning. LGD looking for an entrance into this fight. They're going to break the smoke on Bark. Bark does have the Ravage ready. Yu is going to jump in onto Tianming, but he will get vortexed immediately here by Ori.
Oh, he's
Meanwhile,
melting.
the Rolling Thunder, they almost find the Timber. It looks like they have taken down YU Smile, and now the Timber still in trouble. Ori, he's taken down Yu. Yu is
Shiro?
gone. Shiro.
He's just standing there.
He's in the middle of all of it. Shiro's gone. Oh, boy.
Oh, that's it.
A full team wipe,
That-
and they ignore Roshan. I mean, the game may as well be over. No buybacks available.
They know it's over. Even with buybacks, there's no tools available. There's no Rolling Thunder. There's no static. There's no stable way to static link without the BKB. And just that movement out. The scan does spot them in the pit, but Azure Ray take a forward position. They're going for the end game. They want this over with. They want to go into those grand finals already.
It looks very over here. Azure Ray trying to go right for the jugular. You are going to have to support you respawning rather soon from LGD Gaming, but there's no way they can defend on their own. Tier 4 towers are now gone. Ancient exposed. GG is
done.
called. PYW has had enough. He has seen enough. And Azure Ray, they will be your second grand finalist here for the China qualifier for ESL 1 Birmingham. They will go up against G2IG for that final spot at Birmingham. And John, I'll tell you what, this is going to be a great grand final. A best of 5 between these two teams. So many legends in this next series coming up, man. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Azure Ray again showing us that they have that patience to play around their own timings here. They had an atrocious lane for Bach. Like, they end up with Tidehunter versus Razor. Not a winning lane at all for the Tide. Bach dies multiple times, but again, he's buying space for Low. He's buying some space for Ori. They build up, they get their item spikes, they start to hunt, they use this vision game once more on Azure Ray. The way they read the game is just on a different level. Right? Like, if they don't spot you on the map, if they don't spot you under certain wards, they know they can move. They see this Razor sieging mid solo, they know they can kill Niu. And they just use these opportunities to their advantage. For the side of LGD, it's kind of endemic of what we've seen, falling short for them, just missing these timings. With that first Aegis, they spent a lot of time just kind of building up onto next items. They had opportunities to just gun for those tier 2s a lot earlier, play as a unit, push that advantage, shut the map out from Azure Ray. But Azure Ray finds the holes, sneak their way back in. I will say for Azure Ray as well, Mike, they're keeping the tradition of having us only have like less than an hour in our first series. So it's going to be a little bit of a long break here, a little long break for that next one.
Yeah, I think we are probably going to have, what, a 2.5 hour break or something like that here before the grand final does start. So we will head off to that break, but right after that break, we'll be back with G2IG up against Azure Ray in a grand final best of 5. We'll see you soon.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king. I'm just
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah, better get lost, okay with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Look, I don't really see y'all as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah, better get lost, okay with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop. No, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's the mauling shot. Froze, set the scene, no plot. Hoes, whoa, please don't play me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' faze me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless in the G, yeah, better get lost, okay with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left?
never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport. Boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Came from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen. They already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing. I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me. Boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold as sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going on. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
You can escape. Don't scream now. 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 You can escape. You can escape. You can escape. You can escape. You can escape.
My Uber ride drop me off Fairfax and Beverly. The sneakerheads walking up, they try to talk to me. They say, do I wanna fight? They say, do I wanna go? I say, I'm feeling too high. I say, come on and let's dance. Let's dance. What? Let's dance. We stop at Bodega Luz. I'll get my favorite cake, the sweetest one I can find. That mango saccharine rib. She asked, what else do I want? I say, you don't wanna know. She say, I really do. So I say, come on, let's dance. Yeah. Let's dance. Yeah. Let's dance. Fairfax and Beverly, Fairfax and Beverly. Come on and dance with me. I speak so cleverly. I step with anyone from 1 to 70. I got this bug in me, so come on, baby, baby, let's dance. Let's dance. I dance with you. I dance with you. I dance with you. Come on, dance. Let's dance. I said, come on and let's dance. Yeah. Let's dance. What? Let's dance. Let's dance.
Soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring forth from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring forth from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I thought on what's broken guts. All this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel
If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping and fancy, part of my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s, and 20s. Stay fat, lot of them. Rags, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit them with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got me so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind creator. building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in they lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
Forget to break. Forever
our days are getting shorter. It's now, no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. And maybe I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending is not in our cards at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide, and birds I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you, and the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies on facts. We will
I never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need a hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing to fear, yo. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my words, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer. Killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you join the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying danger in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, oh, oh,
So stick around. Yes, I'm yes, I'm yes, I'm So stick around. Yes, I'm yes, I'm So stick around. Yes, I'm yes, I'm yes,
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug,
Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu Ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again. All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on this Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, ist so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Küstenstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
get to you. I call the preacher, get to you. I walk through fire, I see myself, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you. Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Scream out.
I see you turn around.
Stay out.
You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still about. There's danger waiting, waiting. Scream out. I see you turn around. Stay out. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said
niggas in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially here for the grand final of the Chinese close qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Grand final is upon us, a best of 5 between the sides of Azure Ray and G2IG. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had a great series, a great showing coming out there from Azure last time. Just looked unstoppable up against LGD. We'll see if they can pull the same up against G2IG. These two teams have not faced each other all too often in the qualifiers so far. They've only met each other in Dream League qualifiers, nothing outside of that. So it's going to be an interesting one. The last time those two teams faced up against each other in those Dream League qualifiers, it did go 2-0 Azure's way. So we'll see if they can repeat that. Of course, G2IG has been looking amazing themselves, only dropping the one game yesterday up against LGD. Beyond that, it's been 2-0s across the board in their upper bracket run. There's going to be a lot of back and forth here, and it's going to be fun. I think we've seen some big plays from both sides. FY has been looking amazing on his supports. He's been setting up a lot for Azure. Whereas for G2IG, you know, JT has been going off like a madman, and I'm looking forward to see what show all of these players can give us.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Again, best of 5 series. One team gets to proceed through to Birmingham for ESL 1. The other has to remain home. A lot on the line here for G2IG and Azure. Because Azure has had a lot more practice, right? Like throughout these close qualifiers, they did get knocked down to the lower bracket. In their first series, in fact, getting knocked down by Team Bright. So they have had to make the lower bracket run the whole way to the grand final. So arguably, you could kind of make the argument they might have somewhat of an advantage based off having just more games played than G2IG has. Whether it matters or not, we'll have to see, as the grand final will be starting very, very soon. In fact, there is a draft already underway now, so we can have a look at that and see what these two teams are going to be prioritizing here for Game 1 of a best of 5.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect too much changing here in the initial draft. You know, stuff like Chen, maybe stuff like Doom being banned out in the first phase. So it shouldn't be too difficult. No big draft adjustments that I'm expecting here. Maybe consideration for stuff like, say, line could be a little bit more priority here, considering how well FY plays it. I think that could be maybe a little bit of risk. And again, stuff like the Madness is all a factor here. Doom and Phoenix banned out by Azure. Batrider taken out here by G2IG along with the Techies. So, ensuring that they won't have to deal with the FY Batrider, which he did make it look like a legitimate hero. Every other Batrider we've seen has fallen flat, but FY made that hero look really good.
Yeah, he certainly did. Respect banning out the bat's always probably a good idea here against Azure, as we do see the respect ban of the Meepo here against G2IG, because you don't want to hand that over to JT if you can avoid it. The mag has been left, so that is another hero I would argue you don't necessarily want to give over to G2IG, but that is going to be left to be picked up unless G2IG ban it themselves. Azure, I wonder what pick they'll prioritize here as their first pickup. I mean, we have seen most teams just take a support for themselves. The Hoodwink so far has been left. That has been quite popular. If we could potentially see that popping up. Of course, the Venge has been very popular. G2IG, they are going to take the Mag. Azure, you could also take the Rubik, which has been very good against the Mag as of late. And of course, you've got FY himself to play it if you did want to play that Rubik.
I like the Rubik answer every time into Magnus. We've seen some big RP steals, lift backs, saving to a really great extent. Also just sets up for a really nice lane. I wouldn't mind it for Azure. I think we've seen them also opt for stuff like Chantress. You always have an option for, say, the Lion. It's also mildly effective against Magnus, forces the BKB buyout maybe faster than you want. They'll go for the Ench instead, so just focusing on getting some hard lanes going on Azure's end, and that is one way to really poke well on Azure. And Chantress really hard to trade up against either the Nature's Attendants or the Impetus build, so you have them there.
Absolutely. Well, we will see some more bans to come. Lone Druid now being removed by G2IG. I've seen a lot of LD popping up through these close qualifiers. Don't want to have to hand that over to AR if you can avoid it. Surprisingly, though, I mean, even though you did get the Ench, which has been first phase banned pretty much every game we have seen for the past couple of days, you do still have heroes again, like the Rubik, the Venge, Hoodwink, all of them are still available. We'll see G2IG prioritizing this position 1 bans against Low, gets rid of the Void as well as the LD. Azure, one more ban for themselves. Now, of course, the focus has been mostly on JT, so we'll see if they continue that trend here with this final ban out.
10 seconds.
Although you already have the mag, so no need to ban it off laners, I suppose. We could probably guaranteed say that JT will just be taking the mag for himself. Unless they wanted to flex it between him and nothing to say, but, you know, it's kind of an answer as to why. Is Azure still thinking about this final ban out? Maybe a bit of focus to be placed on nothing to say.
Yeah. I think the big one I'm seeing here for G2IG to pick up with a Magnus opener is definitely something like the Ember. The Ember would be a pretty annoying hero to play into with the Empower. Enchantress can't really stop it, although you could get some good rotations mid later on to try to apply that pressure with the Ench creep. That is certainly one possibility. And we have seen Azure be pretty disciplined about helping Ori out on his mid if their side lanes can sustain solo. So we'll see if that's something they want here. They'll just ban out the Lion for G2IG to pick up, so not going to have access to that nice burst on hand. Still have that room for the Rubik pickup here for Azure, and everything else that mentioned, like, it does still work for Azure as well. Heck, there's stuff like the Zeus that can come in, although it's rather early days for a Zeus pickup at this point. The Venge is still there. It is rather open. Maybe even something like the Winter Wyvern can come in here for Azure, and you toss FY into the Ench. Not a bad solution to the Magnus. We've seen that one multiple times before as well, and it has felt pretty good. Winter Wyvern has felt like it has surged back into the game here.
Yeah, we'll see if Azure want to go down that route. They are using quite a lot of reserve time here for the second pickup. They'll pick up the Luna. This has been a very highly contested hero throughout both the SCA and China qualifiers, so Luna will be prioritized by Azure. Usually the carrier that we do see against the Luna is the Void, though that was already banned. Other heroes I would like to probably see here for G2IG when we're talking carries, probably the Morphling or the Ursa, is what I've been seeing working quite well against that Luna. And, I mean, the Morphling, you do have Monet on your side of things. I'd say he is arguably one of the better Morphling players, though for now they are going to go down the Clinks route right into the Venge to boot.
Ooh. This is an interesting concept from G2IG. We have seen some teams run that safe lane Clinks. We've seen it once before. It hasn't felt the best, but in this case, I think a Clinks plus Venge doesn't sound bad. There's a lot of minus armor to play with in the lane. You can try to run down. You do have almost the same pushing potential with the Clinks, except there's a little bit more incentive for the Clinks to play fast early. So you will want to get some activity out here on Monet. For Azure, just into that Rubik we were talking about. So you have some great spells to steal. Again, Magnus is not going to enjoy the matchup. As long as you've got the quick hands to left back, the skewer is not going to be lined up there for G2IG. And they'll go into the Primal Beast, which we have seen them pick up a couple of times now as well. That should be our Bach hero on the offlane. It is open enough that you could run it on, say, mid as well for Ori if need be, but there's no real need for it just yet, unless there's some odd flexing going here with the Magnus, which Magnus versus Primal Beast on mid is a pretty funny matchup. I think that can go either way. Magnus still has the skewer back threat, but if you're fast in the Primal Beast, if you have trample on with skewer back, it's good. In fact, G2IG will still go for the morph, so it's a Clink support probably coming out here for G2IG, which is the preferable position for Clinks, in my opinion. Like, I have a lot of memories of a lot of players just being a menace on the Clink support. It still does that, and with whatever changes he received, the damage is still good to apply in lane. I am curious about how they run these lanes, though. Like, if it is a Magnus off, Clink's Mag is alright. You don't have setup for the Magnus, but you can just right-click down, slow them down with the Tar Bomb and the Shockwave, and get some free harassment off.
Yeah, I think JT really hasn't lost many lanes when it comes to this Magnus. I don't think he really needs the help, quite frankly. I mean, as long as he secures CS, I think he'll be more than happy. I do like that. I was kind of mentioning it earlier. I think the Morphling's a very good pick here for G2IG. I think Monet is definitely one of the better players coming out of China when it comes to Morphling, and Morph against Luna has proven to be quite powerful from the games we have watched in this new patch. So definitely a nice pickup. I think you earlier mentioned the Ember pick for the mid lane of G2IG with the Mag and Power. It does feel like it could fit quite nicely here for Nothing to Say. Mind you, last time Nothing to Say did play the Ember, it was a pretty horrible time for him. They were just aiming him the whole game. So I don't know if that's going to play any kind of factor into this draft here for G2IG, but it does feel like it could be a decent Ember game as well if they wanted to pick it up.
Yeah, I think it fits, and Azure are still targeting mids. They'll take care of the Zeus, which probably is the worst hero to come up against. It feels like we haven't seen Zeus really lose a lane. It feels like that hero just finds its timing into Phylactery, and then all sorts of fun begins for the Zeus. Lightning Hands build has been preferred, and, you know, it brings me great joy to see Zeus come back. It just takes me back to, what, only NA player MTD was doing it, and it's like, yeah, why aren't people doing this? Now they are, almost a full year later, but it still does work. For G2IG, it looks like they might be expecting some flex from the Primal Beast, so they maybe are considering that it could be an Ori Primal Beast mid, banning out the Enigma, taking care of some big team fight. What will be the last ban out? I mean, you have first pick here. If you are going to go for Ember, you could just ban Storm or Pango. Storm probably a bigger issue for G2IG, considering the lack of stable lockdown outside of RP. Like, Blink RP is your fastest stun, so you might want to take care of something like the Storm Spirit in this ban, and then go into that Ember. And again, for the most part, Ember has not felt like it has bad matchups. Kunkka was banned out by Azure, so you do open up quite a fair bit of space for like any matchup mid here for Nothing to Say. There are a couple of options like, say, Quap that are still in the pool. Maybe something cheeky like the DP. We've seen some teams dip into that as well. And that would tie in for Azure to get some push if it's allowed through. Matchup against the Ember is also pretty alright. It tends to go even with the Ember just because of positioning, but should be a little bit better for the DP. Although, again, in recent times, or at least in the games we've watched, Mike, the Ember has pulled ahead. So take care of the OD instead. It's lining up for an Ember. No, it's the Tiny. Alright.
It is the Tiny that comes out. G2IG bringing out something a little bit different here. What are the odds it could be a support Tiny and something weird like a mid click?
Yeah.
Does
I was considering that. That sounds all right.
10
I think
seconds
the
remaining.
just the activity a Magnus Tiny has is a lot better than Magnus
5
Clink's,
seconds remaining.
and I think that just allows JT to dominate that lane further. Clink's matchup mids are it's okay. I think they took care of the big threat in the OD. That's pretty annoying, and Zeus was banned out by Azure. You could gun for the Ember Storm here on Azure. I think either one kind of works, maybe Storm less so. The Ember is alright. Tar Bomb's just a nuisance. Honestly, that's the biggest issue going into the Clinks. It is a lot of free damage, and he just clears out the creep wave really fast. So you have to kind of pick your poison here on Azure and kind of consider what G2RG is doing, because you could still run Clink support. Like, you could still run the mid Tiny for nothing to say. We've seen that pop up once or twice, and they will go with a Timbersaw pickup. So, probably our Ori Timbersaw mid. Nothing to say. We'll take that Tiny. So,
Interesting. It's cool, John. This is a very different style of draft here with this mid Tiny coming up, but I do like it. You know, it adds a bit of excitement to our lives.
And it does. Mid Tiny still works. I don't think it feels bad. Like, you do still go for just the magical damage, and then you end up after like Phase Boot Blinks or Phase Boot Echo Saber Blink, you tend to go for just damage. You could go for the Ags, you could go for Daedalus. So there is scaling for nothing to say, but the early game is very important on mid. It's a back and forth in the mid lane. That's where it's interesting, because Timbersaw, you know, he can always play with Whirling Death and can actually just go for the reactive armor. So right-click harass from nothing to say won't feel great, but the magical damage threat is still high. And the roaming activity of G2IG's supports are on par with Azure. So I'd expect that same gameplay we saw in the last series, where everyone just collapses onto mid for the 4-minute watt rune, for the 6-minute power rune, the 8-minute power rune. There's going to be a lot of movement onto the mid lane. And it's a little bit scarier for the Tiny to fall behind in that, I think. Like, a delayed blink timing can just throw off this window where you can just kill off this backline really easily. So I think it's easier for Azure to have a forgiving time. Like, they can draw even in the lanes and not feel too pressured. You've got early activity that lines up from Bach. And a very exciting draft. I mean, you know, we're talking about all of this, but still, it's a JT Magnus in-game. This guy has felt like... It felt like JT has not lost a game with his mag, so I don't know if you can bet against that.
We shall see how it all goes. Game number 1 of a best of 5. Plenty of games to go, of course, but you do want to get off on the right foot if you can. Already tips being handed between Buck and Nothing to Say. His ex-teammates, probably fond of each other, as they are going to have to... Well, one of them are going to have to say goodbye here in the close qualifiers. The other gets to go through to Birmingham, you know? It's all fun and games until you have to qualify to the event.
That it is. Should be a nice little bloodbath here. Almost, you know what? This grand finals kind of reminds me of the Southeast Asian finals, right? It was the same journey for Talon, getting knocked out in the first round of the upper bracket, then having this deep run, whereas it was a near perfect run for Geek Fam. In fact, I think it was actually more perfect than G2IG's, all 2-0s, until that grand final. So it's kind of a interesting note that, you know, the two regions have spent more time with each other because of how matchmaking is in China right now. A lot of them are queuing in C. We're seeing some of the strats in both regions meld, and even the storyline in these qualifiers are very similar. G2IG, a really nice upper bracket run. Azure, a little bit of a deeper run in the lower bracket, and we'll see if they can try to repeat what Talon did from their lower bracket run, I suppose.
We certainly shall. If it's a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes, let's even start once again. We'll start off with the mid lane, of course. You are going to have Nothing to Say on that mid Tiny against Ori on the mid Timbersaw. They arguably should be heavily favored towards Ori here in this mid lane, but we shall see. Of course, in the CS department, the Tiny is going to have no issues. The Whirling Death spam, though, is going to be a little bit problematic here for the Tiny.
That will be. It is pretty cheap as well for Ori to spam out, so it's not going to be too hard to just consistently apply that onto Nothing to Say. Has to use these tree grabs well for the denies and the last hits. Early on, cleave damage is going to be your big bet up against Ori. But it is pretty Timbersaw favored. Not going to be too rough early on. if you could line up for Avalanche tosses with some setup on, again, that 4-minute rotation, which we tend to see, that's where it can get a little bit scary for Ori, but even then, there's a lot of turn potential for this Timbersaw. And you have to remember, he's also universal type, so right-click harass from Tim is not bad with stat padding here on Ori. With the 5 Ironwood branch start, he's gonna have a lot of HP and right-click and mana to play with.
Top lane. Bit of a chase here between X-Nova and FY. Monet, of course, on that Morphling, having a decent time already. Bach gonna be on the Primal Beast. I mean, there's not too much he can do towards the Morph, but perhaps they could look towards X-Nova. So FY, very sneaky, does find the Courier and the Salve of X-Nova, but now he's going to be chased down once again. Blood Grenade is going to land here from X-Nova. FY, though, just going to go for the TP player. Already knows that the Magic Missile is not skilled up from X-Nova, so we'll get back towards the Tier 1 top tower. Of course, bottom lane, the one lane we haven't talked about yet, Baboka and JT against Low and Tianming. Seems like a pretty damn good time for both sides. A very even kind of bottom lane at the moment.
Yeah, this is a lane where JT can actually opt for just going for Empower and harassing out Low with the Cleave. Not quite going for that yet. It is a little bit more awkward for Tianming, and Chant Creep does just get Death Pacted down. So you always have this counter action from Baboka, but it is a little bit more back and forth. It should be a relatively farm-heavy game. They have the creeps in a pretty good spot here on the side of Azure Ray, just shoved in, so ensuring that there's no big skewer back potentials for JT. And that does cut off some of the aggression, although Tianming is copping it.
He'll be okay. JT thought about the skewer, but thinks better of it, as it wouldn't have been enough anyway to secure the kill. And Ori going for a bit of a cheeky pull, just for the water rune though. Not doing anything too crazy.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's like Lowe's going to lose his courier here, loses the Wraith Band, which is a little bit upsetting for the Luna. But Baboka able to snipe it here on the Clinks. Bit of a fight over the Healing Lotus, but it will go the way of Baboka. Tianming happy to just hand the harassment the Clinks' way though. A lot of damage being dealt his way. In fact, Baboka may end up dropping if he's not too cautious. JT is going to just kind of posture, though, aggressively, and does force Tianming back. Looks like both sides will be fine anyway. Looking back at mid for a second, though, I got to tell you, nothing to say. Having a pretty damn good time. 16 and 4 in the Tiny. I mean, Ori has kept up very well in the CS, but the thing is the Tiny has not been bullied out of the mid lane, which I think is a very important point to make.
It hasn't yet. It is copping quite a fair bit of harassment. It's all going to come down to this 4-minute water rune. No sides are able to rotate this time around, so it should be even on both ends, and that will give more play for the Tiny. I think that benefits, nothing to say more than it does Ori, having the even bounty rune trade. More important for the Timb to try to play Burst with some regen advantage. So nothing to say is going to be fine. So far, no first blood yet. But a lot of aggressive posturing. Like, both sides are trying to maximize these lanes quite nicely. And you don't really have a huge CS lead. I guess the one lane that is hurting is really just box lane. The Primal Beast isn't able to do too much to pressure out Monet. They're not able to really look for liftbacks, and FY is a little bit far forward.
Buck is going to move in with a nice onslaught onto X-Nova. FY maybe just baiting them forward. Able to secure first blood here for Buck. That was a cheeky little play. FY not going down. Sets up an easy team fight, and well, there you go. Bonus goal to go the way of the Primal Beast.
That is a very needed kill coming out here for Bach as well. Again, his lane has probably been the slowest we've seen across everyone. Everyone else is farming at a fairly decent rate. Even JT in his lane just not struggling. So, needed a little bit catch up. Does find it, and FY has been playing on edge quite nicely on his way out. Gets some stacks as well. Very efficient movement from our Rubik. And the side of Azure Ray with a first blood should be feeling good. And they're riding through the storm of the mid lane. Nothing to say is starting to inch into the 6. I'm pretty sure he won't go for the grow. Just more points in the nuking potential, which is going to be massive. But again, just not able to get the supports to rotate in to try to secure these runes. 6 minutes for the power rune should be the big one that they shouldn't allow it through for the side of IG and AR.
I mean, big group up mid lane. Pretty early here for AR, but seems like G2 IG are going to respond somewhat with Baboka moving in. FY is eventually going to leave, but does come back after placing a quick ward. There's nothing to say. Enchanted up here by Tianming. Toss away onto Ori, but FY will show up from the behind, and nothing to say is just gone. FY able to secure his first kill of the game as now Baboka in trouble. Xnova will show up on the bench, but I don't think he's going to do anywhere near enough to keep Baboka alive. Nazure able to pick up another kill, and in fact they'll even find a power rune. Now the damage amp rune going to be handed the way of Ori.
I'm just surprised with that delayed response from G2IG. Like, this is something we've seen them be pretty on point about, going in for the 4 and 6 minute runes. Falls a little bit flat, much faster movement out from AR, setting up right at 5.5 minutes in. And now you're going to have some siege pressure onto that tier 1. Not that much. Siege creep has done enough damage though for it to feel rather nice here for the side of Azure. With the side lanes opening up, it does feel pretty good as well for the side of Azure. Low is still not really going to be threatened by JT. And Monet doesn't care too much about that primal beast. So it does pay off in some ways, but you are just building up an Azure. The stacks are also just not scouted out. Again, the movement from IG supports, it's just been kind of constrained, which is an issue. Like, Azure will just be able to safely clear out some good stacks later on. You've got this really good timing for low to line up for. JT's not able to look for the skewer place. He does go Empower this time around, understanding it's going to be maybe a slower game for him. So we'll just focus on the build-up. And nothing to say is not able to leave mid. Right? Like, even without the blink, like the first power rune for Tiny is just so important to find. Maybe he can line up for the second. Like, he needs something to happen on these side lanes or on mid.
That he does. FY rotating again into the mid lane. A little bit early on again, but Xnova has also made that same rotation here on the bench. So much pressure being applied here on the Tiny to ensure that those power runes just do not go his way. Azure ensuring that nothing to say is not going to have himself a good game. Another power rune to go the way of Ori. So take the invis on the Tiny on the Timber Saw. Meanwhile, Bark, onslaught onto Xnova, doesn't quite reach, but has the pulverize, just needs to get within range for it though. Xnova will get caught eventually. Monet trying to move in to help out, but Xnova certainly going to die as Bark able to take a second kill already. Meanwhile, Tianming mid lane has been caught. G2IG, they'll have themselves a trade.
Yep. Not the best trade in the world. It is still important for JT as well to find these kills and just kind of keep building up into that blink timing. No stacks being built up by the side of G2IG, unfortunately, so no flash farm available here for the mag. And again, they haven't been able to scout out too well the enemy stacks, although they do have vision being dropped from our Venge before dying. So they are aware, but not in position to contest. Azure just playing a perfect early game so far, having everything they could possibly ask for. And for the side of G2IG, it's really down to connections with the Tiny. Like, this is the one here that can play on the side of IG right now, of G2IG. And nothing to say, is just stuck mid. I mean, he can't go anywhere else. They have to rotate onto that lane. They do spot Ori, but it's not the safest target. And 2 points into reactive is fairly durable. Yeah, they just have to let these stacks go.
On mid lane, nothing to say. Being chased down, FY though, unable to get within range for the telekinesis. We'll have to let the Tiny go. Things going very well so far for Azure. Both their Luna and Timber at the top of the net worth board. Even Low pushing in the bottom lane though. RP is going to come out from JT, trying to go onto the Luna. Low, maybe going a little bit too far. And as I was saying, he was having a great game. Just tries to push in the bottom tier 1 and ends up paying for it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna try to fight over this rune. Ori.
Oh, Ori does take it, but Baboka will be fine to walk away. They don't really have the detection here to find Baboka. So another rune going the way of Ori. No one going to nothing to say yet. This poor Tiny has not been able to get any of those power runes, and well, he can't make any rotations on the Tiny. He's just been completely shut down for the first 10.5 minutes of the game.
And that's really the big key here for Azure. Just all this emphasis on mid, just ensuring the responses are onto that lane, not anywhere else. Outside of that overextension from low, you're happy. You still have your stacks intact. The Ancients are going to be really juicy for Ori or for low to clear out. And they'll still eventually find a siege on the bot tier 1 anyway. They've got a good army with the Skellies up. Doesn't take too long. And the map is already shrinking. They're grouping up top here from G2IG, trying to get their own shove away, but Bak is in position to charge forward if there's an opportunity to do so here.
We'll have a think about it. T1 tower still going down. Bak looks like he's just going to have to watch it go down because nobody's rotated. Meanwhile, Azure, they are taking stacks. I mean, you give up the tier 1 tower, but you are taking a lot of farm away from D2IG. But Boca is watching all this happen, but he cannot do anything on his own. In fact, they will reveal they can see him anyway, so Boca at least does manage to retreat. But Azure seem pretty happy with the trade. Like, again, you give it the top tier 1, but you take all the stacks in the dire triangle. It's really not the worst situation. Hell, Manet might get scattered out here by FY. FY in that skeleton walk is going to see him without being detected. Manet is eventually going to see FY. Needs to find a way out though. Manet, he will go towards the east. Ori is going to chain up towards him. You've got an onslaught coming in. Manet, he will cancel the onslaught at least. But Bak is going to reach, but no, the magic missile. X-Nova will make it in time to ensure the Primal Beast never gets his hands on the Morphling. And with that, it seems as though Manet is just going to leave the area, but Azure going to commit for the top tier 1.
They've got the numbers for this push. Love this early activity coming out from low. Just helping his team clear out these early objectives, opening up a nice map for himself to just feel safe in farming. No forward TP points right now for the side of G2IG. The side of G2IG do spot the Ancients, but again, they can't clear it with their heroes, really. So it's still safe for Azure to just kind of play on that area. And Ori is just standing in the middle of everyone here.
Yeah, Ori. I'd say he's in a bit of danger, but it doesn't really feel that way yet. Although Ori, now with 4 heroes just rotating to ensure he does go down, he will drop his Bak. Getting skewered, in trouble. They'll go for FY instead, FY. Swap plays going on here. Oh, they found Bak anyway. Never mind FY. They've got the bigger target in the Primal Beast. Nothing to say not giving up on that Primal. Bak still running, has onslaught in 1, but not quite enough as FY. It gets a skewer, but it's not going to be it. He is down. And so G2IG, after a bit of an awkward landing stage. Oh! FY showing up. Oh, they don't want the Ancient Stacks taken. They'll commit the buyback just to ensure those Ancient Stacks will not be taken away. But G2IG not done. Though. They are still going. They've got the RP on JT. Tianming being targeted, but Ori will come in after the Magnus. JT trying for the RP, does get 2 of them, but it is only 2 that they have. JT, he will go down. Ori will follow though. So not a bad trade at all for G2IG as Bak moving in does find Baboka. BF 2-for-1 trade. So Zure coming out on top, and of course they will now take the time to just take these Ancient Stacks before G2IG return.
Yeah, they've got the damage coming in already with low. Maybe just needs someone to tank it for him. But is farming in a safe spot? Well worth the buyback for FY. It seems awkward, but again, these stacks are worth so much. They don't want to give that economy away to the side of G2IG. And for G2IG, unfortunately, the RP for JT just very forced. No one in position to really take full advantage of it. So it equalizes the game. Zure bleed out a little bit with Ori being out of position in that enemy jungle. But they do manage to find some trades and just get this farm going on low. Manta for the Luna not far off now from just clearing out these massive stacks. There is room for G2IG to just push. They are sieging down bot. RP still a ways off, so JT's just farming elsewhere. They might be able to catch someone here.
I mean, nothing to say, runs right into them. Bottom tier 1 tower does go down. The chase for the Tiny never really happened. I mean, Zure, again, they were off to a fantastic start, but less than 1k advantage now their way. It feels like G2IG are the team ahead as well. Like, I'd put my money on the Morphling over the Luna any day of the week. It feels like Manet maybe getting a little bit too much off the map now. In fact, they're going through the twin gates. JT is currently being hunted, but he's going to have help in just a moment. JT, he blinks into Bark, doesn't have Skewer, so had no chance anyway. A very nice pick-off from Azure Ray, and Bark was just waiting right where the blink was going to happen from JT.
Nope. Just not quite quick enough on that response for G2IG, but they are still going with their smoke. They've got decent damage coming in. That blink on Nothing to Say wants to get some action out. They know Pulverize is down for a little bit longer as well, so they have a nice window to burst here, but Nothing to Say was spotted.
Or he's going to move in, Nothing to Say. He'll get the Avalanche off, he'll be okay. X-Nova though, not so much. X-Nova will lose his life. Monet actually did TP in just in case he could have helped out, but was a bit too late to the party. So Azure, once again, 2k advantage. Low still top of the net worth board. Mid lane, however, Ori getting caught with his pants down here by JT. JT commits the RP immediately in the Timber. Well, he is melting rather fast. Ori is down.
That's a good compensation for G2IG. Getting that kill onto Monet. Accelerate into that Manta timing. Again, Ori feeling very confident with how durable he is, but he's just not durable enough. He needs that Sange with a little bit more of that stat res to have a window to try to get himself out of dodge next time around. And those are some nice kills coming out for G2IG onto that Timb back-to-back. Still, Azure not going to be feeling uncomfy anytime soon. And they've got the stable build-up for low, as you mentioned, still top in that worth. Bach is inching closer towards his full Eternal Shroud, so he's going to be a big issue in the front line, considering most of the damage is still, to an extent, magical, although you have a lot of physical output here as well, to be fair, in G2IG. I think the side of Azure, it's just a little bit more time, right? Like, you can still take these fights. The wider fights are a little bit more chaotic. And the side of G2IG, every time they have RP onto multiple heroes, it's always scary, although...
Monet, no strength ball for him. He is just annihilated. FY and Bark with a disable, lasting long enough to take down the Morphling. And they were very patient for that kill. They were waiting quite a while for somebody to show here from G2IG. And, well, they got the biggest prize they could have asked for.
Yeah, that was just quick. Really worth the wait there. Finding that big pick off on the Morph, slowing down his timings once more after he just finds that nice kill onto the Timb. And they're not done. Smoke again here from the side of Azure. Nothing to Say looks juicy.
Yeah, but they don't seem like they're going to catch him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing to Say does successfully retreat. Instead, they're looking towards the dire triangle where they might find JT. X-Nova, though, in prime position to break the smoke. They might just take him instead. They'll see the bench. X-Nova will tank the gank for his team, though I say that, he's still alive. Skewer back from JT, but JT!
No.
He's dying to the trample mid-skewer. Meanwhile, Nothing to Say gonna move in with the toss-up. Oh, but that's a big avalanche from FY. Landing on 3. Oh, it's a terrible fight now for G2IG. So, was that trample mid-skewer? Is that what happened?
It was still on. Like, Bach ran in, still had trample running, trying to kill off the Venge, gets stunned, and JT thinks it's clear for the skewer back. He just melts. Like, that is just unfortunate. I think the Veil might have gotten applied onto JT as well on his jump in. So, it's so much output on Bach. And again, he's very durable from the magic damage burst that you're trying to start off with on G2IG with that Eternal Shroud. Just, that is something you have to watch out for from the kidnaps here for JT. Just the trample timing can make that just deadly for yourself.
I didn't even know that was the thing. Mid lane. JT, skewer back is there. Meanwhile, FY, he committed an RP. FY fails successfully. He took the RP but thought he had something else. Meanwhile, Bach is in. Double onslaught out. X-Nova gets caught. Baboka also caught out. Will go down. X-Nova will slowly follow. And yeah, I believe FY, he must have thought he still had Avalanche or something. Because he committed RP and just completely whiffed it.
Maybe he was just replicating what he felt like JT's RP was. Alright, I'll just RP as well. I think he might have had the idea that he got skewered though. That felt like maybe a possibility. I don't know. You know FY, he knows something. He's just maybe Again, just like, alright, I got RP, I don't have a blink. This is not going to be useful, which is fair understanding. He's still a long ways off from the blink, and the Rubik running into the middle of this line of G2IG would just die. So, no point really hanging on. Instead, into Roshan they go on Azure Ray's side. They've got the shard up here on low, and an amplified damage rune running for a little bit longer. Not going to take too long to clear this objective. Into the Conda, low will go as well. So we're about to have all of that fun with this item here. Not too long for Rosh to fall. With no RP on G2IG, not going to be able to contest, not even to scan out the spot. Now you have to contend with 2 lives on the Luna. So far, so good for the side of Azure Ray, as they've kept that tempo up ever since. Like, the laning phase felt good for them. The initial ganks into this mid-game timing, just all lining up. My concern for the side of G2IG, right, especially with this tiny mid, is your burst window is closing. You can still burst down the supports with the Avalanche Toss. The cores, not so much, especially the Timbersaw and the Primal Beast. Like, Eternal Shrouds are up. You've got the Eternal Shroud for Ori being built up as well, not too far off. You're not magically bursting anyone. So you will have to take like a sustained physical fight, which these heroes are also tanky in terms of armor. Smoke out from Azure.
Mid lane, they see nothing to say. Rotovator's gonna lock him down. Nothing to say, gets swapped out by X-Nova. He will remain alive for now, but surely not for long. They will take down the Tiny once again, and it seems as though G2IG are slowly falling apart here in this game 1. Azure not slowing down, they'll head into that dire triangle. Monet does have to be a little bit wary because Azure are running right towards him. You get to that ancient camp by the Tormentor, and it seems like they will avoid him for now, so the Morphling will be okay. But you start to wonder if G2IG are going to have a bit of a struggle coming back into this game. Like, Monet is the one saving grace, this Morphling is still having a fantastic time, but Low is having a much better time.
Yeah, I think it's also just how far JT and Nothing to Say are starting to trail behind. Like, more on Nothing to Say, really. The Tiny is just such a high-tempo core. It does need some early timings. I am interested with his build. He is going Conda Tiny, so I suppose Tree Throw with a Conda is kind of hilarious, I guess. It can play into that burst. It's getting a little bit limited. Map is shrinking. Tier 2 falls down bot. Aegis still has a lot of time here for Low. His own Conda is done.
Wait,
and
does it double apply? Because you already apply your attack damage on the throw. So does it...
Yeah.
So it doubles it.
I would assume so. Yes. I believe Conda still fires a projectile like Phylactery does. I see a little wisp of a particle effect every time it does cast out, so it is a separate instance, if I'm right. I am not 100%. Do not quote me that.
That is a lot of damage. You know, if it doubles up, that's a crap ton of damage. Oh, we'll see. We'll see how it does work out in TS. Maybe I saw something special. What is it, John?
I'm more curious about like an Ags build up in Tiny with a Conda. If the initial tree on the tree volley applies AoE damage like that, that's kind of dumb. Probably not, but
no,
would be epic.
It would be fun. Oh, Nothing to Say. He's gonna see Low or Low. Oh. This will be a big target. G2IG finding a very big fish. That is gonna be the Aegis down. Can they get him a second time? AR, they're trying to move up. FY getting caught out already. Eclipse is there, but JT's got the RP out. And they have caught the Luna plus the Rubik. Oh boy, Azure. I mean, this is where you start to get a little bit worried. You know, the deaths like that on your Luna are not going to feel very good.
That they won't. Big take from the side of G2IG. And they're starting to build up really nicely. JT going for the right item next. The BKB first over the full Harpoon. Just because the lift backs have been very disruptive from FY. So just wants to be able to safely get an RP. Baboka's starting his hunt as well.
He's going to find himself Tianming. Nice easy pick off. Oh, Bark? Bark does kind of show up there for a second, but nobody makes the jump in. He did commit onslaught, so I thought maybe that Nothing to Say would think about it, but doesn't bother.
Yeah, I think you just have to surrender to his pickoffs. This is where G2IG starts bouncing back in. You know, it was a slower game for them for sure to start with, but with nothing to say scaling for this Conda damage, and with Baboka having the Orchid and going hunting, there's a lot you can get done. This is when that Clink starts to get really threatening. You have to drop the vision down here for Azure to spot this. And the map is pretty clear for Azure. No sentries on the ground, no major forward wards outside of this laning ward right where the tier 2, between the tier 2 and the tier 1 down bot. And that's it for information. So a lot darker in comparison to the previous games we've seen from Azure. G2IG much more in position to utilize this Clinks with a lot of good forward wards. We are going into the Ags here as well for Baboka. It's going to have even more of those skellies coming out here to just try to burst someone down. It does have to be softer targets though. I don't see you making a successful move onto Ori or Bach, regardless of the Orchid. So it might have to just be low or the support, so, but Baboka is just keeping track.
Oh, Ori, you'll get silenced. No way to purge it off. He's still just trying to walk out the old-fashioned way. A swap is there, but it is a little bit mistimed by X-Nova. And so X-Nova going to have to be left behind. Will end up going down. Azure won't find anything else. The rest of G2IG, they will immediately leave the vicinity. Always poor old X-Nova having to tank the gank for the team. Or just be the sacrificial lamb. But he has bought.
He doesn't mind. He's
got
avenged. He doesn't mind. There's the Conda for nothing to say. I want to see this. Nothing to say. Show us what's special. Show us that tree grab toss, please.
Oh, it's on court. He
tree
did just
throw.
toss a tree.
Show it again. On a hero. Later on. I can't wait to see. This sounds like the dumbest thing that Ice Frog's ever created. It's almost on parity with, you have Morphling Tiny. It's on parity with old Morphling Ags with Tiny. I miss those. Let's see it.
You'll get your chance to see it now, I think, John. Ori's going to show up. Baboka in trouble. Rod of Atos going to cancel his TP, and never mind. They are going to retreat. Azure looking for more. Low's going to show up here through the twin gates. In fact, they're going to find JT and nothing to say in just a moment. Low, he'll get started on the mag. Nothing to say, just TPing out with the blink immediately. Though the onslaught, oh boy. It's a very close call there for NTS. They'll still find JT though. And with that, through the bottom lane they go. Azure, I don't think they go high ground yet.
No. It's too risky. Buyback's still ready on JT. Respawns are still fairly short. But they can do good chip damage. Maybe force out that Fortify for his usage here. So, should still find a little bit of an opening. And yeah, force the Fortify out. Use their own as well to hold the creeps in place and see how much they can get before G2IG fully respond. JT so close to respawning, not wanting to buy back. So you're going to have to cop it. And the Luna will find some value.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, they still get the top tier 2 tower while they're there. I mean, there's a bit of a trade happening, certainly in the favor of Azure.
Tower is under attack.
Azure immediately looking to retreat. Roshan is 10 seconds away till it tells us when it is going to respawn. But Boka's trying to find a straggler in the meantime. Ori has kind of been left behind. He's underneath the vision of G2IG, but they need more than just the Clinks. Roshan's a quick respawn as well. If they found a pick-off, they could rush for the Roshan pit. And here we go. Buck's going to be caught out. The Primal Beast looking to go down. Buck has a chance for the skewer. No. Needed to get the onslaught off. Could not, though. The skewer was there in time. Roshan is now officially available, though it has not been scouted by either side. And it seems as though G2IG probably not going to guess that it is there.
Yeah, would have been a prime opportunity with everyone focused down bot here from G2IG. Azure could try to sneak up on top. They'll find a tier 2 for their trouble first. They've got really quick push pace coming out with Baboka already fully online with his damage. Azure, they can't afford to give that next rush out. That is the opening onto high ground here for the side of G2IG. It does switch to daytime, so it will be closer to their outpost. A little bit of a reach here for the side of Azure to kind of get that handled up. And G2IG again, not relenting from this bottom position either. Keeping mid shoved in as well. Let's see. Side of Azure is starting to clump around. They are still ready to go. There is still the RP threat from JT. And with a BKB, saving plays on that. Not going to be as straightforward here for the side of Azure.
Oh, we have a smoke-on-smoke situation again. BKB on Monet is certainly going to help through this team fight for G2IG. Seems like they will head towards the Roshan pit now. Scan is out, perfectly catching AR, so know exactly the position of Azure Ray. They'll wait on the high ground of the Twin Gates. Buck, though, going to move in. Does find Monet, but that's not quite the target he wanted to start on. Instead, they'll go after Nothing to Say. The Tiny, already losing half his HP, but they'll swap him out. Nothing to Say will be okay. Meanwhile, an RP has caught Low. They've got the Luna. They've got Buck to boot. Low, he's going to pop the Eclipse, try to survive through it. But Low is just getting way too low, and he's down. JT will survive. They'll commit the buyback on the Luna, though. In the meantime, Ori is dropping and Ori is gone. Buck still trying to fight in the Roshan pit here up against the Tiny, but Nothing to Say will survive. Low still trying to fight, but he needs to retreat. There's only 2 heroes left. His Ench is running. Tianming wants nothing of it. JT, he'll miss out on the skewer. But Low is still just being chased here by Monet. Be okay though. It seems as though G2IG, they'll retreat back towards the Roshan pit. But G2IG, they are now officially in the lead.
Oh yeah, they reel it back. It looked like a decent spot for Low, but they do shift their attention onto that Luna. Not quite enough lifesteal to sustain through just with the Moonblaves just yet. Mask of Madness not cutting it. Second Roche going the way of G2IG. They've got the Roche banner to help in that siege now as well. And for Azure Ray, this is the point where that scaling sort of stops, right? Like, your Primal Beast can only do so much. Your Timbersaw still does a lot of damage up front, but the saves are way too strong from the side of G2IG. The Solar Crest, the barriers coming in, the swap barrier coming in as well. It's just not enough for you to play Burst now for Ori and trying to find some targets up front. And it was a really isolated fight. Again, Low was split away from the rest of his team. He was ganged up on. They did manage to get on top of that Luna when it looked slightly dicey for JT. And they still have time here. Fresh Aegis, RP, and 15. G2IG, it's their time to hunt.
Oh, Buck gets caught. Nothing to Say immediately in. Has found the Primal Beast, but Buck is going to be able to at least retreat for now, though the tree throw is not going to be enough. 90 HP he will survive on. They will still kill FY, so they do get something for their trouble, but the Primal Beast barely able to escape.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Nothing to Say. Conda was not off cooldown at that point. If he had a Conda damage on top, would have been a nice kill to snipe away. Still, they find a pick off. They maintain this lead. They're shoving in the lanes now on the side of G2IG. Only the mid-outer tower left before they start knocking onto that high ground. And there's nothing really stopping the side of G2IG here. The high ground defense of Azure is alright. You do need BKBs. I think that's a big issue. Like, you need a BKB on Bach to just stand forward, channel this Pulverize out, lock one hero in, and just try to focus damage on top of that. And you need more lifesteal on Low. He is trying to go into the full Satanic, has the disassembly to save the Morbid Mask from the Mask of Madness. So he's a little bit closer than you'd expect here. Whether or not that's enough remains to be seen. Like, he was doing fine with everyone clumped up until the burst came in.
Smoke's kind of spooky, John. There's no buybacks available here for Azure or G2IG. Not one buyback on the map. In fact, there's one. X-Nova's got one now. But Azure, they have smoked out. They'll go through the top lane. They'll just push out the creep wave and maybe just reposition themselves. They were just trapped in their base for a moment there. Meanwhile, G2IG just continuing to keep the mid lane pushed in, but they are certainly not confident in trying for a high ground attempt yet, because the game is still relatively close between these two. Only a 4k net worth differential. Nothing going to come out of the smoke attempt here from Azure, by the way. Of course, they have just relocated towards the northern side of the map. Just get some farm going for themselves while they are waiting. See, they do not want to fight into G2IG while the Aegis remains on Monet.
I like these wards they set up on Azure. Like, that smoke does lead to some forward vision outside of their base, so they can afford to play in this top jungle. Maybe try to snipe someone that rotates into this lane to try to repair it, but they won't hang out for too long. Still, again, some information on the map. Azure has been dark for a long time here, so just having that is a little bit useful. Monet has the full Scotty up, so more ways to just make it awkward for Low, who wants to sustain through with the Moonglaves active and a Satanic coming in, not going to be as great with a Morphling on hand. And also very fun for the Morph to turn into the Luna in a push. Just free farm for Monet. Free laning pressure without too much commitment. G2IG now lining up for their own smoke. RP ready.
The catcher is the big target. Tianming, not a bad target to just secure.
Oh.
We'll jump in. Skewer is there, but a nice lift up is going to ensure they could not get the Skewer all the way. Is JT dropping RP though? Oh, the RP! He caught 3 of them! Oh, that's already 2 down. Ori is gone to boot. They will commit the Eclipse here on the Luna, but it does nothing. Everyone from G2IG gets out. No one goes down. They've still got 35 seconds on the Aegis. G2IG, they want to go back in by the looks of it. Manet's not done yet. He will move on to that tier 3 tower. 20 seconds of the Aegis time left. They will get the mid racks, but that should be about it. Manet, I mean, he could choose to just let himself die here, but it's not worth the risk. 5 seconds left on the Aegis. They will retreat. 11k advantage now with 1 racks up. Considering how the game was going for Azure, you'll be sitting very pretty right now if you're G2IG. Definitely no complaints from this dire team.
Oh, for sure. They played patiently. They managed to just catch up. A couple of overextensions from Azure cost them. They are still hunting somewhat here. See Baboka farming up, but not going to try to contend with that. They will take the Tormentor instead. Although FY has to be mildly cautious. Does manage to back off in the nick of time. They've got the boulder throw, the rock throw. Not the best shard, but some additional control, I suppose. And BKB still necessary for Bach. Like, this is the big issue right now for Azure. They're relying a lot on the Primal Beast to come in with a Pulverize. We saw it in the last fight. Once that Pulverize fades away or is cancelled prematurely, it's just all the openings you'd want for the side of G2IG. And they've got their own BKBs to protect. They've got the damage lined up. They've got the scaling kicking in for NTS and for Monet fully online. Azure have to be smart and clever about these next few fights. There's an amplified damage rune as well if they could run up to it, but don't quite have vision in the area there.
Yeah, bottom lane's being forced in here from G2IG. Azure, they're going to have to make a choice, though. They have spotted the rune now, so they are going to have the amp damage rune. Bark. Ooh. Close call. We'll be able to blink away. So amp damage rune will be handed over to Low. He does want a bottle, though. He can't really afford to waste this one. They need every advantage they can get. And there's your bottle out. He'll have a double damaged bottle up. Azure slowly move in. They'll see G2IG across the mid lane. Nothing to say. Bait them forward. Ori does jump in, but NTS does have the BKB available. We have to commit it, but it seems as though they are going to retreat once again. Damage amp room was popped, but obviously nothing going to come out of it.
A bit unfortunate for Low. Not able to translate that, but the BKB loss is a little bit bigger here for Nothing to Say, down to the 7-second BKB. Without that protection for a minute, could be a window of opportunity for the side of Azure. Fortunately, looks like all they can do is kind of shove. So just try to repair the lanes. Bot still being steadily shoved in. Someone has to repair that. It will be Chan Ming. And the next one to watch out for is that Roshan. 20 seconds until we see that timer here. Could go either way. Like, if Azure finds it, they stay in the game. They can take the next few team fights with relative confidence. Use that time to get that BKB on Bach and secure some more teamfight control for themselves. The level 25 talent is also really important to find, but again, that's a ways off here for Bach, unfortunately. That pulverized duration with a BKB is really a game changer for Azure to rectify this lack of control. Like that's what it really boils down to. You've got all the control in the world, and on the side of G2IG, you've got the swaps to kite them around, you've got the RP, you've got this Morphling who can dip in and out without worrying about too many stuns here. You've got this Clinks now with a full Ags, along with a refresh for JT, so double RP, double BKB ready. Scary fight for Azure on the wrong foot here.
Yeah, it's a pretty concerning kind of situation that Azure have found themselves. G2IG will reveal their position around the bottom lane. Azure looking to try and draw a line and wrap around the long way. Perhaps through the dire triangle to try and get towards where G2IG are currently standing. Because Roshan is going to be up in 50 seconds, which is the position that G2IG want, just around the twin gates. They'll hold that. Azure, they have smoked up and they are going to wrap around all the way through that Radiant jungle. Try to go from the north down towards the south where the Roshan pit is. Right around the Lotus pool. Oh, but Boca, perfect position. He'll break the smoke and he'll run. They do dust him up, but Boca might drop. Does not have buyback. It's a 4v5 scenario now. G2IG. You've lost your Clinks, do you still want to fight? Because Roshan is up in 10. They're going to go for a smoke out. Tianming does get caught. That'll be a support for a support. But FY will move in onto Monet. They will lock him down. Azure still very cautious not to go for the fight yet. So it's a 4v4 scenario now. Ori barely avoids the skewer back from JT. Now Bark moving in with an onslaught, does connect onto 2, but he's a bit of a sitting duck, nothing to say, just doing so much damage, and Bark is gone. He'll commit the buyback immediately though. Low moving in onto the Tiny, nothing to say. Will go for a run as Ori is just chasing him down. They'll even pop the Eclipse, but X-Nova will save the mid-Tiny. He will take the death for the team. And ultimately this buyback committed from Bark, it won't feel very good. You only got to venge out of this.
Damn. And they're still trying to posture for RP. They have this moment in the pit they can fight for. Although JT,
they've broken the link as JT has been caught out. JT pulverized. JT should be down, but gets the RP off. He'll refresh. He's got the second one off as well. Low is down, but he'll buy back. Surely he's got it available. Monet, there's your buyback from Low. Monet going to be able to waveform away. Ori in the meantime, no, they want Bark. They want the dieback on the Primal Beast. Bark though being lifted away. FY does save the day. Nothing to say. The one to go down. FY barely saving the Primal Beast from that dieback. And it seems as though Roshan is going to be open the way of Azure. Oh, Low. He just lost his courier with the MKB on it.
That's a big loss. Just not going to be able to deal that damage they need onto Monet. At the very least, Aegis will be going their way. Refresh shard on hand. So maybe double pulverize coming out here. The buyback for Bach, it's a big one to commit. He still has no BKB. I mean, he's running up, trying to give information for the team, trying to be durable. Look at Baboka, just split pushing.
That he is, but it will cost him his own life. This is kind of the concern. You are at the stage where the support Clinks can just start sieging towers when you're not watching, so you've got to be a little bit wary of that. But they will punish him. Baboka going to be down for another minute without buyback available. But Azure, they're back in the game. They are still 12k behind when it comes to the net worth. But now with an Aegis up, on Low, you've got to be very happy.
And you are. And you finally have that BKB for Bach. So that next charge in, gonna feel a lot better for the Primal Beast. Should look for maybe a synthesized Ags next, an Ags Blessing, if possible.
Why is there a refresher shot sitting in the Radiant Fountain? Just sitting there.
I think they left it. I do not know why they've left it. It was in Ori's backpack. Maybe no one wants it. I do not know. Like, double BKB is pretty good.
Surely someone just keeps it in the backpack.
I thought Ori would, honestly.
Yeah.
He sent it back, so...
Okay. Or maybe even
doesn't want it.
Maybe Low could have it after the Aegis, I guess. You know, double Eclipse doesn't seem so bad. Double Satanic always seems kind of nice.
Maybe it's cursed, you know. Maybe they've lost games with having a backpack refresh before.
That's fair. That's
they
fair.
leave in the base.
PTSD, I understand. Azure. They'll take the top tier 2 tower. That's going to be about it. They won't push for the high ground yet. They'll bide their time. Maybe try to find a pick off before they can think about high ground again. More BKBs to be worked on. Like, Low's got a BKB he can work on as well, so he's going to start farming his own one up. It's the beautiful thing about delaying your BKB timing is the fact that you are going to have them very late on in the game. That 9-second charge can make all the difference.
That's going to be the big reveal for the side of Azure. Again, they still have that 9 BKB charge for Buck, so he has something to play with. When Low has his, it's going to feel a lot better. I think the interesting thing about this game going late is like this potential for Ags build up on Low. Like Eclipse on top of a Charging Primal Beast is pretty scary. Again, this is more of a luxury item. Probably like a 7th slot, 8th slot at this rate. Sort of pick up here. Low switches out the build for the Swift Blink instead, so wants the offense potential. See if he sticks true with that one. And has the MKB ready to fly out to him as well on the courier respawn. I think what might have happened with a refresh shard, by the way, is that Ori was across the map, or yeah, maybe just far apart from Low at that moment, sent it home for a courier to pick it up and didn't realize Low's courier was dead. Could be one explanation.
Could be. I mean, Low's courier is now alive. The MKB is... No! Oh, Low does turn the courier around. But that could be just for the blink deck. I think it is. Yes, it is. He's got the Swift Blink and the MKB.
Okay.
So nobody wants
no
to refresh shot. We've established that nobody wants. That's fine.
I mean, we've seen teams just leave Refresh and Cheese and Roshan before.
Cheese, I understand.
So,
refresh shot, I do not.
Cheese is so good, though. Refresh, yeah, I mean, leaving any of them on the deck is just kind of silly, but we've seen teams do it. At least Azure pick it up and then leave it in their fountain. So, hats off to them. Okay. They remembered.
It's okay. They're the ones playing, not us, John. There's a reason for that. They know better than we do, that's for sure. Azure, they're going to smoke up as 5. Wrap around through the mid lane. Up towards the top lane they'll go. They're having a look around for somebody in this dire jungle, but nobody is hanging around that area. All of G2 IG currently just camping their own base. Could think about popping a smoke of their own if they so wish, but for now they are only interested in a high ground defense. In fact, none of the supports have got a smoke. No, they do. X-Nova just brought one out. So they could make that choice. Of course, the Aegis is still up for another 45 seconds, so they're going to wait for the expiry. The Aegis, nothing's going to come of it here for Low, I don't think. He's just going to let it expire, drag the Satanic in, and just wait for another day for that big team fight that we're looking for. So the Aegis essentially does kind of just get wasted. Just a bit of a farming Aegis.
A bit farming. I think it is important for Azure to get this Vision game out, so they did manage to set up some wards to play around now. They've got info if the side of G2 IG does decide to come in. They've got coverage. Information is king, as we've seen on a lot of these games between the Chinese teams. That has dictated quite a fair bit about how well your ganks go and what openings you can find. A big pickup for FY, full side of Vice now up and running. So you've got that additional control that has been lacking here for the side of Azure. G2 IG, they know the Aegis has expired. The timers have gone off. So they can try for something sneaking around, but it's just the Ninja Gear smokes. They're not going to fully commit. And, Azure going through the gate.
That's a 5-man twin gate usage.
Dire are scanning.
They're so desperately trying to find G2 IG. Like, they've got the Swift Blink plus the Satanic that they haven't been able to use yet on Low. So I think they want to try and test out a fight with those 2 items up now on the Luna. Hell, I even forgot about the MKB that he didn't have either. So all these items now available for the Luna, he just wants to test them out. The G2 IG not interested in playing the punching bag here for the Luna. They will continue just avoiding them all together. Of course, both teams are going to be waiting for this Roshan attempt, which we are going to find out in about 2 minutes when Roshan is going to respawn. Is now G2 IG. 5-man usage of the twin gates as well. I think if we're going to have this many twin gate usages, that they should just raise the tolls. Just raise it.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Yeah, every consecutive use. It's just more. Regardless of team, by the way. So it's interesting. And that would be a fun thing to do. Shield rune spotted, denied by Low. So no additional EHP coming out here for the side of G2 IG. I always kind of find it funny that Replicate does actually trigger your Conda as well. It's a funny little thing.
Why not? Why the hell not? Still both teams continuing to wait for Roshan. Mid lane. Oh, Bark going to show himself on the creep wave, but does blink away. G2IG would have loved that pick off onto Bark had they had the opportunity. Bark will not give it over to them. Both teams hanging on opposite sides of that mid lane for now. Dota Plus is sitting at 71% in favor of G2IG, by the way. So still heavily favored here is the Dire. Mind you, they are 1 racks up, which may have something to do with it.
That it would. I'm rather interested in seeing how much the Rattle Cage from Bach does in the middle. He is copying a lot of damage. The armor does feel great. I am curious if the Reverberate has an internal cooldown. Because I feel like he will eat 180 damage very fast. Like, multiple instances of 180 damage. That feels like it would be fun, although.
Bottom lane, RP's committed. Who have they got? It's going to be 3 targets. JT!
Oh!
Setting up a perfect team fight. Bark, X Nova, and Tianming, they are all gone. Ori will jump in to join the team. Oh boy. You got X Nova, but that was about it. 3 down for the price of 1. Another great fight for G2IG.
It is opening for the high ground. Buybacks are ready. They're going to have to expend them. They can't do this alone. Oh, FY?
Nice skewer low. He's got the Eclipse.
Oh, God.
They've got the Morphling. No, X Nova will save Monet. We'll be able to get out just barely as Ori's still trying to chase Monet down. Monet gets tossed up, is still alive. Everyone just in the air and they've got him. The Morphling is gone. Nothing to say. Trying to escape. But it's not looking good for him. He's down to boot. FY on the Rubik. Making the high ground defense work.
That looked like such a bad scenario, but just a couple of buybacks and the skewer back, the isolation, the chain control onto the Morphling comes out on top. FY. He does everything. The side of Vice paying dividends back here for the side of Azure Ray. And now they have access into Roche. 20 seconds away, a little bit more patience needed for Azure Ray, but this is their opening. They take that Roshan again. They've got to knock onto the high ground. They won't sit back and wait. Just try to repair their lanes while they're at it. Maybe force the buybacks first. And then try to take a re-engage here on the side of Azure Ray. But you can never count them out. You can never count FY out.
No.
And he does make magic happen right there. The tools for G2IG are starting to come online. A minute more for refresh over the RP. So just a single RP and single BKB here. And low, he'll just rip the racks apart first.
Yeah, 1 racks up now for Azure. They will not stick around for any more though. They just take the bottom racks. It was open. There are buybacks available on G2IG anyway, so you did have the opportunity to force them, but they'd rather just go for the easier play in the Roshan. There is another refresher shard available on Roshan. In fact, the other one got taken, by the way. No longer in Fountain. Yeah. That's good news.
Yeah. Very good news. We'll see if they send this one back to the Fountain as well. The Roar does give Roshan away, but it's a very far point for G2IG to run into. So it's going to be a freebie this time for Azure Ray. Aegis up on Ori as he plays the front line. Refresh for low. And I like this. He is going for the Ags. This is when things get really scary. Your BKBs are dwindling down to a few seconds each. Down to 6 seconds. You've got a really good set of targets to just drop that Eclipse on a friendly target. And it will be really hard to fight in. Like, as long as Low doesn't get caught out in the RP or get chain stunned first, the damage coming in now from Azure Ray is plentiful. They've even got the Eclipse Lucent Beam mini stun talent. So anyone caught in that Eclipse Ags is just pretty much gone. Like, it's going to be very hard to counterplay there. Refresh up for Monet, so double BKB usage ready. So at the very least, extending that to 12 seconds of spell immunity here for the Morph. Gonna be nice, and double usage of Satanic can also be pretty good here. But Azure Ray, they're keeping themselves up. They equalize with the racks. Win probability has gone down to 64% G2IG's way. And again, high ground pierce is difficult for Azure Ray into G2IG. The threat of RP is something they have to respect. But yeah, double Ags upgrade Eclipse with a refresh shard. Low could have some fun.
5-man smoke up. Ori. Still frontlining for the team. TG2IG, again, very cautiously just hanging by the Dire base, not giving away their position, not giving away the opening that Azure Ray are looking for.
Dire's courier has been
Go through the bottom lane, perhaps. They will lose a courier here on Baboka. They are so desperate to get this fight going, just not finding anyone yet. They all show up at the top lane now. Nothing to say is going to show on a creep wave. Baboka around to tank the gank and break the smoke on FY, but doesn't get quite close enough. Now a full nullifier available on Baboka.
A few more ways to just isolate these heroes if he does go to assassinate them on that flanks. Basically a secondary core now for Baboka. He has Equalized Wood, nothing to say his farm, so he is scaling up. Still has that casual Chrysalis that could be upgraded as well, and is getting some good split push out. Just cutting off the creep wave top to ensure that there's no easy access for Azure Ray onto any sort of split. It's just going to clear the banner out as well. So it takes away that, yeah, just chips away at the banner, threatens a little bit onto the tier 3. No response, of course, with backdoor still kicking in. Very tense moments. Just only a minute 40 left. Azure Ray, they need to find something. G2IG very disciplined to just sit high ground, not give those openings out.
But now they might not have a choice. Moné's going to move in. Jump is there. Who have they got? It's going to be the Inch. In fact, they've got a couple. Ori gets caught out to boot. The RP is there. Buck is going to try and save. Moné dropping low. The Eclipse is doing so much damage. Moné now going to get pulverized again, but the RP, it's out again. This time around, they've got the Luna. They'll drag him right into the base. Low, though, going to go for the man fight. Moné looking like he might be in a bit of danger. Is still going for the fight against the Luna to boot. As only apparently 2 have died. It's both position 5s, but Low is still being chased down. Moné, in fact, he'll turn back onto Ori, who does go pretty far forward. They'll toss him up. They'd love a Timber kill if they could secure. Nothing to say, he'll refresh, but he could not get the avalanche. Ori will survive. X-Nova did commit a buyback, but it'll amount to nothing. And Azure Ray, I mean, it's a 4v5. They will retreat. There's no need to force high ground again when you're at a disadvantage. And T5 items, they might be coming. Only a minute 20 away.
That they are lining up. The damage output right now here from our Morph. Moné is doing a ton of work in the middle of these fights, but no one's dying. The Eclipse as well, and the damage from Ori up front is a threat. But again, it's just not enough. Aegis was expended as well, so that means Azure Ray are going to have to gun for next Roche before getting anything done. At the very least, you're at the 3-minute timer now. There is room for G2IG to start playing their own game. They've got the Arcane Blink up on JT. A little bit of healing, more Blink active time, which is always nice on the Magnus. But double RP is down for a minute and a half, so not going to have that massive tool here ready on G2IG. And for the side of Azure Ray, well, it's also about patience. Like, again, they've got good forward map control now with some vision. So the Aegis providing some ward vision is good, but just gets taken away with the gem coming back here to X-Nova. Not going to be able to maximize on that information. It's all about who has the jump on who, right? It's all about who gets to play around whose wards. Can you sneak around? Can you leverage this Clinks to break the smokes here on G2IG? Have Baboka just scout forward constantly. He does have his own Conda up as well, so he does upgrade.
Tier 5 items, Jonathan. Here we go. Apex on the Morph. Makes sense. Pirate Hat here for the Ench. Oh, the Conda's going to really hurt. Pirate Hat for Tian Ming, so now the Ench is going to be just machine gunning people down with impetus shots. Love to see that. What else we got? Who else? Oh, there it is. The giant shrink for nothing to...
Ooh,
Oh, that's a
boy.
big boy. That is a big boy.
Oh, man. Okay, that con is also gonna hurt.
Uh-oh. Another giant shrink. Well, Buck,
Oh.
he's got one too. Wait. Oh, Buck doesn't get any bigger, does he? Because the Primal
No.
Beast... Oh,
The scale isn't as high as other heroes, so he just
No.
looks kind of sad.
that
And look
is-
at this Tiny. Why is Tiny allowed to grow this big, but not the Primal Beast?
Oh, he just keeps growing, you know? Puberty never comes here for the tiny. Just always growing, this guy. My goodness.
You've got the nice Force Boots up for low, so it frees up an item slot. What do we want to go for? Like, it is fully topped up. Maybe you could toss the Hurricane Pike, swap it with your MKB. That's basically it. We're at that point where everyone's fully slotted up. Or he has Book of the Dead. Then why haven't you talked about that?
I'm
Tell me
waiting
about
for
the
you
Book
to
of the Dead.
I'm waiting for you to shut your damn mouth, Jonathan, so I can talk to you about how great the Book of the Dead is. This is the best item here for Ori, and I think Ori's got the idea. He just wants to win the game, Jonathan. Finally, somebody with a brain.
You know what I enjoy more? FY with Seer Stone. You know, you can
that is a nice
yap on about that Book of the Dead all you want, but the reach of FY now, even the hexes, the pullback saves, it's gonna feel even better for that Rubik. Smoked around, really good tracking of that Roche timer. Gonna see how long it is now as well. It is a longer one at 2 minutes 20.
Goodness.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, yeah, this next team fight, it's going to be absolutely explosive, I feel, between these two teams. Roshan 2 minutes away. Another giant string coming out for JT.
How lucky
And he
can
does.
you get in the team?
He's up, he's out, but no, that's an illusion.
Oh, no!
That is an
That's one.
illusion. Ori has been caught though on the timber. He's already dropped half HP, but is going to retreat. They'll even use an Eclipse. Meanwhile, Buck has popped his own PKB, trying to go after Nothing to Say. Does get the Pulverize. They'll catch FY though. FY being skewered back
The
here by
Eclipse.
the mag, but the Eclipse flying out is just doing so much damage. FY finally goes down. Meanwhile, Monet, he'll heal up with the Morphling. He'll go after Ori. They'll aim down Baboka in the meantime here for AR. So Baboka is gone, and so will be X-Nova. Two supports dropping. Azure Ray in a 5v3 situation. G2IG
not
with
where
no
you want to be.
supports.
This is scary. You actually do need the Venge and that Clinks. They are a key part of how G2IG are pumping out damage and getting some saves. Just that missed jump, missed read from G2IG, getting very trigger happy with how tense the game is. This does happen, but it's costly. They couldn't get the double RP off, already using one. They get caught in the Eclipse. At the very least, the hold this time was not enough to keep Monet down. So you don't have to worry about your Morphling here. And Roche is slower. They catch FY. Big dieback.
They do. Why?
Is it?
Not dying yet. He's
No way
gonna be
he
alive.
lives.
Nothing to say. He's the one in danger. Nothing to say. He's been caught out. He's gone. Oh boy.
God.
I mean, he's got buyback available on the Tiny at the very least. Meanwhile, Lowe's
Low?
chasing down for more, trying for JT. JT going to be able to get the skewer away, but Lowe's onto the tier 3 towers.
Oh, low. Oh. Jeez. They forced a buyback. That's huge. Roshan is spawning. You could just go Roche here on Azure Ray. There's enough time. An Amplify damage rune as well to make matters worse for the side of G2IG. 5 seconds until it's up. It will walk up north soon, but like half a minute window is fast enough here for the side of Azure Ray, and Bach will check at the right time.
Jeez Louise. What is this game? What is this game?
I
What
know.
Does it turn into?
You know what it feels like? It feels like we're already 4 games in. This feels like game 5 of a best of 5.
It really does. Smoke out again. Around that Roshan pit on the bottom right corner of the map. Roshan is available. Another refresher shot on Roshan. Why the hell not?
Dire are scanning.
Azure Ray looking to move in. G2IG running to the other side. Low, he's going to find JT here. JT skewers one away, but Low's going to come with him. They'll try to chase. The mag is completely alone. If they can find JT, it'd be massive, but no, he blinks. He will make it out. As everybody is relocating to the new Roshan pit, top left corner. Azure Ray, they are going to get started, but in the mid lane, Baboka, he's going to split push. He's going to push in the tier 4 towers. He is not having it.
God.
Roshan's still happening. G2IG, they'll hear the roar, they'll go back in for the tier 4 towers again. Meanwhile, Ori, he's on to nothing to say, but the Tiny does
Towers
walk
are
his
gone.
way out. Ori's going to be careful. They've lost the tier 4 towers. Toss back on FY. FY could be dying back on the Rubik, but he's got an A on disc. He'll survive a little bit longer. He'll skewer away and still survive somehow. G2IG, they'll get one tier 4 tower. The other one is left standing on 550 HP.
They left Cheese and Bottle in Roche Pit, though.
They sure did.
A courier on a quest. Low will rectify that. Thank you, Low. And unfortunately, the quick response out from Azure does ensure that at least one tier 4 stands. It looked like one more tar bomb would have done the trick here for Baboka. Doesn't manage to find it. So you are fairly happy. The courier unfortunately can't see in Roche, so they can't pick it up. Maybe a freebie for Baboka. Would love a cheese right now. 7k lead comes out for Azure. Win probability is still 60% the way of G2IG. And I can't blame Dota 2's AI overlords for that, of course. The split push, Baboka is just going to look for that opportunity. He knows the objective here. High ground is still a high threat for Azure to try to pierce into. Low is actually just going to walk back for the cheese and bottle. Good on you, Low. You can't take the bottle.
Yeah, leave the bottle alone. No need for it. Well, here we go again. 67 minutes into the game. You know, I'll tell you what, John, this is why Baboka should have got Book of the Dead. You know, if he's going to rat anyway, why bother with this mirror shoot?
That's a fair point. Maybe he didn't have Book of the Dead, Mike. You know, have you considered that?
I bet he did.
I wish we could see. I honestly wish we could see what options every player had. That's still something I want after all this time.
We haven't got the technology, John. We haven't got it there yet. Not there yet.
Soon.
We're working on it.
Soon enough, Mike. I'm gonna stalemate is. It's just gonna hold unless someone goes outside. Or Azure get too hasty. Like, legitimately, there's no way to pierce the high ground with double RP unless you get a pick off first for Azure. And G2IG will not give you pick-offs. Instead, just split push with Baboka. So, you're at an impasse, Mike. We are stuck in Dota hell now. Or Dota heaven.
I'd call it heaven, John. This is a fantastic game between these two teams. And we're at the stage now where Divine Rapier is, of course, going to be picked up. So we'll see Monet already queuing one up for himself now. So it'll be a bit of fun. Divine Rapier kinda. I mean, I realize we're 68 minutes into the game, but, you know, it's still a lot of fun.
Yeah, you can probably burst down Tian Ming. He doesn't have anything defensive. FY, you could instantly pop the Aeon disc, which is funny, I guess. So you have some neat options.
60k net worth here on the Luna, but it doesn't even matter. You know, this is the stage of the game where like no player knows what to do anymore. It's like we can hit creeps forever. It means nothing, but we'll hit creeps literally forever if it means it. If that's what we need to do, that's what we'll do.
This is what I like to think now, whenever we're at the scenario. It's a test to see how many players play Turbo. And it's like, alright, this is every single Turbo game. You reach this point by 30 minutes. And Turbo games go for like 35 to 40 anyway. So you'll always hit like an earlier timer in this ultra late. It's a test to see how patient you can get, to see how well you can identify openings.
Low.
G2IG are dipping outside.
Low's alright, he's not showing under vision yet. Low's casually got 13.5k gold just in the bank account right now. Interest rates are high,
has
John.
nothing to buy. Oh yeah, I mean, they should definitely implement that Dota 2 economy sim.
Oh,
you know.
Monet.
Oh.
He's going to get spotted here by the Necro units. But they will not make the jump in. This is under the vision of the Dire, so you don't necessarily want to fight around that area.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke out. Once again, AR, they are going to see Monet. That'd be a great target. FY looking for a skewer. Will not get one. Meanwhile, JT, he's got a two-man RP. He has found himself an edge by the looks of it, and FY also dropping. Somehow still alive. FY makes it out again. Meanwhile, X-Nova in the middle of all this, trying to survive as JT pops another RP, fighting two targets. They've got the Aegis of Low. Low is down the first time. Ori dropping quickly on the timber. We'll go down to boot if they swap Low back in. Low gonna try to run, but he's gone. But he does have buyback. Buyback will be committed. FY the only one down without buyback right now on the Ruby. He's down for 100 seconds.
He's still bought out earlier. Bought back earlier. It's still within the buyback cooldown. Only about 20 seconds away, so does have that option. Divine is now bought out by low, which is what you want to see. You know, you commit the buyback, you might as well go all in. It's all or nothing now for the side of Azure Ray, G2IG. That little venture out does pay off. And they have to deal with this Luna, though, who is doing a lot of damage now. Like, a Lucent Beam with Conda spam feels nice. Eclipse with a Spell Amp also feels pretty good. So we'll see how much longer they can drag this one out. Azure Ray. Roshan, 2.5 minutes until we see that respawn timer coming in here. This time it should be G2IG favored in finding that position into the pit. On the side of Azure Ray, I mean, honestly, your next option is to just scale up in Chanming. He is trying to go for the Hex still. He has not had that much time to get that farm up, unfortunately. So it is going to be stalled out. Level 30 timings are up for low. So he does have the additional damage on Lunar Blessing, which I suppose is nice. But doesn't feel like the be-all and all in comparison to Monet's level 30 timings. His level 25 talents are all very, very useful here.
Nothing to say.
They'll try.
They will. Bach will have the smoke broken. Is going to get skewered back. JT, he's got himself a primary target. Bach still in trouble. He is gone. He'll commit the buyback. Meanwhile, Ori going deep will try after Monet. Monet will be able to wave from away, though. There's nothing to say. Trying for a TP. Gets swapped out by FY. FY able to set up on the Tiny. Gets a dieback. Here is X-Nova. X-Nova will be following as well. 2 down for G2IG. A perfect swap out from FY. But NTS, well, he didn't have buyback. Now he does.
Yeah, they are in a fine position for G2IG. You are, again, dragging the game out here on the side of Azure Ray. Another Divine coming out for Baboka. He can just threaten end. This is scary for the side of Azure Ray. Yes, they can win the team fight. They might be able to try sieging high ground. But this Clinks can just literally solo end the game. You have to keep track of Baboka. You have to have those TPs ready on Azure Ray. It's down to these minute decisions, these snap decisions on what to do on the map. It did ping out the position earlier, but not going to be able to catch out JT there. So it does manage to bail out. Roshan, again, still half a minute until we see when the respawn is. Tips out onto low. Double Rapier.
Yeah, double Divines on low. I love the counter Divine on Baboka. Just, you know, just abuse the Tarbomb. It's pretty stupid.
Yeah, that it is. You know, something that's weird. I think that's why I see the projectile of Conda. When Monet turns into Luna, even on an illusion, like he uses Morph on an illusion, a Manta illusion, the damage still goes to low. I do not know why. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Instead of damaging the illusion. So, there's some interesting cross-map chip damage, I guess.
It is what it is, John. It is what it is. We went, but we just sometimes you have to accept it. It's true.
1,000 damage per right click for low.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you see the Conda hits him again. It's like it's so annoying. It's why. Like, what kind of interaction is that?
It's an interaction. It's something. FY now with an Ethereal Blade up. FY, he's been very good on this Rubik. I mean, just throughout these team fights, just the longevity of his life. And you see every time NTS trying to chase this guy down, just trying to get rid of the Rubik ASAP. Seeing the same thing from JT. Even Baboka hunting him down consistently through the fights. Azure Ray heading up towards the top left side of the map now. JT is smoked. Ori is going to be spotted. JT pops his BKB early, but does go for the RP skewer back play, but a nice swap from FY. Again, FY will buy his core space to be able to get away, but that's him down with that buyback, and now, JT commits an RP, is going to miss out, and now the Eclipse is coming out. JT, he's going to make it.
Oh, that's so scary. They only commit the one Eclipse. It doesn't quite clip, but you can see how much it does on an isolated target. No double RP. No RP at all for the side of G2IG. Inching closer towards Roshan. At the least, a minute spawn, so you've got time to regroup again on G2IG. That will give you at least 1 RP ready as well for the next team fight. No buyback for FY. But they are in position. Smoke out, Azure Ray. 1 Eclipse left. With a Spell Amp and the Divines, it's a ton of damage here.
I mean, it is. Nothing to say, gonna break the smoke. They will spot him. Ori, though, misses the chain, still gets the double chakram off, and now the Eclipse is on to MTS.
God.
Nothing to say. Has gone, but he will buy back. Right into the fight they come. Ori is still diving really deep and needs to get out because Monet is right on the chase here on the timber. He'll eat the cheese and continue to try to run, but they surely have enough damage here for Ori to go down eventually, and they will. Ori will get tossed up. Is still alive, though. Is going to make it out. Buck, in the meantime, he'll get a pulverize on the Morphling, but now he needs an escape route. Tosses up from nothing to say. Buck has his Aeon Disc popped. Will continue to be tossed up, and Buck, he is gone. No buyback available. 3 down for Azure Ray. No buybacks on either one. G2IG, they will go for Roshan, it seems. They will not rush the base yet.
Oh. Low. He wants to rush that base. And JT is there to push back the creep wave.
Oh, Low. Low's going to jump in. JT, he will skewer it away with his BKB, but Low's chasing him down. He just needs a bit of vision here onto JT, but he'll miss out for now. The mag is alright. Low, back to the base for him, or is it? Where are we going, Low? It'll be back to the base.
This is going to be a real quick end from G2IG if they get on top of that Ancient. No tier 4s. This Clink's doing so much work. Baboka basically setting up all of those kills with Nullifier, taking care of the Aeon Discs that they have amassed on the side of Azure Ray. Making short work of them here in the middle of these fights. 2 lives up on nothing to say. Again, the push does not take long. Azure Ray has to do something amazing here to stop this. Maybe you skewer back, maybe you swap back. FY has to set that up.
Oh, Eclipse out again, nothing to say. He's just getting perma-stunned here by the Eclipse, but X-Nova will swap him out. Problem is he might die because of this, but still survives for now. X-Nova still dropping, but nothing to say with Ori tossing him back. Ori trying to go for the kill on the Tiny will miss out. Meanwhile, Skewer, it is not going to catch FY. They still really want the Rubik quite badly before they commit to the full team fight. But it is a 5v3 with an Aegis up on nothing to say. They will continue onto that top racks. Hex is out. Ori going to jump in once again against 4 heroes. He is dropping quite low now. RP out. JT, he's caught the Rubik. FY, the big target they really want. Aeon Disc pop, but FY can just go nowhere. He is down.
Low. He was trying to end.
Oh, Low is trying to end.
The Ancient.
The Ancient almost going down. Low almost getting away with it. Not quite though. Meanwhile, Azure Ray still trying to hold out. Low is still rushing back towards the Dire base. Jian Ming trying to defend Buck. He'll pulverize. Low still trying to get into the base of the Dire. Can he do it? He's got Blink up in 1. He'll go for the Ancient. Here comes the TPs. Low. Oh no, the backdoor protection. He's going to try anyway though. He might have the damage, but no, Monet still trying to get him. Ori, can he do it on the timber? I don't think he can. They'll skewer him back into the fountain. Ori is gone. Low, he loses both Divine Rapiers. But they're still in the game, John. In fact, he's got 1 Divine. They pick one up around the Radiant base. The game is not over for Azure Ray off the back of Low.
Oh my god, Low.
Talk about a grand final, huh? These 2 teams. Tell me they don't deserve to be here, John.
They definitely deserve to be up here. How is this game won? How is this game won?
Make that
double Divines are back up. Alright, Low and you. Low and you, they're ready. That's what Baboka should have done, right? Just go for the Ancient as well. He's got the space. He's got the burning army ready to run. Let's see if that opening presents itself again for the side of G2IG. But Azure Ray, good God. It's I can't believe this is a best of 5 game 1. I just cannot comprehend that.
Oh, it's a great, it's a great setup here for us, John. It gets us nice and excited. The blood's pumping. Monet sitting with 16.5k gold in his bank account. We'll head up towards the north. Or Low, they know he's there. He cannot afford to die right now. Low going to try and get away. Monet did not spot him. They did not see the Luna. Low is okay to retreat. He does not have gold to buy any more Divines right now. So he can't really afford to die. Let alone the fact that he has no buyback for 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to have to be patient. or have his team provide an opening and then get that split push onto the Ancient. Really heads up play from low. Forcing the TP backs allows the defense to actually work out here. Under high ground, they hang on to one Rax with an Ancient.
Ooh,
Naked Ancient here. Oh.
BKB pop. Buck is on the chase. Pulverize is available. Blink up in one. Buck wants to try for it, I think, but no. Nothing to say. Had his own blink ready. Meanwhile, mid lane, G2IG grouped up again, hoping for somebody to show on the creep wave. Buck is going to be there, but I don't think JT can quite or maybe he can. He's going to go for the Hawk Toss. He's got the skewer on Buck. Buck going to get RP'd. Buck is gone. Buyback available, though. It's still a 5v5 if you commit the buyback.
It is. Force the Eclipse out. And Low did have to sell almost all of his util. So no Hurricane Pike, no refresh on hand to get that secondary Eclipse going here. No threat for G2IG. 44k lead amassed for G2IG. Doesn't account for much. You look at the win probability, Mike. It's only 31 to 69 in favor of G2IG. 30 to 70 now. So despite all of that, I mean, there's still a fighting chance. Azure have been hanging on there.
Yeah,
it's down to G2IG. They need to pierce up here.
If you're just tuning in, welcome back to the TI 13 Grand Finals here between G2IG and Azure. Tian Ming will show up. JT going to get hexed up. However, Tian Ming just gets destroyed. Monet not messing around. There is a buyback though, but they'll get the buyback out of Buck first. Tian Ming. Not 100% sure what he was thinking, but maybe just trying to set something up for somebody, but it doesn't really work out. Still, he does have buyback. He's alright.
And he is, and you can see how much damage he has. It does force out some response from G2IG. G2IG going up for their own smoke. RP up in 9 seconds with a double ready to go on the refresh. Azure, it's do or die. You can't afford to lose low. You don't have any waves shoved in.
JT, Spidey senses perhaps, low. Hey, oh, he's going to show, but he does blink away. Does blink away. He's going to be alright. Nothing to say. We'll have a look on the high ground, but won't see anything. The Ancient is still exposed. Bark is currently hiding in the Ancient. Not the sneakiest of hiding here from Bark, but you know, it's something. Not the best camouflage I've ever seen. Brown boots still at 83 minutes, by the way, here for Buck. There we go. Look, very, very sneaky. Could not ever guess there was a Primal Beast hiding in there. Jump in. RP is out. JT's guessed. He's found himself the Primal Beast, and that's going to be a dieback. Buck is gone. 2 minutes without him. 5v4 at the best for G2IG and Azure. Onto the Mega Creeps they go. G2IG, they won't rush the Ancient yet. Bottom racks it is.
They have to respect the skewer, FY. They managed to steal it. Just needs one angle in.
Yeah, but can they just focus the Ancient? Monet, he's going to try.
That's
FY
so
will
fast.
jump in. The Eclipse is out. Monet's just perma-stunned up. The BKB will offer him a little bit of life as Low will rush in. But Monet, he still wants that Ancient. He doesn't care. Nothing to say doesn't either. They've got game one. They have got game one. G2IG. What a fashion it was. My goodness. 84 minutes into the game. They make it work. They rush the Ancient, and that one's going to hurt for Azure, John. I mean, 84 minutes into the game, it felt like they were in the lead for quite a while, but they just could not close it out. Oh, I mean, a war of attrition for game one, and there's potentially 4 more games here, Jonathan. That's only one.
Yeah, it's insane that it's still game one in this best of 5. It feels like both teams are compensating for giving us very fast first series every single day. You know, all of our first series were like less than around 40 minutes total for 2 games. Now game one eclipses all of them, and it's going to be wild. Like, there were a lot of big moments there. I think one issue for Azure was early on, like the late BKB of Bach didn't allow them to capitalize on their earlier timings as fast as they wanted to. He would jump in, he would instantly die. It made the follow-up fights really awkward because they needed to pulverize, and that just made it really hard for Azure to just build up more and try to gun for high ground. Great itemization from everyone, great game understanding from each. Heck, Low, again, trying to snipe that Ancient while the high ground defense was breaking out was pretty phenomenal. Just not enough. But that was some crazy Dota. I can't wait for game 2.
No, neither can I. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Azure and G2ID. We'll see you soon.
So stick around. Yes, I'm yes, I'm yes, I'm so stick around. Yes, I'm yes, I'm so stick around. Yes, I'm yes, I'm yes,
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben, solange sich alles bewegt.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for our best of 5 grand final between G2IG and Azure Ray. If you didn't catch game number 1, it was an 84-minute slugfest between these two teams. I believe it was G2IG barely coming out on top at the end of things, but my god, it could have really just gone either way. Azure Ray almost pulling off the win themselves, with Low just trying to rat the base. John, what do you think? I mean, I was about to ask you what you think Azure Ray need to change up here in this game too. I'm not sure what you could answer with me here, John. It was a pretty close game.
That it was. I think it would have been easier for Azure Ray if they had a quicker BKB timing on Bach. They didn't really have the best teamfight tools outside of FY and like Pulverize. So that was one thing that made it really hard to take these late game fights. You were relying on Bach living long enough to get some initial control to follow through on, chain stun and get that one kill. Whereas for the side of G2IG, you know, they had JT's Magnus, they had RP, and they had it twice over with a refresh build. And that just made those late game fights much simpler for the side of G2IG as it went on. Azure Ray were finding openings though. Again, like they were getting some great bait plays out with the Manta Illusions, forcing out one RP use in one of those fights in the bot jungle. It was just really hard. I love that recognition from Low to try to go for the Ancient Trade, but the recognition from G2IG to TP back, it does cut off the siege that we're pulling off as well onto the high ground, but it does save them. As the creep wave was coming in, the creep wave was not coming in, they cut it off, and it just became a little bit awkward. Low lost his 2 rapiers, had to sell his items, sell the refresh. I think the moment he sold refresh for the second rapier was when it got a little bit dicey. They needed double clips. Like that was also one big teamfight tool taken away there from Azure Ray. The only thing that you could say is, again, BKB timing for Bach, perhaps more teamfight coming out on supports, but it's hard to predict that the game will go 18 minutes. You know, you can't really fault Azure Ray with that draft.
No, you absolutely cannot. It's one of those games where it's just, you know, what can you do? You try your absolute best. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. The G2IG make it work for game 1. At the very least, it sets a great precedence for us throughout these best of 5 grand finals. It's certainly a very hype way to start off game number 1. Obviously, both these teams are very evenly matched as well going into this grand final, which I think you probably could have argued before the grand final started that it was probably going to be a pretty even affair between these two. And obviously, John, both of them really want to get to Birmingham.
That they do. You know, you want to get in those lands. That's where you make the money. That's where you get the experience. That's where you get to prove your worth, for sure. And You know, it's going to be a slugfest. Again, that was just game 1 out of 5, going the way it felt like a TI lower bracket first series, where it's a best of 1 and you're going to get knocked out. Just everything on the line already. Both sides taking their times with these bans. Do you see the Magnus being banned out by G2IG, as they don't have first pick, so they can't sneak away with that one here? What else will they take out? Will they want to kind of consider the Timbersaw as well? Ori was having a pretty phenomenal time in managing that mid lane up against Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say for his part felt like he had no game for at least like 10 to 15 minutes. Like those first 10-15 minutes were not great for the Tiny. The movement forward from Azure into those ruins was also very detrimental for Nothing to Say. That's one thing G2IG could kind of look at after that game 1. Just the early point of the game. Right, like these mid rotations from Azure are consistent. It's always at 4, 6, and 8, and they will always bring in both supports around 20 to 30 seconds before the rune spawn. So they're always setting up to enable Ori and make it as hard as possible for Nothing to Say. They have to be ready for that kind of rotation here.
Oh, Azure, they will pick up the Phoenix first pick here. Phoenix has been, again, relatively popular throughout these Chinese qualifiers in that position 5 role, so should be Tian Ming's hero coming out already. G2IG, you still have the option for the Hoodwink, you still have the Venge.
10 seconds remaining.
See if they want either of those support options. Obviously, they can't go ahead and first pick Mag again because they did ban it out themselves. They'll go for the Hoodwink.
Yep, makes enough sense. This hero has done a lot in a lot of regions. Hoodwink's just been up there as a support. Really hard to trade against early on with Acorn Shot and usually a Blightstone. Sometimes not, but even without, it is obnoxious. I like seeing this for G2IG. I am wondering if G2IG are considering an Egg Breaker, if that is something that they want to think about. Again, we've seen a lot of teams when they see the Phoenix go for the Snapfire. It's never a ban as well. It's not in the best spot right now, that Snapfire. So I wouldn't expect Azure to ban it out either. We'll see what the priorities are. I'm a little bit surprised NP was left alone and no one first picked it. Right? Like, it's not banned. You could sneak away with an NP here for G2IG if Azure forget to ban it. That would be big.
You could. Azure.
10 seconds remaining.
See if they do end up banning out the MP.
5 seconds remaining.
It could certainly still just fit into the draft as well. I mean, FY will likely be playing the Hoodwink as they do ban out the Meepo. Excuse me, not FY, but rather Baboka, I was meant to say. G2IG, final ban for themselves.
Fairly open. Normally at this point you ban out something like the Ember or Zeus. They'll take care of the Faceless Void instead, so they don't want to deal with a Phoenix Egg combo, which is fair enough. There's still options in the offlane, though. If you are looking for that in Azure, Centaur, Mars have been left in, which G2IG could also pick up for JT. Again, Nature's Prophet feels like the biggest hero that just is ignored right now. I wouldn't mind it for G2IG, I think. Again, potential for Boboka to play it, potential for Monet to play it as like a budget Spectre. They'll go to Primal Beast instead for G2IG. Should be our JT hero on the offlane. Some flex, but likely just offlane. Hoodwink and Primal Beast, a really, really scary lane to come into. You just have to be careful about your distance while you're trampling, but you have a lot of damage that can fly in. Level 1, level 2, level 3. Azure into the Batrider, and again, FY made this hero actually look good, and they get the Centaur with it. So, Batrider Centaur combo online for Azure. FY has found a lot of success with the Baton. And that was without the Centaur. Now he has that straightforward combo to line up for.
Yeah, he certainly does. Very, very strong combination coming out for Azure. G2IG, how do they respond? Potentially just a position 5 pickup here for X-Nova. Going to the reserve time for it, though.
There's some options here. G2IG could opt for, like, Winter Wyvern, I think is one of the more successful supports that we've seen so far again. Could be pretty nice form of save up against the Batrider to an extent. Can punish the Stampede initiation that Azure might want to be gunning out here for with a Winter's Curse. Some nice chip damage, percent-based burn as well. So, wouldn't mind something like a Winter Wyvern. I think that can still shape up here for G2IG. We'll see. Digging through those reserves. They do have the back-to-back picks here. I think they could also just maybe prioritize Nectin Say again. I think they picked a Tiny at around this point last time in the draft. Or did they last pick it? It was so long ago that I've already forgotten. But they could try to just get a strong mid as well before the mids are banned. Like Ember was left alone. So you could gun for that. You don't have the Magnus combo, but it doesn't feel necessary for a lot of Embers. The hold from Azure doesn't really catch something like Ember or Storm or all too well. So G2IG has a lot of room for these slippery heroes to just slide through here.
Radiant team pick.
Well, they are going to go for the Keeper of the Light. All right.
I like that. I like it. I think they might be gunning for it on mid for G2IG, perhaps, or even support. The support Cottle's fine as well. Plays that lane up against the Centaur pretty nice on the 5. You can just keep spamming away. You can also just line it up with a Primal Beast lane. Gives you some value for something like Blinding Light or the Solar Bind. It can feel pretty good. They'll go to Storm. So they do go for the slippery hero early, seeing the support commitment from Azure. Nothing to stop that Storm. It is concerning. You are reliant on a very big hoof stomp here coming out from Bach, but it's a very telegraphed move. The cast point is enough for the Storm to zip away. And Blink Lasso as well, without a range extender on the cast for Batrider. It's still enough time for a Storm. So there's a lot of room here for Nectin Say to just play his game. He's got the battery and the Keeper of the Light as well. And it's lining up nicely for G2IG. They have last pick overall, so they can always kind of figure out their safe lane core-to-core matchup here as well. Much easier than Azure. For Azure, options up against the Storm. There's the Ember that makes that lane into barely 50-50, leaning towards the Storm. There's the Zeus still available as well. I think those options kind of line up pretty nicely for some aggression here. We'll see. Taking their time as well.
Well, they'll go with the Puck pickup.
Some more hold for the Storm. It is necessary. The lane into Storm isn't particularly amazing. We've seen Puck in the Puck-Storm matchup multiple times. Storm does tend to just win out as long as he doesn't cop the illusory orbs, which is, again, very telegraphed for the Storm Spirit. So you should be able to find everything you want there for Nothing to Say. It is key for them on Azure, though, to land those Dream Coils onto the Storm. This is a nice way of compensating for that lack of quick stuns on your supports. Ties in the team fight as well for Azure. There is scaling here as well. The Puck has many options to just kind of be a nuisance if the game drags on to, say, 14 minutes. You do have the Ags build-up that can be devastating with, like, the Parasma coming in. So, I like it. I think, yeah, it's also hard for G2IG to pin down a Puck. Like, you have Pulverize again. There's the reliance on just a Blink Pulverize here. Or a really cheeky Bushwhack from the Fog, which is easier said than done. So, you also have a lot of room for Ori to dance around.
There you do. Azure. Final ban out. Still looking for position 1 bans here against G2IG. The Luna has been left.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if Azure want to run it again. I mean, Lowe didn't have too bad of a time last game.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for G2IG because we have seen it struggle against the Centaur quite a few times.
I think for Azure, they could gun for a Morphling on their end. Because again, it's another slippery hero. It's not going to be easy to pin down unless you, again, manage to Bushwhack from Fog. Or just jump in with a Blink and Pulverize from the Primal Beast. The Morphling has some good forms to turn into. Like, turning into Primal Beast is pretty big. Hoodwink's also not the worst to have with Acorn Shot and some additional control. And the lane into Primal Beast is not the worst. Yeah, they banned Luna. So just ensure the option's not there, even though, as you mentioned, into a Centaur, the lane doesn't feel that great. Will it be Azure? Would Low want to play a Morphling? Some other options. There's a troll option as well, but doesn't feel as good without the Empower. It's still, again, relatively popular out of all the cores. The Ursa's there as well for both sides. Oh, is it? Yeah, Ursa's still there, so you have a lot of options still left, but not so much time.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, look, go
Troll
back to
it
the
is.
Troll Warlord. Okay. This hero is always a bit confusing for me, whether it's going to work out or not. Most of the time we do see it, it doesn't really pan out, but kind of, limited options now for both sides on carries, and I suppose the Troll does do relatively well against the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
G2IG.
5 seconds remaining.
I honestly wouldn't fault Monet for Morphling.
Yeah, I
it looks
agree with
really
you on
good.
that.
There's no burn. Reliable HP percent burn. I guess the Phoenix Sunray, but he'll be more focused on trying to heal. On top, the lane of Morphling Descent it's all right. We'll go Dusa instead. G2IG. That's another spicy one. Another Dusa coming out. And to be fair, Azure only has one viable defusal carrier. I suppose a Puck could, but it doesn't sound like the best fitting item into the build. Like, you're going to sneak it in later on, especially if you're going to try to gun for, say, the Ags build up on the Puck, but it's way later on. Does seem very well protected. Laning into the Centaur is also pretty good for the Dusa, so I like that from G2IG. You end up with the Dusa Kotl lane as well. So you will always top up your Dusa. The threat of Monet dying with the snake spam shouldn't be too feasible. This is much more tempo on Azure. There is scaling, to be fair. Like, I'm not saying they're going to fade off as it goes into late game. Again, the Puck has build up. The Troll is still a late game beast. You've got an Ags build up for FY. But it does feel like their lineup is much more geared for early to mid, right? You want activity on low. You want him to siege onto towers, go onto Roshan after taking a team fight or two, and cleaning up these objectives. That's where they shine on Azure. G2IG, their push isn't as straightforward. They have good wave clear, but not great siege. At least not in comparison to a Troll. So that is something that the side of Azure can bank on. Just quicker tempo, finding these objectives faster is a clear possibility for Azure.
Let's see how it does pan out. Game number 2 here between Azure and G2IG now officially underway. I do really like this Medusa last pick from G2IG, I might add. I just against the Troll, just feels so awkward for the Troll Warlord. Just you pop Battle Trance, she pops Stone Gaze, you do nothing. Your whole Battle Trance duration basically goes down the toilet. Not a very fun kind of matchup here for the Troll at all. Both sides see if they run into each other. We are adding some tips over between JT and Buck. Buck will hand over some compliment from Buck. JT. Magnus forever, he says. Must be nice getting a compliment from a TI winner.
And it must be. And JT's, he's feeling confident. You can tell. This man is feeling confident again. Oh, good God, JT.
30 seconds to battle.
You don't have to do them dirty like that, alright?
It's a nice spray. I do like that one. Baboka's wrapping around the long way through the top lane. What's he up to? So this is a very, very long wrap around here from Baboka. Maybe trying to sneak up from behind, get a cheeky bushwhack off into somebody. No, not even that. He's just hanging around that top T2 tower.
The battle begins.
There's a sentry trick here for the lane?
Ah, yes. That would probably be about it.
Yeah. There you go.
3 for 1
Alright.
training the bounty runes, though, so you do kind of sacrifice one of the bounty runes for that little trick, but tips come out here from Tianming. It does help a lot when it comes to the creep equilibrium, because it does force the creep wave underneath the T1 tower.
That'll take the wind from their
Low.
sails.
Yeah.
Oh, it actually doesn't.
Not quite. It didn't last long. Tower was hitting it, so you don't really get to do much. The creeps were just entirely focused. It does just melt, so it equalizes fine. I guess Xian Ming's tip does kind of make sense. taking a look at that top lane. Lo and Chanming should have a decent time into the Primal Beast. There is threat here, of course, once you have some levels up and if you can set up with a Bushwhack. But for the most part, early parts of this lane, you are just going to be pulling Baboka, just looking to cut off. He knows that walking into a troll with some good burn damage on Phoenix is not feasible for JT early on, already losing a ton of HP. Just have to soak, have to play a little bit slower here.
What about that mid lane? Ori and nothing to say going at it here in the Puck vs Storm matchup. I mean, you'd imagine it should stay pretty even between these two. I mean, it is a very skill-based kind of matchup here, and Ori taking a bit of harassment on his way out. Nothing to say. Going to find himself in the lead for a little bit, but I do imagine it's just going to be a matter of a CS war between these two.
For the most part, I would say this is a CS war that Storm tends to win. Again, we've seen this matchup multiple times throughout our casts, and Storm players have it easier. You can kind of force out the phase shift early when they try to dodge overload and then still apply overload anyway. Your wave clears a lot faster as well on the Storm. Like, look at, let's say, he sees that, winds up the auto attack, then just forces phase shift, still gets the damage. Not smooth for the Puck. You can't trade back in the same way. Illusory Orb is just so damn slow. Storm can always walk away. So nothing to say has an easier lane lined up. We'll see if Azure Ray do rotate onto the mid a lot faster this time. Again, 4-minute runes is normally the point where we start seeing G2 IG make their way towards the water runes to stop any shenanigans. And Azure Ray last game was a little bit slower on the uptake.
The bottom lane, of course, Bark and FY against X-Nova and Monet. I feel like Monet should be perfectly fine down in this bottom lane. We have seen this multiple times. I mean, X-Nova may get caught out with a flame break into a hoof stomp, but the Medusa chances are they'll have to just leave her to farm.
Yeah, you're not going to be threatening. You could threaten onto X-Nova. FY is just being annoying, but does get pushed into the tower, so some good chip damage before the pull gets away. It does get pulled into camp anyways. You're pretty happy for X-Nova. The one issue here is that as long as X-Nova's around, even if you apply damage onto Monet, I mean, you've got the spell spam with Shocker. They will try onto X-Nova, though.
Well, they sure will, and X-Nova is going to try to run the best he can, but will go down. First blood the way of FY, though FY does die to Monet. So there is a bit of a trade, but we've seen this pretty much every time FY plays Batrider. He always seems to find or set up first blood, and it's always in the same way. Just hits level 2, blood grenade, and just chases down the enemy pos 5.
Yeah, that's all that needs to be done here for FY. Just wants that aggression early. At least finding the EXP as well is pretty big for Batrider, and he does get to top Ori's bottle up. You do get the same move out from X-Nova, so both sides don't mind too much. Again, just a little bit better here for Azure Ray. Snipes that bounty rune as well. So finding pretty much everything you could ask for. So far, laning-wise, you are having a slightly better time in terms of CS for Azure Ray outside of Nothing to Say's mid. And this is just not a lane that Puck feels comfy in. And that is the outlier. But beyond that, Lo and Bach are building up better than Monet and JT. So that initial farm will pay off quite nicely, especially for Bach. Like, that Veil buildup in this game is going to be massive. Just having the Veil to amp up this Phoenix, to amp up the Puck, even your Batrider. Will do a lot of work with that timing lined up here for Bach.
Oh, FY may get caught. Nothing to say, making a very early rotation on the Storm. Let's get a cheeky Vortex off. FY, though, still running. Stick Snake will land, and nothing to say. No, it is in fact the Storm. He will take the kill. Not quite a rotation you'd expect. The Storm rotating so early on. Left a full creep wave behind underneath the tier 1 tower, but does get himself a kill.
Nice little kill to find. And yeah, you're pretty happy. I can say get some nice EXP going. He's going to hit 6 at the earlier point, so you're not going to be threatened by Dream Coil. And into the power rune timing, that 6 timing is scary. Again, that's when we tend to see the supports rotate in. They are making slow moves top here.
They were going to try into JT, but Boca instead will be the target. FY again setting up very nicely here on the Batrider. Obviously, you would have preferred the Primal Beast, but beggars can't be choosers. They'll take what they get. Maybe they could still look to set up on the Primal as well, but for now, FY, he's found himself some stacks in the Radiant Triangle. He'll just try to be a bit of a nuisance and just take these away.
Yep. Chips away at them. You are spotting this on JT, so he'll be able to CS a couple of them down. not too big of a loss here. A nice little injection for the side of Azure again. And this kind of stems just from having a center off lane. You can leave it alone up against a Medusa. There's no kill threat at all on Monet, so you can't afford to be active early. And they are lining up for those power runes that we've been talking about, but so is G2IG. First rune will go to Ori, and he does manage to hit his 6 still. So Dream Coil is there. Not the comfiest now to try to make a play on the mid. Just focus on the side lanes. FY, still hanging around. Does block the camp at the very least, and should find the Obs ward. Denied.
Yeah, I think he understands there's no point being bottom lane because he's not going to kill the Medusa. Just be a nuisance across the map, and he does get these stacks. So the large creeps were left alone. He just waits for the Firefly to come off cooldown, and he'll just take them. It's these little plays that make him such a great player. You know, it's just recognizing he's just not needed at bottom. He'll just be annoying towards the opposing off lane. You know, and all these little things do add up quite quickly.
And it does. It's going to be a nicer blink timing for FY down the line off the back of this. You are trying to be disruptive, JT.
Getting caught out with a nice Dream Coil here from Ori. Hands up here from Tianming. JT will have to go down. Trying to pull the creep wave, but does get punished for it. Nice little rotation now out from Ori.
Yeah, does pay off. Get some early activity with that Dream Coil on Ori. Can be online a little bit faster, just from how mobile he is without expending too much mana in comparison to the Storm at this point in the game. Nothing to say, just wanted to farm up. Is going for the Orchid first over the usual Witchblade. So wants that instantaneous control onto something like the Puck. We'll try to feed off Bach. He has been pretty comfy down here.
Yeah, Bach getting jumped. Stampede will be committed though. He does manage to get his way out. FY even going on to Monet. Monet obviously going to be perfectly fine and nothing to say. Realizing that he has kind of wasted his time down at the bottom lane, does just TP back into the mid. Does not want to waste any more time around that area. Did still have plenty of mana to play with, but just didn't seem to want the fight.
Now, it's really hard to just kill off that center right now. Has the Helm of Iron Will, a little bit more regen and armor, more than enough to sustain through the initial damage flying out from G2IG. And this is space. This is so much space for the side of Azure. Like low, free farming up top, right next to Nothing to Say Is Net Worth. Has a nice Battle Fury timing lined up for himself with no contest coming out from JT. They are starting to clump around Nothing to Say.
FY chases down Baboka. Nothing to Say will be alright. Instead, Baboka will be targeted, but X-Nova, Blinding Light, does not actually land. Completely whiffed here from X-Nova, so Baboka will be okay to go down, and FY will be okay to retreat.
Again, FY, he makes that Batrider look good. And his positioning, his understanding of where to be, the fact that they pick an off lane that, you know, you have a combination with, but can be left alone, is pretty big in just enabling this Batrider. Rushing into the blink now, has the Tranquils. It's going to be very happy. They are looking up top now, though. Nothing to Say does TP in here with a bottle top up as well from Baboka. But Low is already playing in the back. He does have himself up at level 7. No value point in the Battle Trance, though. So if you do find an angle in, can fall apart. But they did just play it safe. Like, tools aren't quite there for G2IG. Have to weather that storm. Azure, they're the ones that do have that initiative early as JT.
He's going to be able to onslaught away. No ensnares coming out here from the Troll. Speaking of that Troll, like Low getting closer and closer to the Battle Fury timing. Thing is, Nothing to Say is rushing an Orchid, and once you have that Orchid up, the Troll is obviously going to be a bit of a sitting duck. As the rush of the Orchid for the Storm going to be very impactful here against Azure. Azure looking to secure the 10-minute power rune now. Have brought 4 heroes in, including Low. It'll be a shield rune for the Puck. I was just surprised that the Troll even showed up for that rune secure.
They really just want to keep Nothing to Say down. Again, similar to game 1, where it was Azure just constantly targeting these runes, and they will just back off. If they did get a better rune, I feel like they could go into a fight into Siege. Again, you've got Troll. That's where the movement kind of makes sense for Low, but Shield Rune doesn't enable that kind of movement out here. G2IG smoked up with Baboka and Nothing to Say. Onto Bach again. I mean, he's got Stampede up once more.
Bach Caught out. Stampede again is available, but a nice bushwhack going to drag him right back mid-Stampede, and now the onslaught into the Pulverize does fly out perfectly from JT. That they have Dream caught up the storm. Nothing to say. No, he's barely able to zip away. They could not finish him off. He'll survive on 40 HP. My god, that was a very close call for the mid-storm, but he does get away with murder.
That's the hit and run they're looking for on G2IG. It does take a movement out here from JT as well. It does pay off. Side of Azure has dragged all of their heroes down bot. They could siege with low, but putting this troll again in the firing line without battle trance is a risk. So you're not going to be forcing that issue too hard. Still, side of G2IG just hanging around. You're very happy about just the farming pace of Monet. Sure, the troll is still up there as well, but Monet's not lagging behind. Manta timing's lined up. Probably the diffusal into Disperser for some basic dispels as well. So you're going to have a lot of protection ready for Monet. I think the one thing for Azure is they are trying to leverage this troll into a push. It's just the fight hasn't presented itself. It's back down to how slippery Nothing to Say can be here.
Speaking of, he does go into Ori for a moment. 12-minute power rune timing. He's going to be heading down towards the bottom for that. Invis rune spotted by Azure. Baboka trying to go for a deny, I think. Does eventually get it, but it is going to cost his own life. So they will commit the Dream Call just to ensure he doesn't get away with that for free. Sadly for him, he was slowed by the fire spirits of Tianming, so just took him forever to get that hit off onto that rune.
I think it's somewhat worthwhile. Ori is out of mana and there's no one to top up his bottle, so it will cut off the puck in the gank. They do smoke out. They do get the scan on the Ancients. JT's trying to farm up.
Oh, JT so close to finishing them. Will Pulverize. Wrap around from FY. He will have Lasso available, but JT does realize they are around and does back off his Bach. Once again, going down while all this is happening. They will find Bach. They'll take the large creeps from that Ancient stack, so still a bit of gold going back Ori's way. But the Centaur kill may be more worthwhile here for G2IG.
Definitely is. Good read out from the side of G2IG to again snipe that scent. The Stampede's all been defensive so far here from Bach. Not able to really tie that in for the lasso opportunity. I guess it did sync up with that movement there from FY, but just not close enough to maximize. They will get that siege with low, so top tier 1 does fall, opening up the map just a little bit to reach forward, enabling that invasion into the triangle a little bit easier as well. But look at Nothing to Say. He wants Bach again.
Why not? Bach, he's scared now. They're in his head. He does not want to move forward, knowing they are waiting for him. And Bach, he'll just chill by the T2 tower. Just have that TP rotation point for yourself. Spark now not getting his item timings as fast as he would like. Not feeling too happy. Mind you, he's still pretty much on parity with JT. So you've got that going for you. Both offlaners have had a bit of a rough time.
That they have. I think the difference is Bach is having to go for full durability, of course, is opting for the Eternal Shroud. I'm not sure if he's got the Veil ready just yet. Doesn't look like it, so not going to have that amplification up for the team. Is going to cut off a little bit of that burst here that Azure will want to play around. Farming pace kicks into overdrive for low with a full Battle Fury up though. 14-minute time. Not too shabby considering he has been moving around the map as well. And is still up there in farm, but Monet also has had almost as free space here on that Dusa. And is going to that Disperser that we've been seeing. So nothing too strange yet from that Dusa. Mid tower is set to fall with the shove in from Ori. Can they punish? Doesn't feel like it. Nothing says their only jump right now.
The Orchid was on the courier. That's what NTS was waiting for. Now that the Orchid is up, he would have happily jumped, I think. He might still have an opportunity, though, because Azure, they are hanging around that Radiant Triangle at the moment. Taking over that area of farm, there will be a 2-man smoke here from G2IG. They'll bring X-Nova along with them. JT's already hanging by the top tier 2 tower, ready for the fight whenever. You hit that Orchid on low, he's probably as good as dead as low. Will get jumped here by JT into the Pulverize. FY try to help, but low is gone. FY did move in, but it is too late. He is going to feed another life away to G2IG, and that's the timing G2IG's been waiting for. As soon as the Orchid's up, now Nothing to Say. It feels like he can do practically whatever he wants.
That he can. You don't have that same Orchid timing here for Ori. He did opt for the Witchblade. You do at least get the blink up on FY, so now they can also start to consider the jumps from the Batrider, but again, he has to be pretty on point with his positioning. Lasso range is atrociously short, and there is window for Netinsei to jump away if they do decide to try that. Runes being prioritized. It is another unlucky spawn down south, a Haste Rune that Azure Ray can make their way towards. They will spot it, so Ori will be happy once more. I mean, this farming space is pretty big. I just feel like both sides, both cores have been left alone for the most part. Low and Monet just allowed to farm. Low outside of that death up top, of course, is still hitting this pace. I'm wondering if he'll actually want the Diffusal, because it feels like you are a very decent Diffusal Disperser carrier on low, but he's just going for the Mantis and protection first. Had to, again, you have to divert for the farming item in the Battle Fury in comparison to the Dusa not needing it. Smoke out from Azure. Want to reveal that blink on FY, but no one hanging up top. They've got good wards here as well from G2IG.
Yeah, won't really amount to much. Seems like Azure will try to go through the twin gates and see if they can force a fight down at the bottom tier 1 tower, but instead G2IG just taking the better trade by pushing into tier 1 mid. Ori will show up to try and defend. Monet not going to stick around anyway, just leaves the Mad Tier Illusions behind. No creep wave to speak of. And Azure, well, they're going to head up top. They still want the fight. Buck and FY both going to TP top to boot, but Boka has been spotted. Dreamcoil is not going to catch nothing to say. Reactions were a little bit too quick from the storm, and in fact, even Boka gets his way out. So a lot of rotation time being wasted here for Azure. And now G2IG know where they are. They want to go for a counter smoke. Lines being drawn towards the mid lane where Ori is currently farming. Keep in mind, once that Orchid hits, he's going to need some help ASAP. Tianming, he'll break the smoke at least. He'll tank the gank for his mid. I don't think there's any way Ori can really help out his Phoenix, so he'll just have to accept the fact that he has survived. But this may just open up the mid tier 1 tower now, and G2IG, they will indeed get started.
And they will. You've got that full Diffusal up on Monet as well, so some offensive potential in the chase down with that inhibit. Just going to be finding it with no contest. Again, this is space for Low, but you are pulling ahead on Monet. And Low is going for Manta BKB, so going, again, a little bit more defensive. Still no clear way of just melting Monet faster. I mean, he will melt fast if the Troll's on top, because of Fervor. You're going to be able to get a lot of hits, but it's not going to be as quick as you'd want it to be. Monet will have time to react here. Still hanging around that bot jungle.
Ori does narrowly avoid the Shiver's Guard. FY may not be so lucky. He's still stuck around this area. Does have a TP, does have a blink. Onslaught from JT will be channeled, but a nice flame break from FY will cancel the onslaught. It seems like they don't even bother trying to continue the chase onto the Batrider. Again, he does have a TP available, so can get out whenever. The thing is as well, like, while all this is happening, Monet has free farm the whole game. You know, top of the net worth board on the Medusa. Diffusal Blade up, looking for the Disperser now. Things are getting rather challenging for Azure throughout this game too, I would say.
That it is, but they've got Roche. You have the Troll, you have Battle Fury damage. It's more than enough to just get twacking away onto that objective. On the side of G2IG, don't really have wards watching that area. So you will get to you will be able to just let it rip. They are in the right spot of the map though. Might be suspecting the Roche, but it is falling fast.
Roshan's not down yet. JT, he'll pop the Shivers a bit early. Roshan still going down. Tianming, in the meantime, has been targeted. Low getting bashed by Roshan, making it last even longer. Now the Pulverize. Egg has been dropped. Roshan, Low, he does pick up the Aegis in time. Meanwhile, Tianming will go down mid-egg. Buck trying to back his way out. Low is moving back in, but Low, he just has to be a little bit cautious. He'll pop the Battle Trance eventually. Meanwhile, nothing to say. Does go for the Vortex onto the Troll. Low, still fighting a couple though with the cleave. He takes down nothing to say in JT. Monet though has been left behind, but he'll go for the fight. He still has some support here from X-Nova, but it's him and X-Nova versus the world. And Monet, he will be targeted by Buck and Low. Out of mana. Monet is set to fall and will go down. A triple kill for Ori. And it was that nothing to say in JT. They die together to the cleave damage of the Troll Warlord. They could not control him through the Battle Trance.
Just an awkward position to fight in that tree line. Just so constrained, nothing to say couldn't walk out. He did have enough mana for the zip, but he really wanted to secure that kill, and it does cost him this time around. 5k lead popping out for Azure. And this is the moment where that troll can get to work onto these objectives. Doesn't take too long to start melting them. The Manta style flying out for low as well. They do lose the Aegis instantly, but you win out the fight. That's more than enough here for the side of Azure. Side of G2IG need a little bit more on Monet. He's not at the point where he's fully unkillable. He has some stat padding, but wants more. Is going for that disperser first again into the butterfly. And that should be the point where it's a lot more comfy for Monet. It's going to force something like the MKB here for low. Which, again, he's gunning full defensive first. Wants to be able to hit up front without worrying about the kite potential here from the side of G2IG. Azure, and they bounce back in big form. That Raph just taking complete nosedive out from G2IG. And the win probability for Azure this time's at 68%. Still early days. I mean, 21 minutes in. There's still a lot of room to grow on all of these heroes from the side of G2IG. Nothing to say, only lacking the recipe for that full BKB here as well. We'll have less to worry about out up front. But G2IG, Azure certainly have that initiative ready. They've got the blink on Bach, and they are all smoked up.
But they are. I mean, they know where JT ran to. He did go right towards Iranian Triangle. Disperser now on Monet. They might want to go for a fight themselves. In fact, they will 4-man smoke. They'll leave Monet behind, however. Instead, looking at Bach in the mid lane, who is completely alone. Bach cannot get the Stampede off with the Orchid. JT, he will secure another nice kill onto the Centaur.
And you don't mind just finding pickoffs here on the side of G2IG. You're playing into a pretty big timing from Azure. Again, without the Aegis, they're not going to be as confident to shove in. So you can just go for these simple pickoffs. JT is about to get extra durable with the Eternal Shroud being farmed up. Not too far away from that one either. So some big timing still lined up. And for nothing to say, I mean, he finds that kill and is within 100 gold of the BKB. They can easily go again on the side of G2IG without having to fear of any big repercussions. Still, BKB out on low. Big reveal for him as well. Into the disperser of his own. So he will go back for that diffusal. Will be able to melt a lot of these heroes. Heck, even just twacking nothing to say with a diffusal is going to hurt. Like, mana is just so important for nothing to say. So, a lot of things to watch out for. Still a rather even game. You see the 4k lead, you feel like it's going pretty much Azure's way, but it doesn't tell the full story. It's really just down to JT and nothing to say not able to really inch forward, kind of stuck at 10k gold. But otherwise, rather even with Monet and low, and still some good spikes to play with.
3-man smoke here from Azure. G2IG remaining grouped up at that Radiant jungle. Azure going to head up towards the top left of the map. Maybe hoping to infiltrate that Radiant Triangle again, but nobody farming around that area here from G2IG. Oh, Monet is making his way back up though, but seems like they'll barely miss out on him. In fact, hold that thought. Oh, Monet, he'll go for the Ancients, but Azure have already left the area. They will get a nice observer ward around the top lane, but that's about it. And Monet going to be just fine to farm this area, and Azure, they do just kind of retreat. They don't find the opening for this smoke.
Yeah. You don't mind the farm game. Again, you still maintain this lead on Azure. You will want to try onto objectives, but you're not doing so without Roshan, so you just sit back and wait. We'll line up for lowest diffusal timing as well. You've got the forward wards here on the side of G2IG, so they see low. They see the backup of FY as well. This could be a time where they could fight.
Absolutely. Oh, they really showed that illusion. JT. Not going to get the fight they wanted here, G2IG. That being said, Azure, they will turn. Heading right back towards the Radiant side. Bach is in position, ready to go whenever. Looking for the initiation. Bach not under vision of the Radiant yet. Low will eventually reveal they are around that area by farming the creep wave, and for G2IG, they will play the avoid game. They'll just head towards the mid lane instead. There's still a while till Roshan does respawn, so there's no need to hang around the twin gates at all. Seems like both sides just focusing on just ensuring all the creep waves and lanes are pushed out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
There they are. No need to really force the issue here. Just sit back, get it build up.
They do have an arcane rune now, nothing to say though. So maybe now he wants to go. It is bottled up. He's got a couple minutes to go before he has to commit it, but with the arcane rune up, that could be a big game changer here for the Storm.
It ought to be. They don't quite have the forward vision into the outer parts of the jungle up top to really spot anyone out. They do have decent enough ward coverage across the map, but so does Azure. So they are well aware when anyone starts to move through, or if anything suspicious happens in lane. They have some awareness on Azure. And the slow game of attrition is favoring Azure again slightly. Lead does build up to 5, but just drops back down to 4. It is rather even. Again, the farm pace from the side of G2IG is also fairly good. Butterfly for Monet is starting to get built up, only lacking the talisman now. So that timing is going to be met pretty nicely here. And his output is just going to skyrocket off the back of that. I just worry about the control onto the troll. Right, like low with a BKB is just not a target you can pin down easily. You might have to save your pulverize just for the troll as well in the middle of battle trance to waste some time. Probably your most consistent bet here from JT to pierce through that BKB, but it'll only waste a few seconds. It's not the longest hold in the world, so there's still time for Low to play around as well after the fact.
Butterfly now completed on Monet. Win probability still sitting at 65% right now for Azure. So it's still a relatively close game, but for now with the 6k advantage that Azure have got, the game is favoring them to pull off this game win. And I think draft-wise, it is pretty even when it comes to scaling. I don't think one side really outdoes the other. Not by too much anyway. FY, look for a blink in, does get a lasso, they have found Bafoka. JT will rush in to try and save. Meanwhile, nothing to say, he found Ori. Ooh. They have got the puck down already. That is a big loss here for Azure, as they will clean up Bafoka, but now Low, he could be a bit of a sitting duck. He needs to retreat out of here. They'll leave Bark behind. Bark, tanking quite a bit of damage, does eventually die. You just cannot afford to lose Ori that quick. That is too important of a target to die.
No, it's chain control coming in. It's just way too fast from nothing to say. Gets a good zip angle up. And Baboka, acting as bait, does manage to set that up here for the side of G2IG. Roche timer, unfortunately, is a little bit slower here for G2IG, so they're not going to be able to follow through instantly.
Low? Trying something a little bit cheeky here, just remaining around the Roshan pit. So will Tian Ming. Completely unwilling to allow G2IG to have a chance of that Roshan. It's like he will push out the creep wave through the top lane perhaps, and won't yet. Just keeping tabs on the pit for now. But no, he's going to TP away. To the other pit they go. Roshan swapping homes again.
And he is. It's going to be a pretty much a daytime spawn here for the side of G2IG. So they do have the advantage. Again, they've got this nice outer ward still standing from that attempt on Low earlier when they pulverized this illusion. They have the overwatch necessary to just sit in this space and be comfy for a while. They pop that smoke once more.
G2IG, they'd love a pick-off before this Roshan attempt. 3 seconds for Roshan to respawn. Low's going to send some more Manta Illusions in to scout out the Roshan pit. Roshan not too happy about it. Azure, they'll hang around that Lotus pool for now. They'll come from the north. But G2IG going to wrap around through the bottom lane. Bark is showing himself again there for a second, but they won't jump in quick enough. In fact, if anything, you'd rather find Ori again if you could. Bark is Obviously a bit of a tankier target. It did take them quite a while last time to take him out. If you're going to use that big Orchid initiation, you'd rather at least find a support. Someone a little bit faster to burst down. Neither side really flinching yet. Both will hold their ground. Again, Bark is the only one really showing the G2IG to jump, but that's not the target they want. FY, he'd be a much better target, but they cannot see him yet.
I mean, they have the ward watching now with the G2IG ward disappearing, so they've got the info advantage on Azure. Makes it awkward. A lot of patience from both sides. It's just a lot of farm everyone's kind of missing out on. But it is a big fight. Like, you cannot afford to give this Roche out either way here.
It's patience from low this time around, Jonathan. Low's going to back his way up. Yeah, neither team. Still, nobody wants to pull the trigger first. Who's going to swing at each other first? That's the question. Who's the aggressor? Roshan's still chilling. Still waiting. Or he will scout out the pit. He'll see nothing but Roshan in it.
Yep. Again, just... Yeah, it almost feels like everyone's here just to watch the cores farm. Just to watch Monet and Low farm up. It's just an exhibition match of CS for now.
I mean, Low does back his way out, but now he comes back into the...
He walks back in.
You did have an opening there, but... Oh, Monet gonna reveal himself. He's a big boy. FY, though, not quite in position to go after the Doosan. Again, that's probably not the target you quite want. Now X-Nova's left the area. X-Nova's just jumped around to the mid lane as FY almost dying. May still go down to nothing to say, but there's nothing to say. Poppy's BKB, unable to find the Bat Rider, will turn onto Bark instead. They'll drop the egg. Bark is going to be alright now with 3-man Dream Coil, locking 3 of them down, but nobody's dead. Everyone survives. Monet even popping the Stone Gaze at the last second there onto Ori, but gets nothing out of it. JT will be slowed up by the Disperser. Bark to move in with the Hoof Stomp. JT, though, looking to turn around like a Giga Chad does move in onto Low. Low going to just man-fight him back. Meanwhile, FY drags Monet, but does end up going low. He may be going a bit too deep, but he does still have the battle trance to play with. Meanwhile, Ori gets caught out. Ori is gone. Pulverized under the troll. Low. He barely gets the trance off in time. But how do you survive Low? He can't, surely. He is gone. So is Bark. Nothing to say. Will Buyback takes him down. Ori brought back in the middle of all this as well, but he cannot make it back to the pit. He's got no TP available. Man, Tianming, he is sticking around. I mean, it's up to Tianming to see if he can get a Roshan steal.
Yeah, he's got the angle from the rear. He's got that Icarus dive ready. If he manages to find that Aegis, he'd be the hero. See if they manage to scout out, though, on the side of G2IG. Yeah, no, he makes it clear with a Fire Spirit.
Oh, Icarus dives it a little bit early. What can you do? He tried very, very hard. Aegis still to go for, especially considering how slowly Roshan's going down at 34.5 minutes. Classic Medusa Roshan attempt.
Yeah, just not the quickest, but they get it done. They got the Roche banner as well, so siege potential lining up here for Azure. For the side of G2IG, Azure just a little bit awkward in that initiation, right? FY blinks in, doesn't get the lasso, so he's forced to Firefly away in that initial trade of blows. Eventually finds the lasso angle in the back, but it's just all too disjointed. And G2IG just managed to drag it into their control, into that high ground area, rather than Azure trying to drag G2IG into that low ground where they had control. And now, G2IG have the openings. They've got full Ags on JT, so a lot more damage flying out in the middle of these engagements here. They've got a lot to play with. The full Daedalus up on Monet. More damage to pump through. We'll find the Tormentor here as well. So get themselves a nice free shard onto Baboka. Have that Boomerang to just get some more amp damage out, which is always nice, especially for someone the Storm is going to want to gun down here. 2K lead suddenly coming up for G2IG Azure Ray. Again, both teams having a lot of patience. In the end, it was FY that actually started that by jumping in.
Yeah.
So Azure Ray did want to jump the gun and it doesn't work out. I mean, they were trying to pierce a high ground position. It's just difficult to say the least.
Well, now they're on the hunt here. G2IG suddenly a lot more confident in this game too. Everything's swinging in their direction. They will be able to get that middle tier 2 tower. No issues here for Monet. Onto the high ground they're looking like they want to go. There will be a top tier 2 tower push. Low will be able to take that down. In fact, Low's going to go for a tier 3 by the looks of it. Try to force them back. We've seen this before from Low. He does not want to come back for the fight against an Aegis Medusa. In fact, he's the first one to get a tier 3 tower. G2IG. They are going to retreat, in fact. They've lost out on the exchange. They want to try and get the Troll Warlord. Nothing to say gets left behind, though. Nothing to say is gone. Monet. Not Monet. He'll stone gaze, he'll run. Or he's got a coil. He'll pop it onto one. It's only going to be X-Nova. They'll get a secondary kill. And off the back of this push from Low, not only does he get a tier 3 tower, but he finds 2 very important pickoffs. And that was a dieback on NTS, by the way.
Yeah. Gone for a full minute 10. That's more than enough time for Low to actually dig into those racks and finish up. Like, that is the one thing with a troll. You cannot leave him alone to siege. If you do, I mean, it's just free towers, free objectives. Just pushes so damn fast with a fervor. It's going to get to work onto that mid-tier to start knocking on the high ground once more. Still have that secondary life for Monet. But they've got to get a grip on Low. They need to show us that control onto that troll once more. Side of Azure Ray. They still have the egg to back them up here as well. No Stampede. But the lasso is getting ready on FY. Just, it's already back up.
They could try for Monet for the first life, then they will. Lasso is out, but the Yule Scepter from Baboka going to ensure they go nowhere as now JT just rushes in with the Onslaught and the Pulverize, doing a lot of damage. There's your egg being committed by Tianming, though Monet will stick around and just aim it down. FY trying to protect it, does go down with it. So both supports being dropped. They do get a tier 3 tower on Azure Ray, but it will be no racks being taken. 2 supports dropping. And with FY without buyback, they could have an opportunity to go high ground here through the mid lane.
That they do. No threat being run down on their side lanes. So they just need someone to repair the creep waves for them up top. Then you'll have that room going for you here as well. You've got the side of Vice up for Monet. Should swap it in with the Aegis on that secondary life. More control already. In fact, we'll just swap the boots away. High ground siege begins. Not as quick as Lois, but no Fortify. They will have Fortify after the tower falls, so siege onto racks. Gonna stall out, and they have the full Crimson Guard as well to block some damage, so that is fairly annoying, but not nearly enough to fully stop this here.
It is certainly slowing it down, though. Monet will still secure the mid racks. That is 1 racks up now for G2IG. There is still an outer tower at the top lane, so your only other option is to go down towards the bottom tier 3 tower, but they will not. No need to risk it, even with the Aegis up. It is expiring in 20 seconds. FY is respawning in 20 seconds, so they will pay respect. Probably have to wait for the next Roshan to try and make another high ground attempt. But they can go for this tier 2 top tower, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yep. Even out map control, having lane advantage. Again, they can't afford to just sit back and watch the split push happen. They've learned their lesson. They will show some respect. Not going to fully commit. Just let Illusions try to clean it up. Smoke out from the side of Azure Ray. Can they even catch one? A little bit too far now on the side of G2IG. I do have a question for you, Mike. I don't know if you know the answer. Puck with Dreamcoil Ags with Parasma.
Yeah.
Does the Dreamcoil, each initial attack, do they count as separate entities?
No idea.
Because I know in Monkey King, for some godforsaken reason, on Monkey King, his initial attacks on each statue is a separate instance. So they all apply Parasma, and I don't know, I've played against a Monkey King with a Revenant's Breach. Don't ask me how that happened, Mike, but it was not good.
I imagine it was not very fun.
No. So the Dream Coil's the same mindset with the Ags. With Parasma, if it does apply that way, Pharasma onto 5 is it's pretty debilitating. If it does work that way, who knows? I suppose we'll find out down the line. Smoke out for G2IG now. See if they manage to find an angle up. They do have no real forward vision either. So the map is pretty dark for both sides. Does make these smoke movements out a lot trickier. But they are lining up to that point where they want to find these kills, right? Like a minute and a half until Roche respawn. A pick off here opens that up in a massive way. You've got the BKB to protect JT now as well. So it's going to be easier to pull off those long duration pulverize now. And just try to get that burst damage going. Again, just no info, so mainly a warding run.
They'll clear out some creep waves at the top lane. Yeah, as a rate. They'll just sit back in the base and wait. There will be a 3-man smoke being committed here. Tianming does pop one. It seems like G2IG just going to continue to hang around on the northwestern side of the map. Never mind, they'll go through the twin gates. Again, all about the next Roshan.
I wonder how long they'll hold this position again, if they will. Right by the gate. Is it going to be the same play?
I mean, last time, the FY jumping in it initially
JT?
did cost them. JT, BKB TP away, and will make it. So you don't have a BKB on JT. Perhaps, if this Roshan fight does... If the Roshan does spawn early, that is.
Yeah, I don't know if that changes anything, considering how cautiously both sides are playing. Like, chances are, you'll actually wait long enough that the BKB of JT is going to be back up anyway. So, might not be the biggest loss in that commitment here. Azure should start to make their way down bot. It is a minute 10 spawn, so not the quickest, not the longest either. Midway spawn for the Roche. You do have the forward vision set up a lot better for the side of G2IG further up on the lane. So they will be able to take advantage much easier and get a backline jump for the Roshan. When it spawns. Again, it's the same position, yeah. No. Okay. Gate again.
Gate again.
Man. You know, if this gate is treating mana as money, that's a lot of money he makes. The gate owner.
They should, remember that old side shop owner? The side shop dude? Why not just have him standing by the... just have him stand by the twin gates, just charging everyone a toll. Especially like after 40 minutes, everyone has to pay gold. And it goes up every time someone uses...
Oh,
Buck! Buck? Orchid out, Buck has been caught. He's a tanky boy, he'll be fine as they drop the egg. The lasso's out to boot, they've got Monet with that one. Monet running out of mana, is going to go down. Monet is gone. He's got buyback, but it's not looking too good. G2IG, they will lose JT to boot. Nothing to say, able to TP away. And Roshan, oh, it just respawns. Right on time, boys.
That it is. Roche banner along with a refresh shard ready here for the side of Azure. And Low, with a secondary life, can just commit onto these objectives now. Start to clean up. The Mega Creep's a very distinct possibility for Azure. G2IG just getting very, very jumpy. They see Bach, they jump Bach, but this guy is so tanky with the Crimson Guard, the Shivas, and the Eternal Shroud. Just not a hero you can burst down that quickly. I'm surprised they play it a lot faster here on G2IG. They were so much more patient before, maybe fearing that with the smoke break and the Shivas scouting out, that their position was compromised, but still, the success for G2IG is when they find Low first. Or, you know, force out Low and kite him around. They cannot kite that way. High ground begins, and Low is getting to work.
It's going to be a very quick T3 tower at this rate. I mean, you do have buyback on Monet, but he doesn't seem to want to pop it. He'll just let the bot racks go down. Meanwhile, FY now has a full Ags up, so he's got the double lasso available. AR going to move into the mid racks. The Boka. Bushwhack is going to land. A lot of damage here onto Low to get started, but again, he does still have the Aegis and already has found the melee barracks in the mid lane, so doesn't want to stick around any longer. G2IG not really venturing out of the base yet either. They're just going to sit back and wait for the defense to come.
Oof. Monet already queuing up that Divine. And this is about the point where the Deuce starts to feel the pressure. Easily isolated, FY finding that big lasso needed to open up the last fight with their initiation onto Bach. Gonna have to hug the high ground well. Again, you need to chain stun here on the side of G2IG. Most of your control is single target heavy, and it does not last as long as that lasso for the most part. FY with double lasso, major threat.
Oh, JT, you'll get caught by the lasso. That'll be one. JT not down yet. Does still have his BKB available. We'll be able to get out. They've caught Ori though. Ori what? Is down. That's a bit unfortunate for Ori. That'll mean Azure Ray, they do have to get the hell out of it.
Yeah, they can't afford to take this fight without the puck kind of weaving in and out, sniping that back line. A little bit far forward, the Lincolns, it does work to protect you from one spell use, but they have a lot of single target again here on the side of G2IG. Orchids, Hexes up, even just the Acorn Shot to pop, the Yules to pop, or the E-Blade here on Baboka to pop. That Lincoln's protection, not so difficult here for the side of G2IG. They stay in the game. Azure still has 2 minutes on the Aegis, so there's more than enough time here to get something going. But G2IG will just reapply that pressure on the lanes. Diffusal up now for low. So a little bit more control in the chase down. A way to stop the E-Blade saves that Baboka is trying to leverage here.
I think you meant Nullifier.
Yeah, Nullifier, whoops. And I am just looking at when Monet feels confident enough to buy the Divine. Probably safer buyback plus Divine, which is a ways off. Like at least 4,000 gold more. So, not quite going to hit that point where he can just really burst these targets down for the team. They are just forcing in mid. Just making it uncomfy for the side of Azure.
They'd love a buyback on Ori if they could get it. He's 20 seconds away from respawning though, so it doesn't really seem like that time's going to come. And even then, I mean, against the Aegis of Low, I don't think it's really well advised to fight into that. The bottom wave has to be addressed very soon too, because that's just being pushed in, so nothing to say, we'll just TP over and address that for his team. And yeah, I mean, it may literally just be a matter of just wait for the buyback gold and Divine Rapier gold to be available on Monet, and then probably wait for another Roshan.
Yeah, it's going to have to be patience here for the side of G2IG. Probably learning from the mistakes of initiating onto Bach at this point. So, when that Centaur scouts out, going to have to jump the back line. You still have a decent time at it, for nothing to say, to find that backline, BKB and Lincolns to protect. So he has a lot of room to get that done. Still, much favorable game for Azure. 6k, 7k up. Basically 2 Raxus up, with mid just having the range racks left. And always just one team fight away from just having Megas. That is the threat. This is the power of the troll. High ground just, it doesn't take long. Roshan doesn't take long either. And there's that full Ags now for Ori. So even more damage coming in with the control. Would love the level 25 talent to pierce through the debuff immunity, but not quite there yet. So just, still, I mean, the scaling here for Azure is going to start kicking in. And Aegis does expire, but I don't know. It's on G2IG to kind of just be patient. You have map control on Azure. You can choke them out next Roshan as well. No need to rush.
Absolutely not. There will be a 3-man smoke. Azure. If they can find themselves a straggler, a nice lasso here from FY to start things off. Make all the difference. And they're looking at JT. JT takes care of the creep wave. Azure ignoring him instead, looking to go through the bottom lane. Oh, Monet, nothing to say. Both of them right next to each other. FY, no, the Lincolns! It broke the lasso! Oh, he would have had a double lasso on both Monet and Nothing to Say, but he didn't recognize the Lincolns on Nothing to Say, so the lasso never goes through. Very unfortunate. That means Azure gonna have to retreat, wait for another day.
Yeah, but again, it's not like they lose anything out. It's a lost opportunity, but it's not going to take them too long to just get back up there. Stampede, half a minute. Lasso, 20 seconds. Cooldown's relatively short. It's G2IG that needs to capitalize on a small window.
Bach's okay. Nothing to Say, still jumping in after the Centaur, but Bach does have help around. Ori will commit a Dream Core to lock them all down. Meanwhile, a stun is out onto the low on the Troll. Stonegaze popped by Monet to boot. A very messy engagement. G2IG now looking to retreat. Lasso, however, going to catch up Monet on the Medusa. That's the big boy. That's the big target they want. Monet's out of mana. Monet's gone. Oh, he does not last a second. He does have buyback. JT also going to drop by looks of it. Cannot survive through all this damage. Does go down. But G2IG, they do have buybacks on all three of those heroes. If they wish to commit, that is.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something to stop the Megas. Maybe wanting to wait for that full committal onto the tier 4s first. Nah, the buybacks come in. They need to stop this.
Zip forward onto Bark. Meanwhile, JT trying for Low, but Low's going to go into the battle transform. They'll use up the Troll. That's the one they really want. Low is going down, and Low is gone. He has buyback available. Bark in trouble now. Bark being left behind. We'll try for the TP play out. They have the cancel though, just barely from JT. And they do protect from the Megas. The one Rax is left standing.
That it is. Just the top lane left to equalize here for the side of G2IG. They have some pretty neat neutrals for this kind of game state. I mean, this is when that power of Ancient Guardian kicks in for Monet. So he's going to do a decent chunk of damage when those fights break out on the high ground. Roshan, a longer spawn, unfortunately a minute 10. Again, nothing quick coming out here so far. G2IG just has to venture forth, try to find what they can. There are some good forward wards here for Azure to play off of, though. There is some good potential for FY to just get that jump on the back line for the defense.
They've got the Axe on Nothing to Say, so Blue Hole is available now. That could be a game changer. FY, he's got the lasso. Monet being caught out again. Can they burst him down? They don't have the Troll nearby yet. Low, he's going to move in, already out of mana. Monet is gone. Monet just melts FY, setting up a perfect engagement. There's 4 heroes with no buyback. GG. Even the entire base, they call it. There's no buybacks left. Azure, they're going to tie up the series 1-1.
That they will. Great plays out from Azure Ray. This time taking control really early on, setting that pace. And again, this kind of stems back to just like FY having a fantastic time in the Batrider. He sets up across every lane, enables that momentum to kick in here for Azure Ray. For G2IG, where it all fell apart was really that second Roche fight, or third Roche fight, where they were camping that gate, and Bach scouts them with that Shivas. Like, they were so scared of being spotted, so scared of that position being compromised, that they were forced to jump the Centaur, which allows the lasso, allows Low to come in as well and do the damage. Just messy from that point onward. I think beyond that, it was, again, fairly even on both sides, but a lot better for Zuray's showing in the early game. And that's something that G2IG will have to look back on. Like, they had a good lane for Nothing to Say, but Azure, again, with the constant rotations, just made it hellish. They were keeping control of the runes quite nicely, and they managed to capitalize as well with just FY. I think FY with those early steals on the camps really just built into that quick blink, and it makes all the difference for that support bat.
Well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3 of this Best of 5 Grand Final. Right after this short break. We'll see you soon.
The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
You can escape down the screen now. 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 You can escape. You can escape. You can escape. You can escape. You can escape.
My Uber ride drop me off Fairfax and Beverly. The sneakerheads walking up, they try to talk to me. They say, do I wanna fight? They say, do I wanna go? I say, I'm feeling too high. I say, come on and let's dance. Let's dance. What? Let's dance. We stop at Bodega Luz. I'll get my favorite cake, the sweetest one I can find, the mango saccharine. She asked what else do I want? I say you don't wanna know. She say I really do. So I say come on, let's dance. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting back into our best of 5 grand final here for the Chinese close qualifiers. Of course, we are into game number 3 now between G2IG and Azure Ray, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Obviously, this grand final is panning out to be quite a close one, as we are tied 1-1 now. Each game looking very, very even. What are you thinking here? How are you feeling?
Feeling great. The games have been great so far. Looking to see how far either side can go. Of course, dead even right now in the best of 5. One team will have the advantage after this next game. I can see what the adjustments will be. It feels like there's good reason why you banned Batrider in the first phase up against Azure Ray. FY does too much work with it there. And the dip into the Medusa was also very interesting from G2IG when they had maybe a couple of safer options there, like say Ursa could have come in, or again like a Morphling might have still fit that draft as well. The Dusa for Monet feeling like it didn't really have the best spikes coming out. We saw parity from Low pretty much the entire game. In fact, for the most part, Low was leading in that for it from the laning phase. So I want to see what G2IG will change. I think there was a pacing issue for G2IG in the last game, although they did manage to, turn that advantage at some point into a high ground siege. When Low was sieging on the tier 3s, they did manage to find a Rax eventually. But, afterwards, it was just really awkward. They got a little bit... It looked a little bit rattled when, Box scouted out with the Shivas when they were holding that same position in the smoke. And just that one decision also just snowballed this game entirely towards Azure Ray's way. So I want to see. They've had a little bit more time to reset. I believe we did take a slightly longer break here by about 5 minutes. I think it was a 15-minute wait for the lobby. So they've got some time to regroup and kind of reconsider and plan ahead. I'd say the biggest first step is ban FY Batrider because he actually makes that hero work.
Yeah, he makes it look really damn strong as well. FY certainly the guy that probably just won them the game outright there at the last fight. So I'll see if they do indeed follow your advice here in this next draft, John. Of course, the draft has not yet begun. Both sides still not prepared yet. Almost prepared to get this game number 3 underway. Can't quite blame them. I mean, both games have been very, very long between these two teams. First one lasted 84 minutes. Second one lasted just about 53 minutes. So they have been very, very close matches. Just the smallest of mistakes could really cost you the game in this kind of grand final. And it's really good to see both these teams and how hungry they are to get through to the ESL 1 Birmingham. You know, through this qualifier. But sadly, only one of them can. Though I'll tell you, with the way these two teams are playing, it really does feel like both of them deserve to be there.
That it does. It does feel that way for sure. I believe in Dream League, these are the two teams that are going through. It is Azure and G2IG. So at very least for the Dream League qualifiers, both of them did have that shot. Unfortunately here, one of them will have to stop that journey, which is a shame because, again, we're seeing a lot of good games out of both teams. G2IG still look as strong as ever. Azure has looked really great as well. So, yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking. At very least, the next game isn't going to be the heartbreaker just yet. Of course, it is the advantage game going into the best of 5. So we'll see which side will find that advantage again. It's been close. Not many major errors, just minor in-game, just jumpy errors there that the other side capitalizes on. We'll see if they will change things in draft. We should have that draft ready coming up soon, and we can take a peek at some of those early adjustments. Again, I would like to see that Batrider banned out. It's been doing so much work for FY, so if they don't take it away, I can just see Azure dipping into it ASAP.
Well, it has been banned. G2IG literally first phase ban first ban out of all the bans, so they are not willing to play it against it again. So respect towards FY. Azure, they will respect the JT Mag once again. Kunkka and Phoenix both being removed to boot. One more ban to go before we can see the opening picks.
10 seconds remaining.
As the beauty of a best of 5 grand final is you just develop so much knowledge of each other. You know, the respect really starts to show through the ban stage as the games do proceed. Happy to say we haven't got one of those 3-0 kind of grand finals either. It looks like this is one of those grand finals that could easily go to 5 games. Almost without question.
Oh yeah.
Depending on what happens in game 4, of course. But we're not there yet. We've got to wait for this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a close race. This should lead to a highly different draft. Yeah, they take care of the Timbersaw as well. The box shows off with. And now the Chen was left alone. So G2IG will pick up the Chen. We've seen this a couple of times when the Chen comes in. You don't have the doubling down of durability here for G2IG though. Right? You don't have that option for Kunkka with a boat buff. You don't have the backup of that Phoenix. So the heal stacking certainly not coming into play, but the creep army already showing good signs for early aggression. Ench was left in the pool though, and Azure pick it up. So yeah, it goes about as well as you'd expect with both of these heroes not being banned. They will get snatched away. A few other supports on hand, I suppose. The Hoodwink still there. Winter Wyvern. Venge is an option as well if you want to kind of get support bans going here, but you're likely gunning for mids and off lanes. Maybe a couple of safe lane bans, like say the Faces Void, can be prioritized. Beyond that, it is still fairly open. Like Chen and Ench do dictate a certain playstyle, but it doesn't lock you into that playstyle.
No, that it does not. Good to see these two heroes making its appearance though in this grand final, because both these heroes just continuously getting banned. So it's almost like a gentleman's agreement that both sides will leave the Ench and the Chen alone for each other to have a chance at. So kind of nice to see we're going to get a game with at least these two in it. Don't know what that really means. I can't say Ench and Chen are the most entertaining of heroes, but everyone deserves a chance, John. You know, everyone deserves a chance to have a crack at this best of 5. So these two heroes aren't any different. They'll make their way in.
Yeah, they will. I wonder if we get any weird pocket picks start to pour out now. You know, like there have been a couple of cheese picks that were left alone outside of Meepo. Like Arc Warden has been left alone. Right, that's been a pocket cheese pick for quite a few teams that we've watched across 2 qualifiers. So this might be the game to break it out if either side wanted to. I don't recall any of them playing it though, so likely not. There goes the support bans. G2IG just taking care of line and the Hoodwink. Azure. What would their soul ban be? It's, again, rather open. Maybe you could take care of, again, cores. Or, I mean, you have the next picks. You could just pick up something like the Venge yourself.
10 seconds remaining.
What cores would you want banned? I suppose you could start clearing out some of those mid laners as well.
5 seconds remaining.
For nothing to say if you are concerned. It's open enough.
They will continue thinking about the ban, Azure. Mostly support's getting removed through this the second ban phase. Still position 4's open for both sides. We'll see the Luna ban. So Azure not wanting to see that hero being picked up. We're going to see the Tiny making its appearance now, which I can only assume should be a position 4 Tiny, but you know, based off that first game, we can't 100% be sure.
Yeah, it's hard to call it. It's open enough, but I do like the notion of the support Tiny coming in here. For FY, I think it lines up with how he likes to play. There's a lot of aggression that they can bring out. A lot of good connections onto the mid lane can come out here as well, just with Inch and her army and the Tiny on hand. So I like it. The Mirana response from G2IG is rather interesting. We have not seen this hero in quite a while, Mike. It's actually been a very long time since we've seen the Mirana, so I'm keen to see what they get done with that. With a Primal Beast, I suppose that is your straightforward setup, and you also have a way of just punishing the Inch, so you prevent, like, her having that creep in lane, as you are expecting it to be a 5-inch straight into the Naga Enigma for Azure. So pulling out all the stops. Really strong teamfight presence now from Azure. Not the best ways of clearing out the Naga illusions either from your supports or from the Primal Beast, unless he fully commits with trampling forward. So I like this. I think you're set up for pretty decent lanes. Enigma Tiny, it's a pretty scary lane. Once Malefice is up and running, you can run down with Eidolons, chain control afterwards from Tiny. It is relatively easy to find kills. G2IG will just go into the Gyro to counteract that wave of summons with the Illusions and the Enigma Eidolons. So that's one response. Very different draft, you know. We were talking about it in the pregame, but coming in with all of these adjustments made after 2 games, you end up with something completely different.
That you do. Good to see these drafts continue to change quite a bit throughout this grand final. More bans to come before we can see these closing pickups. G2IG looking to ban a mid here for Azure, and I believe Azure will be doing the exact same thing.
What big mids are there to worry about? There's a cheeky OD pick, I suppose, that could line up for more for G2IG, but it could also work for Azure. I think, is there any pocket picks? Standard stuff like Ember Storm are still available here. Quap, maybe a Puck. We'll take care of the Quap first. I don't know, your one concern here for the side of G2IG is that Enigma. Once BKB is up, you don't really have Pierce. Outside of Pulverize, but you have to run up to the Enigma during Black Hole, which, you know, you likely aren't going to be able to do that. So there's a lot of room here for, I assume, Bach to just play around on that Enigma. Yeah, it'll just take care of things that stop the Black Hole. Beastmaster gone. Also a decent solution to Illusions here, of course, with the Drums of Slom. So not going to have that play as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, the final ban out for themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
They'll dive into the reserve time. Still plenty of reserve time left for Azure to make this choice. And this third game is always so important. Like, getting the advantage in a best of 5, it feels absolutely huge. And I mean, G2IG in that first game obviously got a nice advantage for themselves, but AR able to tie it up. So now you've got to kind of reclaim that advantage, try to finish it in 4 games if you can. AR still thinking about this final ban out, which I assume is still a mid. I mean, it could be NTS Primal Beast we're looking at as well. They could assume perhaps a JT offlane pickup for their final pick. I don't think so, but you never really know. Perhaps JT just does not want to play the hero again.
I think the one concern is, again, they're just covering for the Enigma. Maybe considering like the puck ban. I feel like you have enough control this time when it's ready to actually lock in the puck with tiny blink avalanche toss, followed up by, say, a net, an ensnare from the Naga. So that is one thing, but it is one way to keep the Enigma down. Although once BKB's up again, you're waiting for a level 25 talent, which does take a while. That's assuming a long game here. You don't have room for something like the Clockwork and G2IG. I mean, there's a very weird chance that you do, but it requires, again, that NTS mid-primal beast and you doing something weird with Clockwork offlane, so should be a clear Enigma game regardless. They'll just take care of the Zeus, which is one way to kind of illusion clear and clear the summons as well, especially with the Lightning Hands build. So take away that kind of option for G2IG. What do they have left for G2IG that kind of does that? I suppose Alina mid sort of clears out illusions, at least early on. The Eidolon's no problem as well. And I suppose as Alina, you can still itemize into Maelstrom Gleipnir. So it can kind of handle that. I don't know how concerned you are about illusions. You have Gyrocopter, which is fairly solid anyway. They will ban the puck on G2IG. So maybe clearing out for a mobile mid for nothing to say. Not too much time left in the reserve time for both sides. Has to be pretty snappy on the uptake. I guess there's still the Ember, right? Like, they didn't ban it this time around. It's a Mage Slayer carrier. Can still clear out illusions and summons. Pretty mobile as well.
Well, let's see. I mean, G2IG, they'll go for the Centaur. So it is going to be the mid-primal beast we're looking at. G2IG, they'll throw the Centaur off lane. NTS going to take the primal beast this time around. Azure seemed to have somewhat of an idea that this was going to happen, as they were banning out some offlane and mid lane pickups. Azure, they're still lacking their own mid here. They'll know they're against the primal beast. You do have some flex. You could throw the tiny mid as well, though I don't think it's very advised against the primal. They'll go for the laner instead. So just get a very lane-dominant kind of mid here for Azure to finish things off. Ori on that laner, probably going to have himself a very, very good time. Nothing to say. Probably going to have a bit of a struggle here on that primal here for the laning stage. But well, the drafts are complete, John. What are we thinking? Do you favor one side or the other?
I would lean towards Azure. I'm not too sure about how well that mid matchup for Nothing to Say goes. He can gap close onto Ori, but Ori should just be able to completely control with damage from range and run down Nothing to Say. It's not the comfiest lane for the Primal Beast. Although, again, if you see LSA committed, I suppose you can charge in with Trample, but it's a very short lane as well on mid, so it's not something you can fully take advantage of there. The more interesting lane for G2IG is the Centaur Mirana lane. I think that one is, again, not something we've seen in a long while, but it is straightforward stuns. The answer of Centaur into Nagasarn is also really interesting, I guess, with a Shard. And I suppose Double Edge can kind of clear out in an AoE. So there is something going on there. But the coverage of Azure, it's a lot safer to kind of look at Azure's draft into a longer game, right? Naga scaling up with illusions and split push. Enigma with a black hole threat from Bach. The Lina that can scale into your heavy damage, as Naga's more of like chipping away at you with the illusions. It's very well rounded. Whereas for G2IG, it does feel more tempo based. You run into scaling issues for the Primal Beast. Your team fight is, again, not as stitched together here for G2IG. It's reliant still on Pulverize and pretty much the Hoof Stomp and the follow-ups from your Mirana, which just isn't reliable. It's just not as reliable as, say, just Black Hole or even just Avalanche Toss from a Tiny.
No, it certainly is not, but we'll get into it. I mean, game 1. Oh, excuse me, game 3 between G2IG and Azure. I'm not sure where I got game 1 from, though, John, but it is getting late at night, you know? I'm getting old, John. Forgive. Game 3 between AR and G2IG set to get underway. Hopefully another close one for us. There's now FY Next Nova handing tips over to each other. Everyone just taking turns.
Yeah. Just, you know, that sportsmanship between all of these guys. I mean, all of them were on. I'm pretty sure all of them were on like teams with each other at some point as well. I just can't keep track with the changes in China, but I'm fairly certain so. Everyone's just being nice and friendly. Gonna be interesting to see what exactly G2IG can do. I think there's more pressure in G2IG to actually play tempo with the Chen army, with like the early power spikes you expect from a mid Primal Beast. You will want siege towers quickly, so you will want to try to make that collapse on mid happen a little bit faster. I do feel like if this game drags on, you are just heavily favored on Azure. You have Low who can stall with illusions. You have damage that can fly in onto Ori, and you can just focus singularly on building up there on the Lina to just burst heroes down. Threat of team fight from Bach. And it's a lot smoother going for Azure, whereas G2IG, it has to play up-tempo. Like, you need to not necessarily crush lanes, but have a good time in lanes and then translate that into objectives very nicely here.
Yeah. Oh, Baboka and Tianming going to say hello for a moment. We'll back their way out. Of course, we can start with the mid lane, where you are going to have Ori against the Primal Beast of Nothing to Say. Obviously, we kind of already mentioned it. Ori should have at least the harass advantage here against Nothing to Say. We'll see what Nothing to Say does do about it. He'll go for a very early trample, try to clear out the creep wave early on. Does secure the range creep. But as expected, Ori should be able to get a hell of a lot of value out of this aggression against the Primal.
Yeah, shouldn't be too hard. Lina, again, plays from range, so you're just going to be able to control, and if you do misplay it, it is punishable, but shouldn't be something we expect from Ori here. Taking a look at that bot lane, of course, you've got Tianming on the Anch, along with Low on that Naga Siren, up against Baboka and JT on the Mirana Centaur combination. Not one we've seen all too often nowadays. In fact, Mirana in general, just certainly not a hero that has popped in the meta. Does still do a lot. Again, you have straightforward setup with Hoof Stomp into Arrow. You've got Arrow into Pulverize to follow through as well down the line. It's just still not the most reliable. There's a lot of ways to body block the Arrow here on the side of Azure. And you've got the Illusions, you've got the Eidolons that can tank for you. Heck, you can have later on the Enchanted Creep tank as well. And this lane for JT, it's not going to be the worst, but it's certainly not going to be the smoothest sailing with this Chain Lightning Creep already on hand from Tianming. It is a lot of damage early on to just blast away for free.
I remember the good old days where the this creep basically had double the mana. Just continue to spam Chain Lightning over and over again. Whereas now you get a couple off and you've got to wait for the mana regen. It's not anywhere near as good, but there was once upon a time it just felt like you could spam that an unlimited amount of times, and well, it took a long time for that to get nerfed. Sadly, it is nerfed now, so we won't get to enjoy that, but they get a little bit of value out of it. Mid lane, Ori taking a bit of damage here from Nothing to Say. The trample coming in once again. Nothing to Say, still ahead in CS as well, 12-0, which is, especially in terms of the CS, the Primal Beast is going to have an inherent advantage as long as he can keep himself healthy. And NTS even pulling the creep wave away now, so just wanted to just pull it away, not deal with the Lina. Does get a water in for himself. And I think you can just stack this up on a neutral camp, right? Just stack it up on a neutral camp and just trample all of it.
Yep, could look for that efficiency play. I think that was a good read from Ori to just pull the remaining creeps as well while he was going for his own water rune. And there's really not a big farm differential here between these. He will just go for the safe pull behind tower. Nothing to say. He is concerned of the chip damage Ori can do. And again, he has the LSA value point here on Ori to just cut off the aggression as well from Nothing to Say. So he understands the game plan of that Primal Beast. Still a rather static mid. Maybe it starts to get a little bit more erratic when some of these supports can rotate. Up top, you've got Monet and Dejaro along with X-Nova on the Chen up against FY and his Tiny, and Bach on that Enigma. There is kill threat here, but it does take level 3 on your Tiny as well. And it's going to be... It is a little bit trickier. There is good output, and there's always the threat of X-Nova making a turn on you with some good creeps. So you will have to be cautious about that. They have blocked the small camp at the least, so X-Nova has no easy access to early creeps here, but does manage to get himself a small pull. They will pull it away as well, so it's a rather even thing to end up with. At the least, you're you're not going to be able to do as much. And this kind of lane does feel alright for the Gyro. There's no direct threat in his life. It's still maybe slightly slower, but again, you're waiting for levels here for Azure. It's more pertinent on them to soak and just try to make something happen once these spikes are up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still no first blood being drawn here from either side. It looks like Bark's going to try and get aggressive top lane onto Monet and X-Nova, but now he'll cop a homing missile from Monet. Both sides just more than happy hitting creeps in their laning phase. JT and Baboka unable to find any kind of aggression towards low at the moment as well. I mean, FY getting relatively low on the Tiny, but again, just going to be able to walk his way out. It's no real issue for him. You do have a rotation from Nothing to Say, however. Does pick up a Bounty Rune, does move towards the bottom lane, where they have already jumped Tian Ming. Tian Ming going to try for the TV play out. The onslaught, it wouldn't have made it anyway. Nothing to Say, he will just cancel it off. And a bit of a wasted rotation here from the Primal Beast, as it will amount to naught so far. However, he does move back down to the bottom lane. Gets a bit of ward down. That's it. Nothing to Say. Going to return back into the mid lane.
Yeah, nothing to say and nothing to do for him so far. Was spotted by the wards. Good coverage here from Azure, knowing that this would be the likely path for the Primal Beast to take. And also just to watch for the support rotations, which just have not come in. And you are, again, farming rather evenly right now across both sides. Actually, like, legitimately just very even. Maybe just pulling a little bit more here for JT in comparison to what you're finding on Monet, but nothing that's too painful at very least. It's all about the levels. I mean, FY's been sitting at level 3 and has been looking for an angle up top. It's just not an easy angle to find. And yeah, it's just static. You are happy again. For both of these cores to have the static time, I suppose it's maybe better for Monet, considering that Gyro's timings can be a little bit faster. The Naga certainly doesn't take too long to come online for sure, but it does feel like the Gyro's presence is felt much earlier in the game comparatively. So that is a boon here for G2IG. Also no rotations onto the mid for Power Rune. Like, again, very different from game 1 and 2 where we saw constant rotations.
Yeah, I think between the Primal and the Lena, it's just not quite as important as it was. Baboka and JT still chilling top lane, nothing really happening there either. The Bark securing his own farm. Monet having a great old time, just clearing out so many Eidolons here on the Gyrocopter. Or even X-Nova just taking some for himself with the Holy Persuasions. It's very hard for Bark to actually get much value out of these Eidolons. It just feels like they're being fed most of the time back the other way. Meanwhile, the mid lane, I mean, Ori has started to overtake 43 and 11 when it comes to the CS board and the Lena. Of course, that probably is due to the fact that Nothing to Say did rotate down bottom and it just amounted to nothing, in fairness to him.
Yeah, mainly down to just like 2 creep waves being missed, which isn't the biggest deal. I'm a little bit surprised Nothing to Say is just going for the BKB first, but probably understands he wants to be on the front for his team. Movement FY.
Toss in, Nothing to Say. Still going to be alright to just onslaught backwards as FY, not looking very good right now, does give first blood away. Well, they thought they had enough damage with the Laguna Blade coming in from the Lena, but it was not quite. And so of all people, the Primal does get the first blood bonus.
Yeah, get a little bit impatient to get that move out. 8-minute rune is spawning here as well, so at the least Chan Ming is in position to try to secure this for Ori down bot. He will snatch away the invis, but won't save him from this.
Absolutely not. Chan Ming handing another kill the way of NTS, and I'll tell you, like the way they have the Primal Beast kind of suffering in the net worth department, it felt as though you wouldn't want to give him 2 kills like this, but now Nothing to Say, top of the net worth board. And Ori is probably not very happy about that, considering he won the mid lane.
That he wouldn't be. This is going to lead to that faster timing. Fine.
Oh, he's alright. Go on, John.
Just a bit of a cheeky chase. The BKB timing for nothing to say is going to line up. Again, that initial burst you're looking for might not be enough. They do get the jump onto JT. So FY finds a rotation that works out with JT left alone down bot. They take advantage low. Going to be happy to get some additional farm flowing into the Naga. Is working up towards that Manta style. So the illusion spam will kick in, and his farm pace will kick up once he sends his illusions across into the jungle as well. Rather even game state, 1-2 is better though, and they invade the jungle. Bach.
Yeah, poor old Buck does at least block the arrow with the Eidolons. Goes for the black hole. Has found two of them. Ori is rotating him for a light strike array, and now nothing to say. He may have got a little bit too greedy, but no, he backs his way out. He will barely survive thanks to the stampede, but FY, oh, the toss! Oh, he barely has enough with the Eidolons coming in. Ori, though, oh, so close to falling. Not quite, though. Ori's alright. Oh, and they even found the Mirana, but Boca to go down. Bark picks up a double kill from the grave, thanks to FY just setting up 2 kills for him.
Yeah, it manages to pan out. It looked a little bit dicey when he couldn't get that kill. On to nothing to say. Manages to run out just because of the divine favor from the presence of X-Nova. Still, they clean up the big kill they want. They stop that congestion in the triangle. We're going to be able to get some smooth flowing farm. Vlad's up for back. Going to feel nice to just sustain true on the Eidolons. Get a little bit of push going as well in a free lane for the Enigma. Very important activity for Ori to survive through as well. Travels up on the Lina now. Going for that Gleipnir build-up that we tend to see. No intermediary item like the Falcon Blade. So maybe a little bit tougher to sustain true. The spell spam. Certainly no mana regen on hand to feel good here for that Lina. But will want to take activity on the map. Bot lane being shoved in by the side of G2IG. They don't have the black hole team fight, so you're not going to be able to look for a clean contest. Just going to have to stall out as best as you can with Chanming, but you're not going to stop this.
No, you absolutely are not. T1 bottom tower will go down. Well, they're having a really good time farming though on the Naga Siren. Really starting to take off now. Not much in the way of slowing him down. It's just going to have a very free game. But however, nothing to say. Has not seen him yet. Will do so now, but I don't think they realize that the actual Naga might be there. Or perhaps they just don't believe they have the damage for him. They'll leave him alone. Instead, they'll find Tianming. But no, they won't go for him either.
Very cautious. They had the sentry down here at the least on Azure. It is taken out by G2IG. They did have information, but I'm surprised. Again, cautious play from G2IG. Gives the room for that mid-siege from Bach, just with the Eidolons, to clear out the tier 1. So they do manage to get some advantages here on the side of Azure because of that stall out. Opening the map a little bit more. It's not really something they can use just yet with the side lane tower standing. And again, considering how this draft is made on the side of, well, on the side of Azure more than the side of G2IG, but even G2IG as well, it's about farm. It's about build-up. Bach is working on a faster blink this game, though. We'll see if that move pays off. Does want to get active for the team, which we don't see too often on Enigmas. It tends to be more aura build-up into blink as third item pickup almost. So I'm excited to see this from Bach. Just wants to take that activity for the team.
No, why the hell not? He'll almost have it too. Farm going pretty well here for the Enigma after the pretty sad laning stage for himself. Manet's almost got his ags up now on the gyrocopter, so his farm is set to escalate rather soon. Looking towards the T1 top tower, but more so just looking to clear out the Eidolons. Doesn't really care so much about the T1. Rotations are coming in as well from Azure, just in case he does want to push it in. In fact, X-Nova does bring the army in, so perhaps they were thinking about the T1. FY going to stun up all the creeps and does take 2 with him. G2IG seeing that many heroes does not want to stick around. They look like they're just going to leave the area. Both sides are probably just back to the farm.
Very patient. I think Both sides understand how much is on the line with this advantage game in the best of 5. Don't want to take unnecessary risks. Just play it safe. Smoke out now from G2IG. Perhaps this time the rotation can pan out with the blink on JT. They've got the initiation and the follow-up to Baboka in the back.
Oh, Ori getting caught. JT and Baboka, perfect arrow set up to FY with a nice double avalanche. Will try to set up for some form of a trade. Buck is here with the blink black hole as well. There's nothing to say. He's going to get caught out. Hand of God will keep him alive though. Nothing to say. We'll make it through. So they do jump in. JT with the stun out onto Tian Ming now. Meanwhile, FY still trying to retreat. We'll make it for now, though nothing to say. Back in on Tian Ming, we'll get the Enchantress. So the blink black hole, I'm gonna screw that up again, is it only caught 1. Doesn't do anywhere near enough.
Yeah. It's a rough go. Again, they're playing with this long range combo really well. They're still chasing for more.
Oh, another nice arrow here from Baboka. Gonna find FY. Oh boy, I mean, Azure forcing a big fight in that mid lane, but it does cost them heavily, and they still lose the tier 1 mid.
It opens up the map in a big way for G2IG because they already took that bot tier 1 as well, so invasion of the bot jungle is a lot simpler for G2IG. Again, they're playing off the back of this long-range initiation. Just blink into arrow, more than enough control for that single target pick-off. Side of Azure Ray, they still need farm. I mean, Low is still doing a fantastic job of just using these illusions around the map. Does have the value point in Song if danger comes, though.
I mean, he was going to pop the song saying nothing to say. Doesn't do so yet. Onslaught will connect. Low. No, he never gets a chance. JT in with the hoof stomp does get enough damage out, and X-Nova does take the kill. So now Low going down. That's a big deal here for Azure Ray. Azure playing a very slow game with their own draft, but I mean, so far not really panning out for them. You're at the stage where Monet is catching up in terms of farm and or mid lane. Maybe they could get nothing to say, but he just onslaughts out.
Yeah, a little bit optimistic for Tian Ming to make that move on his own. 3-7 now, G2IG coming out on top with all of these pickoffs, getting that great isolation onto Low. For Azure Ray, again, this draft, it needs some time. Like, you've been ready on Ori with the travels. He's just not had anywhere to play. You can play with basically just the Tiny. Even then, it's awkward with no other core to connect to. Like, Bach, and just focusing on, like, utility with a black hole. Moonlight here.
Speaking of Bach,
yikes.
Caught out by the arrow. Cannot survive it. Will go down. FY being chased here by Monet and JT, and they're going to find him too. The Tiny. Caught out. FY will go down to JT and Monet. And that tier 1 top tower, it is just going to melt.
That's such a sneaky ward coming out there from G2IG right by that cliff area. Just giving all the reach, all the vision they need to get that kind of jump. And now with a creep army ready, they can just go into Roshan. And again, Low is just farming across the map. But it's only him. Like, look at the net worth difference with Bach in particular. Just lagging behind. Only 800 gold above a Chen at this point. And Roche just does not take too long. Like, there's no contest here. And you could try with Bach, but with the tier 1 gone, making your way into that objective just takes way too long. So a freebie coming out here from Monet.
Maybe they can get the Primal though. FY, no toss back. Just tosses up the Primal Beast, not looking to go for the big attempt. Now they'll realize they probably could have, because the Roshan was being taken here by G2IG. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are going to throw a black hole out. They down a Centaur. JT will go down, and Azure not messing around whatsoever. They'll take what they get.
You take what you can get, but you're going to be down this big team fight tool from Bach again for more than 2 minutes, 2 minutes 40 here. So it's openings for G2IG where with the Aegis, they could start to think about some of these tier 2s. They could think about the team fight. You've got the BKB still at full charge here for nothing to say. Going back for that Veil into the Shivas now. G2IG have pretty much everything you could ask for this kind of start. Solar Crest on X-Nova. Then we'll find Baboka at the very least. So Low does manage to snipe one. But that's not going to stall out this position. Like, Monet is just rushing through that tier 2 bot.
I mean, he certainly is. A lot of confidence here from Monet. Nova behind him with all the creeps. We'll shove them in. FY going to try and clear them out. Does do a good job of it. So they're not going to fully commit for the tier 2 bottom tower anyway. They get the glyph forced out and that'll be about enough for now. So now an Orchid available on Low. Could give him the opportunity to try and get a little bit more involved with his team if he so wishes. There's going to be a Moonlight Shadow popped here from G2IG. Question is, where are they going? Top lane is where they'll head. They'll barely miss out on Low on the Naga. He's just farming that northern side of the jungle. Instead, it looks like they're going to have to settle for Tianming, who is showing on the top creep wave. Easiest target they could secure. Not exactly what they want, but they'll take.
Yeah, just cleaning up the pickoffs. Some good space for Azure to farm elsewhere. Get that much needed build-up they want. And it gives him a chance to clump up bot, seeing that rotation top, so... Could try for something here. Black Hole still not quite off cooldown, still 50 seconds away. Monet is pretty far forward for this kind of position.
Ori, Light Strike Array out onto X-Nova. X-Nova immediately gone, but Monet is still going to try onto the Lina. Problem is Low and FY have joined in now. Monet, he is going to lose the Aegis. They'll pop the Stampede, trying to get towards their Gyrocopter. They'll miss out on Ori, though. Ori able to escape the grasp of JT. There's nothing to say, still trying to chase Low through the song. Low, I mean, he'll get stunned by a homing missile, but no, not even. He'll just duke it out with the mirror image. G2IG unwilling to dive the tier 2 bottom tower. We'll have to see them just walk away here on Azure.
That's just, again, a great read from Azure. Seeing the Ench get committed like that up top, knowing that they've got the opening to make something happen bot. Not enough to stop G2IG fully, as they will still commit here.
They will. Oh, FY is surely going to die, but actually, oh, that's a cheeky juke spot, but GT will find him. He's got him. FY will buy a little bit of space on his way out, but he is certainly just going down. Nothing to say to pick up the kill for himself now. And what's back onto the bottom tier 2 tower? Even with that ugly team fight they had earlier, doesn't really matter too much. Bottom tier 2 going down. No defense to come for Azure.
No, they've done what they can on Azure. No, they were forced to use Song, so you do lack that defensive tool. And they take Aegis, so at least the high ground's not a distinct possibility just yet for G2IG, but they will go for the smoke play out.
Oh, JT,
Ori.
He spotted Ori there for a second. Ori, he gets hit by the arrow and nothing to say with the onslaught. Is going to catch him. Ori, he was just trying to chase down the Mirana to secure something for himself, but... Well, now the mid tier 2 tower is going to open up here for G2IG.
Just with the pickoffs. It's not a feasible defense without the damage of the Lina. The way this draft works, you do need that Lina to come in to provide that right click. The Naga with all the farm is there, but it doesn't hit hard enough. So, even with the Black Hole ready, you're just not able to make a move. Low, doing what he can to shove out these lanes with the illusions. We'll find a tier 2 in exchange. So, the space does amount to a little bit of map control as well. But still, not enough to compensate. 2k lead still standing for G2IG. Rather interesting build from Low to go for the Eternal Shroud as well on the Naga. Just not wanting to get bursted up front. Which just puts so much pressure on Ori to really... be the damage dealer, to be the actual carry from mid. Arlena is supposed starting to reach that point with the Gleipnir into the BKB. Needs some more damage to really pour up. There's so many tanky heroes on the side of G2IG, and just sustain. Just with the Chen, it doesn't feel like the Lina can 100-0 someone fast enough. They go through the gate though.
Ooh, bottom lane. Low, they spot him. JT, he'll get the hoof stop.
Boy.
The Naga, she has a chance to pop the... No, she doesn't even have it. 5 seconds away for the song. Oh, Low, he needs a little bit more time, but no. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
He was 5 seconds away as they jumped him. He literally got it right as he died.
Yeah, the timing just too good. G2IG getting a really nice rotation through the gate and provides themselves with some shove onto the high ground. Like, if they do commit, that forces a buyback from low. Would rather not, of course. Still in position here, G2IG. Did pop some big spells, but it's not the longest cooldown on Pulverize at the least. Can try. FY with a blink will want to set something up here.
Absolutely, looking for a toss target, but it can be a little bit challenging. As you can see, X-Nova, he just keeps all his creeps right around Monet. So FY basically has the impossible toss every single time they go high ground. As long as X-Nova keeps that up, it's practically impossible to get the actual toss off onto the gyrocopter. Still, it seems like they are going to retreat. So just a bit of damage gets Glyph forced out. That's going to be enough.
And they've got time to wait out for this next rush as well. On G2IG, Azure have their full complement up. The one strand of Azure is high ground defense. With Song, with Black Hole, with Lina and her AoE spells, it is a nice tight spot, nice tight corridor for you to start to get work done on Azure's end, BKB done on Bach as well. So he's going to be able to just get free channels. Again, there's no worry here. Like, the only thing you have to pierce is Pulverize, which, running up to Enigma Black Hole to Pulverize doesn't sound too feasible. And you've got the BKB on Monet, so very well protected for G2IG. Azure with a smoke, trying to wrap around somewhere. Don't really have that forward vision in the top jungle, but are looking for people who want to repair the lane. Could be some good punish here from Azure. If they find a kill into a quick Roche spawn, that opens up the game for themselves.
Oh, Roshan's still 20 seconds till it may respawn. G2IG just grouped up around that top tier 3 tower. Big group up again here from G2IG. Looks like they're ready for their smoke towards the pit to boot. Roshan is a decent timer, only 1 minute. Not long at all. Long enough for one team fight before the Roshan does respawn. Moonlight Shadow popped.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, you'd love to get low first if you could. Bark is ready with the BKB Black Hole as well, don't forget. They'll TP one out. It's going to be Ori going for the amp damage rune. So Ori going to find a very nice rune for himself right before the Roshan fight does begin. Smoke out from Azure. FY to initiate with a toss back. We'll see nothing to say and we'll make the jump in immediately. He wants that primal. They'll toss him up. Laguna Blade committed. Nothing to say. Will still survive. In fact, he'll go back in onto that tiny. And that is FY down. Low is being chased, but he'll get the song off. Still, Monet has popped his BKB, so can go for the chase onto the Naga. But does not really want to do it alone. In fact, oh, Low. He got stunned up there for a moment. But he's alright. They will not chase any further. They'll take the FY kill. Roshan is now officially up. But I don't think with just a tiny kill they can really start.
No. It's a little bit awkward. There is still the Black Hole ready here on Bach. He's been really patient with that spell usage. So you still have that going for yourself here. They at least clear out the Eidolon scouting forward. G2IG are still ready for another fight. Just want another pick-off before fully committing. And it's the threat of Black Hole. Bach's just going to be able to hold him back for a while, but they will eventually commit. This is prime opportunity for that BKB reveal for Bach, though.
That it is. Roshan already half HP. Say will be spotted. FY with the toss back again into the primal. JT jumping in, but he does cop the avalanche.
Whoa.
And now the Black Hole catching out too. JT, he's still alive. Oh, he's barely going to make it.
Oh my
Nothing to say, has brought back into this. Meanwhile, FY jumping back in, but JT blinks out, avoiding the avalanche, still surviving. There's nothing to say. Back on FY, has found the tiny once again. They do hold him down, though. Nothing to say with the Gleipnir being locked down for a little bit. G2IG, do they want to fight or not? They're just dancing around right now. Not really committing to the fight altogether. Seems like they will retreat. Again, only supports go down. There was a buyback from Nothing to Say in all of this, but Roshan still really just can't be touched.
No. And they'll both still camp here, but it's now a lot harder for Azure without that black hole ready on Bach. And with FY still respawning. The window is small, but the respawn is short as well. See how hard they commit on G2IG. Azure, they have backed off.
Interesting.
It's just the fact that you lack the black hole, and FY didn't want to buy back, so no TP point close by with a tier 1 tower gone. No time. Might as well go farm elsewhere, start to set up. Does pay off for G2IG in the end. Secondary life for Monet, he's got the full Mjolnir up. So his output on the gyrocopter is starting to skyrocket into the Daedalus next. Azure, and they've got some good damage on low. It's got the Disperser and the Orchid. Can try to rip them to shreds. It's just, it hasn't felt like the Naga's been the most effective. Outside of the split push and the laning pressure, it hasn't really been able to leverage too much damage out here. Snagged themselves the Wisdom and the Tormentor as well. G2IG, a buffet of objectives for them to come in. And the tier 2 tower, gonna be going. Azure, it's a matter of waiting. You do need that black hole ready. I like that Bach is just going for the Ags. So that gravitational pull is really, really useful. I honestly miss when that was the Shard. I mean, it's probably too strong as the Shard, but it's pretty damn good.
Yeah. Was very nice. We'll see once he does have that up and available. I mean, it's getting to a stage here in this game when you do feel like you need that extra kind of control and damage. So, Azure, I mean, the team fights have still been very close, but G2IG have still been able to edge out pretty much every single one. This gyrocopter is getting absolutely massive as well. Like, the crystals up, going into the Daedalus now. Looking towards the Satanic straight after that. I mean, Ori's trying to get to a stage where he has as much farm, but the Lina is just lagging a little bit behind, and it just never feels safe for Ori either. There's just so much jump between the Primal Beast and JT. Always looking for that Lina every single team fight. Makes it very hard to actually be able to just stand there and get those right clicks off.
I feel like the bigger issue is actually just the sustain on G2IG. Even if they manage to get the jump, just Hand of God, a pipe coming through, and it's a lot of your initial burst gone from Azure. And you need to play with that burst. Like, that's pretty much your entire lineup. Like, FY with a toss back into burst play is what you're gunning for. A prolonged fight does not necessarily favor Azure. And if your Naga can weave in and out, sure, with the illusions dancing around, but you've got the clear ready with Monet, with that Mjolnir. So even that kind of stalled out fight just doesn't pan out as well for Azure. They need to jump the back. Like, they actually have to stop this Chen, take away the aura, take away one of those Solar Crest usages, take away the healing with the Hand of God, and you simplify the game for the side of Azure, for Ori for the burst, but it's a lot of pressure on FY. He's the only one that can kind of set up for that, and even then, X-Nova sits so far back that you're likely just not finding that Chen before finding anything else.
Oh, FY. So he was quickly Midasing one of the creeps here from X-Nova. And not going to commit for the high ground. Instead, it looks like they have to defend the top lane because it is being forced in here by Low. Low's actually been getting a lot of damage off him with this tier 3 tower. He's just consistently pushed it out with the illusions. JT will make his appearance, does get rid of it. Just more and more time being bought here for the Reigning End though, thanks to Low. It's going to be a two-man smoke being committed here from Azure through the bottom lane, but doesn't really seem like they're too interested in a fight. Seems like they'll just relocate to that side of the map, get some farm going, but now G2IG, they draw a line directly towards them with their own smoke. Low. He's going to break the smoke. They'll know the real one's there. They've not jumped the right one, though, but Low, he will get used up now. Monet preemptively popping the BKB. Oh, and they've got the Naga. Oh, Low is down.
That's the big stall factor of Azure taken out. It's his split push that's keeping them so protected on Azure, giving them that reach outside of their high ground here. without that, and this Aegis can finally get to use. It's not the longest respawn in the world, mind you, and the Aegis is set to expire for Monet, so chances are you actually aren't going to be using this Aegis for any more. But you're, again, cutting off that space for Azure. They're stuck in the high ground now. They do shine in the high ground. Again, Black Hole is a threat. The tossbacks in the high ground is easier for FY to find that back line. And so G2IG will just have to go back and just wait. Wait for farm. Wait for next Roshan. I mean, as it goes on, you know, this Gyrocopter's damage, again, it skyrocketed. With the Daedalus up, Satanic with the Side Gunner means he's so hard to burst. Already is just with the Chen, but that makes matters even worse here for the side of Azure. For Azure, it's more time to finally get damage on Ori. Well, Daedalus, only 300 gold away. So the Lina can kick into gear. Mind you, the jump potential of G2IG is strong. But if they don't jump the Lina and Ori finds a good position in these engagements, then it's his moment to shine, right? Like, he's got the Nemesis Curse, which with really good amplification, with the big fat crits from his range. It can line up, so it's going to boil down to who can get that jump, right? Like, if Azure can take out the Chen to remove some durability, it becomes massively easier for Azure to take care of the issues such as Nothing to Say or JT. For G2IG, they've been doing much better in the isolation. Like, they're cutting off low, they're making it awkward for Ori, and they're not giving Bach these big black hole opportunities. He's finding two-mans and stuff, but there's still enough sustain on G2IG to not care. That's the big issue. Like, there is a massive threat in Bach, but you just press R as well on Next Nova and counteracts a lot of that burst.
Oh, that it certainly has. Moonlight Shadow popped again. It's not looking like it's going to amount to too much. Just in case Azure were around this area, they will go into the invis for now, but won't really amount to too much. They'll just get some wards down here, G2IG. Another amp damage rune being spotted at this top rune spot. Well, not spotted by either side, but spotted by us at least. It's like FY might find it. Oh, or he was right behind him, but he'll take it for himself. Screw
You don't want to risk it. Yeah, you don't want to risk it, right? Like, what if someone's camping nearby? What if it's a bait? Amplify damage is a juicy little thing. I don't think they're looking to fight anyway on Azure, so it doesn't quite matter. Just go back, build up. Daedalus done on Ori. Into that Silver Edge for some more break. Some ways of managing that durability on the side of G2IG. G2IG, for their part, have the control on that top Roche pit. We'll go through the gate for now, though. Try to look for a pick-off. They could intercept onto FY here.
No, FY's fine. He's looking at that creep wave once again. He might think about going for it. Start 8 to 16, 12k advantage for G2IG. FY gonna leave the area, does go back towards the fountain. Roshan is up in 5 seconds, so that is obviously going to be the next objective for both sides. Is an early one. Does respawn on the dire end of things, and well, G2IG, they come at the perfect moment. So is Azure though. They are around the area, they'll get their wards down as well. It is now scouted by Azure.
It gets a little bit scary for G2IG. With the
he's found low! He is found low on the Naga, but a nice 4-star away, going to avoid the arrow from Baboka. They did not have the follow-up here from JT's initiation. Had that arrow landed, it could have been a very different initiation though. Quick 4-stars, quick thinking here from Azure to keep their Naga safe. FY Thinking about JT, we'll get the toss off. The Centaur has been caught out. JT, they were a pretty tanky target, but not quite tanky enough. JT dropping quite low, has somehow still alive. They'll heal him up. JT will make it out again. FY, the one in danger, looking like he'll go down. Well, JT, he was one hit away from dying. There's going to be a big song out low. Oh, he's caught out 5 of them into a black hole. Bark. He's going to set up for the easiest black hole of his life. 4-man black hole. But is it going to matter? Monet's on the run. Low will follow him down. They've got the gyrocopter. Still Tianming will drop. Nothing to say. Continuing to go on to Low. In fact, it's still not going to work out. Even with the 4-man black hole. Azure Ray, they're the ones being chased down. Low running with the disperser. But Boca on the chase. They are going to find the Naga Siren. Nothing to say with the onslaught. Does connect, and Low, he is as good as gone.
Oh my god. Oh, these fights are just crazy. It finally springs out on Roche. And that's what we've been waiting for all game with his Ags coming out from Bach. It's just the follow-through's not there. And you blow your entire complement just on JT with that tossback. I'll try again to stall, but this is what we've been saying this entire game. With the Chen on hand, with Hand of God, with the pipe, even with the full AC, like, there's no easy target to burst. Even if JT's far away, Hand of God alone just mitigates so much. The burst on Ori is just not there. It's you need to find better targets, but they have to take what they can get as well, because no one's showing up.
Top Racks now is down, or at least the melee barracks are down. Buyback was committed by Low, but it means nothing. It does not stop the push. And Roshan's still up. They'll go back for the Roshan now. Scan is out from Azure Ray. They will see G2IG moving down towards the south, but it's not really going to matter too much if they can't get there in time.
No. It should be a really fast Roche with the damage on Monet and with that Penitence as well. Doesn't take too long to right-click. And they will make their way down, but you don't have Black Hole for 40 seconds. That's your ace in the hole. You could walk with a Song Steal, but the follow-through is what I'm worried about here for Azure Ray.
It is too late. Thankfully for Azure Ray, they are able to walk out of there without having to sacrifice any heroes.
Trying to think, what can you do now in Azure Ray? Because it feels impossible jumping X-Nova, right? Like, he's so far back when JT's so far forward. So the heal always flies through. Maybe you get some healing mitigation out. I mean, that's Alina with a Daedalus already. It still can't melt that scent. Perhaps your... I don't know, the Ags could be nice as well down the line, but you're prioritizing more on Ori, just trying to get that Silver Edge done. The break could help, taking away Retaliate. It's a tough game for the side of Azure. They've backed themselves in a corner where their Lina that's supposed to be this big damage dealer just isn't. No one's dying. Your Naga, which is disruptive, but to what extent? Like, she's split pushing. They do manage to find some towers because of that, but you're not going to knock high ground off the back of that. It's G2IG with every single tool they need to just counteract any play that Azure are doing. I guess for Azure, if they plant some forward wards and somehow sneak their way onto the Chen and afterwards save that burst for bigger targets like, say, the Gyrocopter up front before you can pop Satanic, that could be one way, but it's a very specific angle that, again, you just can't find with how G2IG are positioning here.
Mid lane G2IG will reveal their position, nothing to say. Clear out the creep wave. Mene will do the same for the bottom lane, just getting rid of all these Naga illusions. Oh, Low's going to show up in the mid for a moment, but they will not be able to catch him out. He'll just send the illusions in once again. They have got a lot of this split push coming in. We've seen Low doing this multiple games now. I have Skadi now up on the Naga Siren, just on the way with the courier. G2IG, they've got a bottom creep wave coming in. This will be the lane they'll go through for the attempt at the racks. Low in the meantime, he's just going to push out the top wave. We literally saw this on his Luna earlier. Just does not want to be there, wants to force them back. Does come back now. We'll see if G2IG do decide to TP top and defend. Nothing to say in the meantime. He's going to jump in with the shivers, but won't see anyone to pick up. They'll get rid of the tier 3 tower to start. JT also with the blink in. Won't find a target either. Rock throw will land onto Ori, but no follow-up to that. And so far, it's looking like a very free racks here for G2IG because there's just no jump in. I love the way Xnova just keeps the creeps around Monet to ensure FY cannot go for an easy toss back onto the gyrocopter. And it really does work, because FY, he's really the only chance you have of finding a good start to the fight. He'll go for an avalanche in, though he will not get away with it, because Xnova does stun him up. But it won't matter, he is fine, he'll get 4-staffed out. Gets stunned up by the homing missile. In goes JT with the jump in. They've got the tiny FY. Still trying to walk out of this. Is not going to make it. He is down without buyback. It's a 5v4 now. Age is still up for 1:10 here for Monet. Without the tiny, it really is so challenging to defend this mid-racks. I'm going to say... Frightening them with the Shivers guard blink in. Now Low gets caught out by JT though. JT forced to pop the Stampede and run. Will hold the Naga down for a little bit. Meanwhile, Ori with a double light strike array. Bark not choosing to pop the BKB yet. Nothing to say. Forced to cheese up to heal up through this. Meanwhile, Monet looking to perhaps move in. Does still have the Aegis, so will end up losing it. Has the BKB ready to go whenever, but Boka in the meantime misses out on Ori. In goes Nothing to Say, another black hole. Buck, he's got 2 of them, but where's the follow-up damage? Monet's healing up through all of it. He's not going down.
Oh, my goodness.
Azure Ray, they threw everything but the kitchen sink, but Monet just pops everything else and he heals up through it. In fact, he didn't even pop his Satanic. He still had the Satanic.
He had a second Satanic use. He ate the refresh
trying
to get that done for himself. So, they find a Megas, and they call the GG. Azure Ray, they know the timing's over. They had an interesting idea in the draft. They had this really good setup for the Black Hole, and Bach did opt for a more active build on that Enigma here as well, going for a fast blink, which we don't normally see on the Enigmas nowadays. But G2IG this time with a pacing and with a sustain. Like, they had 2 frontline tanks with a Chen backing them up. There was no easy jump coming in here for the side of Azure Ray. And every single time, it's just JT or nothing to say up front. Like, as long as Xnova's a million miles away, with Hand of God ready, you were never going to find any kills. Low does a great job of stalling. But again, the way that draft was structured from Azure Ray was, he stalls, Bach provides team fight, and Ori has to do damage. The Lina just couldn't do the damage with how much HP and healing there was in this game.
There was a bit too much here, and well, props to G2IG. John, once again, finding themselves in the advantageous position. 1 game away from being able to proceed through to ESL 1. Birmingham, Azure Ray not out of it yet, but they've got to pull out a victory for this game number 4. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 4 between G2IG and Azure Ray. We'll see you soon.
Schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die Chalet, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit dem Brüder
wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will es nicht sehen. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs. Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, schau die schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die verlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 8 und 8, das ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die verlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf. Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff. Candlelight, sanftes Licht. Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 4 draft here between G2IG and Azure, and it is MLP Dota and JohnXFire once again. Jonathan, Game 4 is now upon us. 2-1 is the scoreline here in favor of G2IG. Azure backs against the wall. Where do you think things are going wrong for this AR side? I mean, obviously they've picked up one win, but it was still quite close. What do you think's lacking here from their end to give them a chance at forcing this to a Game 5 here against G2IG?
I think the ideas in draft are not quite lining up. I think the cohesion of G2IG's draft definitely came into play in that game number 3, where they went with this ultra tanky lineup with the Chen. You know, we made note that there's no Kunkka, there's no follow-up true heals, but you still had 2 tanks up front that do benefit from a lot of the ores that tend to be built up, by a lot of the barriers that tend to be built up. And it was just hard for the side of Azure to really focus on Luna's as the pure damage source. Like, it just wasn't coming out fast enough. Low went for more of the overall stat build, the utility, but no burst. So in the fights were just dragging way too long, where the damage output on the Gyrocopters were a lot more consistent, and even the tanks had a lot of damage, right? Primal Beast and the Centaur also have some burst play up front. So it was just a lot harder for Azure to play onto their style. I think a little bit of that is on the draft philosophy, not really the picks necessarily, but what they wanted to do with drafts. It was just a better idea from G2IG. So we'll see if they can keep those good ideas up. Azure, of course, have had some time to reset a little bit, to think about it. We did get very different drafts there for game number 3. I would expect kind of the same in game number 4. Just more different drafts coming out, different bans, and a different set of heroes. Again, we'll see. Should have that draft ready to go in a short while here.
I mean, the draft is now officially live, so we probably could head over to that. And this time around, we are going to see the Chen ban out straight off the bat. So, seems as though G2IG not wanting to risk handing the Chen over to the opposing side. I imagine maybe the Eng to be removed as well. We shall have to wait and see about that. But I wouldn't mind a 4th different draft. Always appreciating these different drafts from these two teams. It's been a great time.
Yeah. I mean, there goes the Primal Beast that we've seen for 2 games in a row. So not going to have to contend with that any longer here. Perhaps the Magnus gets banned out as well. And there you go. Magnus gone. And the Phoenix. Alright, so going to be something else for JT. I wonder if they'll ever get to pick the Meepo here for G2IG, right? Like, if they manage to pocket JT's hero till the end, get the Meepo out, I feel like that's one way to kind of bring something left field that Azure might forget about. We'll see. They could ban it out here as well. There's stuff like Timbersaw still available. You know, the usual suspects and supports, like Venge, Lion, Hoodwink being on hand as well. There's the Enchantress still here. And you did ban Chen, so you take out the Ench, of course.
You do. Let's see what they go for these priority picks here. AR and G2IG. Azure to start. First pick for themselves. You've got the Hoodwink, you've got the Venge. Got all those popular supports we have been seeing. They'll go for the Techies though, which surprisingly wasn't banned out this game. I think this might be the first game throughout the grand final we get to see the Techies making an appearance, because it was not banned.
Yeah, and it just does so much work, of course. The laning is great, the nuking damage is great, the mine spotting out smokes is going to be a big aspect here for Azure, and we have seen them use information very well to line up their own movement across the map. And this is one of those heroes that does give that kind of info out. G2IG with Lion is a usual here that we see. It feels pretty nice into techies just because Blast Off is fairly telegraphed, especially in lane. You should be able to cancel that off with a good Earth Spike. And you can kind of start to think about certain combinations here for G2IG. Stuff like Storm feels good when you have a line to top you up. Stuff like Timbersaw can be nice as well. Or rather, Lion can prevent a Timbersaw from feeling too good with a mana drain. We'll see. Azure, they do ban out the Meepo that we were having a short discussion on. So JT still won't get to play that hero. And the Luna's gone now as well.
That it is. One more ban to see these drafts continue. Continue having a think about it here, but they'll get rid of the Bat Rider. against FY, they'll pick up the Timbersaw for themselves. This is a hero you mentioned earlier, so the Lion Timbersaw now online has a rate. See what they do to respond to this. I wonder as well where they put the Timber. Like, do we assume it's going to be the offlane Timbersaw here for JT, or do you think there's a chance perhaps they'll run it mid for nothing to say?
5 seconds remaining.
There's always a chance. I think you hold on to the flex when you have it in a draft, so you're not going to reveal too much just yet on G2IG. It really depends on what Azure will pick up. Like, they have 2 picks to respond after Azure make their picks, so I think that gives you that flex opportunity for sure on G2IG. That, and you have last pick overall, so you're kind of well set up to push this flex as far as possible. With a Timb, Azure, again, it's still some options here, like Venge, like Hoodwink, and they will go with a Hoodwink. So just have that brand.
They will. Both support you already picked up for AR, 3rd pick for themselves. See some cores to come out.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
As a Ray, I mean, you do have the Centaur still sitting there if you wanted to go ahead and pick that up here for Buck. The offlane picks have been frequently changing here for AR. Centaur, though, has still been popular no matter what game it's been. And so, even against the Timber, I could see the Centaur being a priority pickup here for Azul, right?
Yeah. Still works out. You have some good lanes with either Hoodwink or Techies. Both of those lanes sound fine to me. There's also the option for Mars. I think that's the hero that's been ignored in this series, so maybe we get to see an appearance coming out. Is a nice way to keep that Timbersaw in place as well, if you want that.
They are thinking quite heavily about this Azul, right?
Radiant team pick.
With the Troll Warlord coming out. Okay, that's not something I would have quite expected to be picked up this early. It does do decently against the Timbersaw. Sure, laning stage-wise it's fine, but very early Troll pick.
That it is. G2IG can actually work this flex in the Timbersaw now. If you feel the lane's too bad, you can kind of go for another sort of mid-flex here for G2IG. For some reason I'm thinking about Viper. I don't know why that's popping into my mind, but I feel like that could be an option. Throw the Viper into a troll lane, which is kind of alright. Has a lot of pressure. The Timbersaw can play mid, or line up for something else mid. Just cop the Timbersaw lane. It is annoying to go into the troll. You'll be forced to go reactive, but it is still playable. I love the Kotl pickup in response with Avenge. So, looks like we might be getting that Kotl mid out for nothing to say, but there is room to flex. And there is room to flex hard. And we saw Azure with Ori run a Vengeful Spirit mid. You could try that. You could try the offlane Venge. You could go with a core Kotl, offlane or mid. You can kind of throw things around here for G2IG, although I would say probably preferable to have the Kotl core. I think overall the item timings here are going to feel good. You have a lot of presence. Blinding Light is going to be great against this troll. Azure do get to pick up the Abaddon for themselves, though. And that should be our offlane now for Bach. And I like that. Like, Abaddon is... I hear that I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen more of. It does so much work. Like, the changes to Curse of Avernus are honestly kind of stupid. Like, it is so dumb how much damage this hero does. And it is so dumb how effective a Manta style is on him. To add to that, he's universal, so the Manta, all the stats feel really good. It's kind of wild. Abaddon is the way he is right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, that'll be the appearance of the Abaddon here. First time for the grand final. Should be the offlane Abaddon we're looking at here for Bach. It does make the Troll's life a lot easier here as well. Like, just being able to purge off so many of the spells to be thrown out in the middle of that battle trance, always going to feel very, very nice. G2IG just focusing on the mid heroes, do get rid of the Ember and the Pangoli. Azure, they'll get rid of the Monkey King. One more ban out to go. Still looking for a position 1 ban out here against Monet.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We haven't had the pleasure of seeing something like the Morphling pop up yet for Monet during this grand final. The Faces Void hasn't popped up at all from either side. I suppose probably isn't the best game for the Void anymore, though, against the Troll, to be fair.
I kind of like it. I kind of like that we're getting a different set of heroes coming out here for these core players. Although, it is rather strange considering how powerful a lot of them are. Maybe you have room for something like the Ursa here in G2IG. That could be one option. I think gives you a nice rundown on the Troll, nice rundown on the Abaddon, or something for Roshan as well. Not much to really kite it around here for G2IG either if you go for the Ursa on their side, so could be nice. Azure, got to see that clear answer on mid. And there's some good tempo here. Push is definitely strong. They'll go to Zeus. That is one way to eat through the Timber Saw. Phylactery buildup is great, of course, and you don't have that many bad matchups on Zeus, so solution for G2IG is going to be tougher to find. Like, you wouldn't pick Storm to Zeus. You don't have the Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
You don't have the Ember. You banned out all of those decent mid matchups yourself.
5 seconds remaining.
I suppose there's something like the OD, but I don't like the sound of that. If they, why am I even talking about mids?
Yeah,
right.
They're running the mid coddle, yeah. Still looking for a carry here for Monet. And there's the Void. They bring it out eventually. There we go.
They've got damage in the Chrono with the Timber Saw and with the Coddle as well. So I do like seeing that from Monet. It's a stable carry. I worry about picking Faces Void into core Abaddon, because sure, most of the time you do just build up Manta Harpoon, but down the line, if you can get Ags on Bach, it's a pretty good counter to just trying to burst someone down in Chrono. Like, it will buy quite a fair bit of time. That can be really annoying for the Faces Void. It's a really back and forth draft, I think, this one. Your lanes look pretty stable on both sides. Abaddon Hoodwink is maybe the scarier lane overall for sure. As one Bushwhack, and you get run down by Abaddon. You pop that Curse of Avernus, and, well, you're not going to be having that great of time for Monet. I do like that lane here for Azure. But overall, lots of things to watch out for. Like JT getting to play his Timber Saw. Again, one of his heroes that he's loved over the years. Can be a treat to watch him on that. And Ori with his matchup up against the Keeper of the Light. It's not bad for Zeus. Like, again, it's kind of telegraphed when the Illuminate's coming in, so you can always just dodge out as Ori. At the same time, nothing says never going to run out of mana. So he's going to be more than comfy to just farm up there. Which means a pretty static farming lane. Support rotations are good from both sides, though. So, I'm wondering if they put a lot of emphasis on the water runes. I suppose Azure more than G2IG, considering that it's a Coddle. It's not going to care for the water runes too much until power runes are up. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Initial item timings are going to be the key. Like, Zeus Phylactery is the big one. The Battle Fury timing for low as well is majorly important to start to look for these fights, to start to look for the objectives, start to look for Roshan. So you want to establish strong lanes from pretty much both of these teams, because they do have some good timings that they want to meet initially here.
Oh, here we go. Game number 4, officially underway. Been a hell of a grand final so far. Every single game has felt extremely close. There's no game has felt too one-sided. I mean, you could make the argument maybe the third game was probably the most one-sided out of all of them, but even then, that was still felt like it could go either way at any moment. More tips coming out for everyone. Again, a lot of friends here in this game. Ex-teammates, of course. Did you have a favorite draft in this game, John?
It's hard to say. I think you have good timings on both sides. I'm not sure which way to lean, honestly. When I look at these drafts, it's really even across both ends. It's just down to laning. And I can see both sides having ways to play their lanes fairly well. Like, the Faces Void lane is probably your most passive. I always love it when our admins want to give the question mark. And then it's just instantly go. It's like they won't even explain. It's like, oh, crap. Forgot. Let's go. But yeah, it's down to lanes. I will say the mid-game tempo of the side of Azure does feel more consistent. Like, outside of Troll Battle Fury timing, The phylactery timing for the Zeus should come across the board. The item build-up for Bach into, it tends to be the Manta, is pretty stable as well. So I think the tempo from Azure just off the back of the Zeus is maybe a little bit easier to play around. But again, you can't count out G2IG. It's just there's more lines on the supports for G2IG on top of the course, right? Like the connection for Nothing to Say is going to be on JT, and really on the line Venge. You kind of want to have finger up, you kind of want to have swap up for saves, especially for a squishy target like the Coddle here. So yeah, it's rather even.
Oh, Buck trying to go for a bit of a fight over this bounty. Does manage to pick it up for himself. It is actually going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Azure this time by the looks of it, as Monet is forced to run away. Low is able to pick up the third bounty, so this is going to be a bit of a less even start, as Azure able to get a very slight net worth lead to start things off. Of course, middle lane, you're going to have Ori against Nothing to Say. So the Keeper of the Light against the mid Zeus. It's the lane we're looking at. Because Ori was able to last pick this Zeus into the Coddle. We'll see how he goes. He shouldn't have too many issues here against the Keeper of the Light, I don't think.
It's not the most threatening lane for the Coddle to play with. I like that Ori does go for the early Lightning Bolt just to cancel off some of these Illuminates here. So he can be pretty annoying when Nothing to Say is just wanting to clear out the wave. I think it is fairly important to just avoid the Illuminate as much as possible, which Zeus can do quite easily. But again, when it comes to like trading in terms of just using mana as a resource, a lot better for Nothing to Say as the levels go up. So you'll have to watch that. As long as Nothing to Say doesn't cop too many right clicks and Bolt Lightnings, then he is fine to just play back, Illuminate, farm, even farm up the large camp, although very early ward from Azure will ensure that Nothing to Say won't have that to fall back to too early on here.
Yeah. I mean, his main priority is going to be getting that quick earn anyway. Just get the earn up, make the rotations, get the initial charges, and move on from there. Of course, down to bottom lane, Monet and X-Nova against Bark and FY. I think Monet in this lane should have a pretty damn good time. Of course, the offlane Abaddon, something to be somewhat concerned about, because we have seen a bit of offlane Abaddon really popping off throughout these qualifiers, but we will see how Buck does in this game. It's Baboka top lane. A lot of danger, low. Oh, can't get the final hit off. We'll have to back off, as now JT will kind of return the favor. But JT will also have to retreat.
Yeah, this is the one thing when you do have this Timbersaw up against the Troll, you will be forced to go for the reactive armor, which again cuts off from your early burst, this early connection you can have with your line with a stun setup into Whirling Death and Chains. Not going to have that as online early as you'd want it to be here for JT. A very smooth lane for Low to farm up, and we've seen his Troll before, and should be able to have a decent enough time. You have the backup of Qianming and his burst damage threat, which again, Baboka can cut off. We've seen a lot of lines just stop the blast off for the Earth Spike, even from Fog, so it can be a little bit tougher. But yeah, as long as JT doesn't die and still gets his farm, you're pretty happy. Your timings are still faster than the Trolls. The Troll, and he's going to go Phase Boots, Battle Fury, so you'll be able to run around the map. And of course, by level 3-4 on JT, Baboka is free to run around the map himself as well, and start to rotate for some of those early runes, and maybe line up for something on mid if they manage to connect together.
Now that mid lane has been very annoying for oh, hold on, bottom lane. They're onto the Void now, but Monet, he's about to get the Time Walk in time. I was going to say the mid lane has been very annoying for NTS because, well, the Zeus of Ori has just not been allowing him to just eliminate the creep wave at all. So either stopping the Illuminate or just pulling the creep wave every single time. Just kind of duking out the Illuminate with the creep wave. Nothing to say though. It's still top of the CS board. It's kind of the thing with the Coddle. You don't generally lose the CS battle. It does have enough gold now for the full earn up. It's around that time where you start to expect the rotations to begin here for the Keeper of the Light. Once you get those initial charges, things do start to get quite frightening for Azure. If you don't get those initial charges, though, it does fall very flat.
And it can. I think he's still being held back by the fact that that camp is blocked. No one's going to deblock it, so he does miss out on a couple of chances to just accelerate this farm further. But would he earn? Maybe by the time he hits, like, say, this level 5 spike, could start the lineup on other lanes. You have wards to watch movement onto mid as well, so Azure is not going to be able to sneak up onto this Coddle anytime soon here. We're seeing the same kind of more conservative start from both sides. Again, a lot of poking and prodding, but no full committals early on. Everyone watching their position well. I think this is pretty favorable for the side of Azure, because again, outside of Nothing to Say, Lowe's farm, Ori's farm is starting to take over. Only Bach's farm taking a hit, but it is an Abaddon. You don't expect him to really go for the farm too much.
Oh, X-Nova. He's going to drop. FY able to secure first blood. Time lock coming out from Monet. He'll go for the kill onto FY, but FY is going to be able to just heal through it as Monet. Maybe kind of putting himself in a very awkward scenario now as the bushwhack will land. He does not have time walk available, and Monet is set to fall. Bach will take him down.
That was a really greedy chase out from Monet. Surprised that he did just want to look for that trade. FY did have some good amount of charges as well on the wand. And really good punishment out. Just one stun is all it takes. The overcommittal from our Faces Void does cost him. Up top, that move from Nothing to Say has come.
Blast off is out from Tianming, trying to buy a bit of space and distance between himself and Baboka. Nothing to say, but they'll get the Solar Bind off once again, and this time with the Illuminate, they will clear up the kill. And now you've got those initial earn charges. That's what he wanted. That's what he came for.
Gives him the option to start rotating later on as well. Lines up for the kill nicer. Is going for the travels that you tend to see in that core Coddle. And isn't really being held back from that. Has some good stacks as well built up by Baboka. So you have some nice resources to play with. I don't know if it's really necessary to mana drain him, but you know what? Baboka's a good support. He'll give the top up. Why not? Nothing better to do but soak EXP here anyway. Might as well have some use. 1 to 2. The side of Azure again, still coming out on top outside of the Coddle for the most part low. Gonna have a nice ride into a pretty decent Battle Fury timing. Down bot.
Radiant's middle tower.
Harassment towards Monet. He's still going to be alright to walk away.
It's a bit concerning how much Bach is getting out, to be fair. Like, it's understandably hard to zone out the Abaddon with Avenge and Faces Void at the same time. Bach has gotten a lot. Is going for the Aphotic Shield build as well, as they do delete Tianming.
Yeah, but now Ori, looking for Nothing to Say, does get a very good trade for himself and might even have another. Because Baboka, trying to get away, does actually make it. Ori just running out of mana, could not go for the Thunderbolt. So you get the techies, but it costs you Coddle's life. It's not a very good trade at all here for G2IG, who are already off to a pretty rough start. Does feel like the Coddle is going to have a lot of impact this game to give Monet the space he needs after a slower start on the Void. Comparatively, Low is having an extremely good time in that Troll Warlord, second in CS, and it's basically been a free lane for him. There's not much the Timber could do about it.
Yeah, it just goes back into that early Tim pick. Like, having the Troll on hand is scary, as they will jump Bach, but he is so tanky. Again, level 3 Aphotic Shield for the offlane Abba. Not an easy target to really gun down.
Tianming's here as well. Tianming looking for a potential blast off, won't go for it. Yeah, Bach certainly not a very easy target to go through. Still hunting down X-Nova. FY and Tianming will eventually get a bushwhack off onto X-Nova, but now the turnaround onto FY. Blast off, going to be cancelled by Baboka, but here comes Ori now. Ori looking for X-Nova, still on the Venge with a haste rune up. Should have his way with him eventually, and they will get it. So a lot of rotations down towards the bottom lane. Even Baboka not out of the forest yet. Will run north, is going to create a bit of space for his team, but is certainly going to fall once again here to Azure. Nothing he can do about it. He is down.
Yeah, it's a ton of movement. That does pay off for Azure. I suppose there's an opening up top for that push in. Not the quickest from JT. And from Nothing to Say, not really able to hunt down Low, unfortunately, as he has switched positions. Really good read on that kind of movement out from our Coddle. So the trade's not quite lining up for G2IG. It is concerning. It's like you mentioned. Like Monet is barely above FY's farm on Faces Void. It needs so much time to build up. We'll try to find something down bot.
Yeah, Bach. Borrow time has been forced. FY going to be saved here by the aphotic shield of Bach, so FY going to be okay to retreat. Yeah, very, very hard to kill anyone off while Bach is around with the aphotic shield. And so Azure is still getting away with quite a lot this game. It's currently 2-5. Rotation's up towards the top now. And nothing to say. Thinking about trying onto Low. Low is not going to be the easiest of targets, but they will stun him up with the Earth Spike, and in fact he's out of mana. Doesn't have the Battle Trance anyway, but he is still backing off. FY Ori or rotating down to try and help out Low. JT having to retreat, dropping extremely low on HP. Will be able to TP away. Low now turning back on X-Nova, and Baboka also going to be left behind. In fact, X-Nova dies to Roshan.
He makes use of that damage from the bash, just walks up to the Roche while it switches sides, so they mitigate their losses. But the rotation, again, it's not feeling great for the side of G2IG. It falls back to a little bit of that discussion in draft there, Mike, where you do need these support level 6s. Like, it doesn't feel like your damage from Nutkase is cutting it. And even the damage from JT as well, somewhat lackluster at the moment. So you kind of need Finger, kind of need swaps to get the positions. Bach?
I mean, they're going to try onto this Abaddon again, but he does have borrowed time. They'll wait it out. And eventually, it seems that this time they might have it. And they will. Bach is gone. Nice pickup here for G2IG.
Takes some effort, but a necessary kill. And that's going to be a nice injection. Unfortunately, it does go the way of X-Nova. Would have much rather had it on Nothing to Say, but you need to take what you can get right now. Smoke out from the two supports, looking for movement, but they don't really have anyone else to connect to but the Coddle. Maybe the Timbersaw, but we've seen how squishy JT can still be at this point in the game. Not the be-all and all just yet with his damage up front. No vision to drop here as well. It's just a positional change. And they have some words on X-Nova. They do understand how much Low is getting out here. Like, this Battle Fury timing, again, it's going to be a little bit too strong. So, kind of need to put a watch on this troll. Try to siege top, I suppose?
I mean, they're trying on Low again. Pings are out towards Baboka. Tianming's cutting in through the Dai jungle. They're not going to be able to find the troll. I mean, Low has been way too defensive on this troll to get really caught out. And his team seems always ready to rotate towards that top tier 1 tower whenever they need to. Comparatively, Monet's had a really rough time on the Void. Just a very slow time for him.
Yeah, it's a long wait for the ramp up on Monet. Needs a full Maelstrom to really be comfy farming. Doesn't have a lane. Does have the jungle, but again, without Maelstrom, it's a slow process for the Faces Void. Azure just doing everything they can to make this a pretty slow game for G2IG. I mean, they're reaching their own timings here on the side of Azure. They've got the Phylactery on Ori, so his burst potential does get very funny, and the slow does also allow you to gap close very nicely with a chain slow from Heavenly Jump on an offensive jump in. They've got the Manta being lined up for Bach, which will speed up that solo push that he can get done. And again, Low is just eating all the space in the world top. There's no pressure from this Timbersaw. It's not the usual presence we normally see from the Tim taking over lane. It's actually shoved away from lane.
X-Nova. Oh, they'll miss the bushwhack. The sharpshooter does still land though. Tianming with the blast off will be able to just finish off the kill, but here comes Baboka. Will commit the finger. No messing around. Gets the kill easy. Ping's coming towards the top lane again. They still seem to want to try for Low. Solarbind is out. Chakram will connect. TP's immediate. Low is dropping very, very low and he is down. He did skill up Battle Trance, but just never uses it. They do get Baboka. It's a pretty big pick off here for G2IG, taking down that troll for 20.
And that's the one they needed to stop. Good gold injection coming out for G2IG. Not necessarily space for Monet, unfortunately. Again, he's really just bound stuck on mid. But He's not getting jumped. You're dragging that attention away. So that's the best you can do right now on the side of G2IG. Are seeing that synergy start to kick in when they can connect with JT with more points in the Whirling Death. That Solar Bind does soften up these targets quite nicely whenever Nothing to Say does have the Spirit form. And does have the Dagon up. So he's going for that instant burst. I like this. It's just a really good way to come back in. You know these heroes are all fairly squishy outside of the Abaddon. So you can just run them down like this. Heck, even the Abaddon now, if you do chain stun Bach correctly, you can Dagon him down below the threshold and kill him before it pops that borrowed time. So it does give you options for the engage. For Nothing to Say, just needs that constant stream of aggression to ramp into that Dagon 5 faster.
G2IG focuses at top lane. Still looking for that tier 1 tower. Tianming gonna find out the hard way that the Dagon is now up on Nothing to Say. Oh, Illuminate is gonna connect, but it won't be enough. He'll make it out.
Yeah, that's pain. I don't think he had the Veil applied onto him. If JT was in position to actually get the Veil usage out, would have probably been a kill with a Spell Amp. And the threat from Nothing to Say is starting to ramp up. They are making their way down bot here. Bach is pretty hard to kill though.
They're gonna try. Solar Bind is out. Magic Missile will connect. Bach will pop the borrowed time, but the Earth Spike will follow up. And Bach, the problem is this Mana Drain just slows you down so much. So they do get the Solar Bind off, and Bach, well, he does have help from FY now, so it seems as though G2IG second guessing their choice to move in. A nice swap out from X-Nova does juke out the Sharpshooter, but ultimately Bach will survive. In fact, another smoke coming out now as Manet's going to show up, trying to go after the Abaddon, commits the Chrono, but little do they know, Azure Ray's right behind them. They will lose Bach to start, but do they want to keep going? Azure Ray trying onto JT. JT somehow alive, is going to make it on a slither of HP, but Manet is down. They got the better target anyway. But Boca not looking too safe either, is going to fall. That was looking kinda nice once JT got out of there, but Manet losing his life on the basis Void is not going to feel very good. He's already struggling so much when it comes to net worth.
That he is. I'm a little bit surprised he goes in to try to just find that kill. Not respecting that there was still a position for Azure to clump around. I mean, they were really close by the tier 1 in the general area of control of Azure. And the punishment is great from Azure here. I mean, they get some activity out with the Chrono. Again, it's just the targets they're forced to jump here on IG, G2IG. Like, having to go for Bach is just not ideal. Roche now begins as well, with Low having that full Battle Fury up. Knowing Chrono's down, knowing that team fight control in the pits is not a threat. Roche does not take long with his lineup.
Ori. Oh boy, this is a big one. Ori. Trying to defend the mid lane by himself is going to pay for it with his life. His team will still be able to secure Roshan while that was happening at the least, so still a pretty big win here for Azure. Losing the mid-zoo is probably not something that was in the that was part of the plan. G2IG going to try and find as much value as possible. They'll try for the mid-tier 1 tower, and looks like they will have it. There'll be no defense.
Yep. They get some decent space out for G2IG. 2 lives on the troll. At this point, at the very least, you know, you're not worried about like a BKB coming out or any sort of defense for Low. So it is still somewhat manageable if you chain your control properly here on G2IG. They've got the full Shivas up on JT with a little bit of the space that he's been given and is working towards that Eternal Shroud and the Blink. And that's the point where JT's forward positioning will be of great benefit. Like, he's not just going to melt to the troll now. He's not just going to get nuked down by Ori either once the Eternal Shroud's up. So, you've got some play coming back in slowly but surely for G2IG in this recovery.
Ooh, JT able to get away. Baboka not so lucky. We'll get bushwhacked here by FY. Baboka will fall. His team, of course, not going to try and get over there to help him out. Azure able to secure a nice little support pick-off. Seeming like they want more as well. They are looking towards that Radiant Triangle. The JT taking out the stacks that they do have there. Only a couple.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Azure still thinking about getting extremely aggressive with the Aegis up on low.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But they will not. Azure just controlling the top side of the map. Keeping the farm going here on low. Has got the full ags up. Looking for the Eternal Shroud next. So just trying to be a tanky boy here on the troll.
Yeah. It's going to cut off that instant burst that they're trying to pull off here on G2IG, but they will smoke up. And they've got Finger ready again on Baboka. So they do have the follow through here to clean up or set up for Nothing to Say to find that kill. Just no vision. I mean, their wards are nice up top. It's almost all lane wards. Nothing to peer into the jungle. Low just taking point. With Aegis, he really doesn't care. And again, with the Ags that you mentioned there, having the self-dispel and the aggressive dispel on hand, it gets hard to imagine that you can just lock in this troll unless he's like really far away from his team with no TP points. So just gonna have to stall, which they can do. Again, G2IG has the lineup to just keep pushing out these waves, prevent any reach onto the tier 2 with his Aegis. Still 2 minutes left though, so Azure can still look for that opportunity still.
I mean, they were picking out the troll. It's going to be a big smoke here from Azure. They're looking to come towards the top lane. See if Low does get caught out before then. Solarbind is going to land, but Low can just dispel it with the axe he has up, so Solarbind does nothing. They even found JT. JT, he is just melting. They heal him up for a little bit. Swap is out from X-Nova, and Low has lost the Aegis. 1 life is down. Solarbind out. He's already used his Dispel. He'll have another. No problem. Low on the run. He'll make it.
That's very nice for the side of G2IG, just managing to get that isolation onto Low. Again, like the only time they can take care of those 2 lives is if he's too far from his team, and he just farms really far forward here. Gets a little bit greedy and does get punished for it. So no Aegis protection. You even drag in Monet. He was looking for that Chrono follow-up control. Does have the full Mjolnir. Even though Monet is still lagging behind in farm, he's only about 1.1k behind Ori. All things considered, he's very close to parity with everyone else, so the recovery has paid off for the Face's Void. The Chrono does have some damage flying through now. Just needs some protection with that BKB to farm up as well. 5k lead still stands for Azure. But you are holding on. Again, it's still a rather even game. I mean, map control advantage is still there for Azure for sure. But you have to start to respect this burst. Full Dagon 5 up for Nothing to Say. And I mean, if he sets his eyes on you, you are pretty much just dead.
It certainly feels that way. It's a lot of damage here from NTS. They'll start roaming through that dire jungle again. Azure still with a 5k advantage here in this game number 4. I mean, Monet's net worth is still just so far behind. Just has not been able to keep up or catch up at all. Meanwhile, Bark's almost going to have a harpoon up, so that Abaddon's getting scarier and scarier as time goes on. The dispels of this troll is so obnoxious as well, the axe. Like a 4-second cooldown to dispel himself, it's pretty ridiculous.
That it is. Low is just going to clear out the Tormentor with a Battle Trance. They will get that free shard up for Tianming, so reactive taser onto an ally. Pretty nice to kind of help get some disengage going. G2IG out with a smoke though, but the mines again, this is something Azure maximizes well. It just means you're not getting anything every single time.
So annoying. These remote mines, just the proximity mines, just feels like that's the techies meta right now. You just place them whenever you can, and it's always giving so much info to the team. As Azure, they will smoke up together as 5. The mid lane they go. Nothing to Say was just clearing the wave out earlier on. Will back his way out as Azure looking to perhaps go through the Radiant jungle. Seems like G2IG might have a decent idea this could be happening. Everyone plays very defensively, just assuming the smoke was incoming, and in fact they were correct. So the smoke does amount to nothing here for the Dire's end of things.
I mean, it's also pretty readable. I guess that's the one thing as well. If you know you're being tracked from your smoke with mines, you know the enemy team's going to try to smoke and take advantage of that, so you can't just back off, go back to farm. And again, the catch-up for G2IG, I mean, the gap between Monet and the other cores are closing in. It's not that bad. Like, he isn't that relatively poor, just still 1k behind. Just like one component behind compared to everyone else. Still in playable realms here for Monet. Side of Azure, they do have really good control for next Roshan. It is going to be a nighttime spawn regardless, so no matter how long it is, they've got the advantage in that area, and they will line up for that next objective. We'll see how fast that respawn is in half a minute. But this is the one that makes or breaks it, right? This Rosh number 2 has to actually pan out into objectives for the side of Azure, because if it doesn't, you're just asking for the Faceless Void to get online. You're just asking for more durability here for JT to have that confidence on the blink in and burst play with the follow-up from Nothing to Say. These tools are getting active, so the options are lining up. Blink for JT finally gets done. BKB next. The Eternal Shroud up. He can cop the damage. And G2IG. And this is consistent with some of the games we've seen from just a slower start sometimes, but the ramp up into this mid to late game timing can be where the threat really kicks in. Azure, they have to be cautious. Again, like, Roshan is a long timer, 2 minutes away. They've got some decent wards on some flank angles here that you can take on G2IG. And again, they're keeping top wave shoved in consistently, so we'll always have that reach into Rosh. G2IG, if they find this Rosh opportunity with a good chrono on Monet, it can still shape up their way. But have to be somewhat weary with a lack of info. You have the good forward wards again from Azure to watch just this general area. That nice hot tub ward to reach in to see if anyone's walking up with a smoke.
Both teams still sitting back, waiting for the Rosh. 1 minute 15 seconds left. BKB being worked on here by Low. That BKB is going to make it almost impossible to deal with the guy. So they do head up north. G2IG. Still 58 seconds away for the Roshan to respawn. Low will join his team once again through the twin gates. G2IG looking to retreat, will not stick around and mess around here with Azure. There's your big smoke out. 5-man smoke from G2IG. Mines again may give away their position with the smoke, but they're going to wrap around through the Dire jungle. They'll go the long way. Or they might find Low as well. Low, he's going to show himself. They'll make the jump in.
God.
They've got the Hex out. Low is gone. Oh, he has to buy back. Low will come back into the team fight. Buck being targeted now. Buck will be okay. They are looking to retreat before Low gets back in for the fight. Looks like JT in a bit of a high. Oh, hold on a minute, Monet. He's got a chrono. He has caught out the troll, but they will keep him held up. There was no damage through the chrono. X-Nova will get left behind. Baboka, oh, he's not going to make it either. Baboka is down. JT still trying to run FY on the chase. JT will be alright. So they do force a buyback out from the troll, but it does cost them 2 supports. And Roshan is still going to go the way of Azure by the looks of it.
They have great coverage. Really smart buyback from Low. Unfortunate for Monet. Comes in with a chrono, but still gets hit by the whirling axis. Like that missed chance. Just not providing him with the bashes he needed to try to find that kill. And maybe a little bit optimistic as well. Couldn't drop the chrono to block off the ramp. So you still had an opportunity for Azure to get the run up. And G2IG, I suppose it could have gone worse. They find a big target they'd want. They force the buyback, which will force the Roshan. so they can kind of predict the next few movements here from the side of Azure. G2IG can just hang back, wait for that next chrono to be available. Just clear out the waves. This is, again, something their lineup does extremely well with the Keeper of the Light and the Travels. Like, you can just pressure in every lane. So the push coming out from Azure has to be focused. And that is just great timing as well. Like, they managed to get that jump before the side of Azure gets that full BKB. Makes it awkward for Low. You can see why he's been queuing this up for a while. You will get the go-ahead. And Roshan just going the way of Azure. G2IG just needs to shove in lanes. Nothing to say, already getting that done down bot. Might be able to find a tier 1 for his trouble at the least. But the tier 2s are going to be under threat. Just have to you have to repair every lane, shove out every lane as best as you can here for Nothing to Say to get that stall here.
Well, that they do. I mean, Aegis is up now on the troll. Monet has done a fantastic job of keeping up, or rather catching up when it comes to the net worth department. I was kind of carrying on about how low his net worth was the whole game, but he's right behind the troll now. Just, yeah, a bit of a shame if you do get caught by that whirling axe mid-chrono, you just won't be able to do much without the BKB active. But G2IG, again, fighting back. Game number 4. They're still 1 game away from qualifying for ESL 1 Birmingham. Azure trying their absolute best to force us to a Game 5. Of course, Dota Plus has been sitting at 100% for Azure the whole game, so we won't know what Gaben's thinking, sadly.
No. It read the script, Mike. The script has been leaked. It's unfortunate. Spoiler alert.
That is unfortunate.
The scaling of G2IG, it's still strong with Faces Void, but I don't know, I'm mildly concerned about how much you have to deal with. Like, you have to deal with an Abaddon that scales really well. You have to deal with a Zeus with lightning hands, and his damage output just skyrocketing at some point. And the control, I would say, a Hex out. There's the potential for Abaddon Eggs as well to counteract the Faces Void and Chronosphere. Like, there's still a lot for the side of Azure scaling into late, so just going slow like this doesn't hurt. It's G2IG that's in the back seat. Like, at some point, this magical build, for Nothing to Say, it will taper off. Trying to go for the Octarine. Would want the utility from Ags. I think that helps mitigate some of these issues. Force out some BKBs. Earlier BKB usage at the very least you can maximize on here for G2IG. We'll see if that's something he queues up after the Octarine's up. For now, just wants more uptime and clearing out all of these waves. And they're doing a good job of just stalling through the initial timing of the Aegis. Still 2 minutes 40. Still more than enough time for Low to commit onto the objective. And Bach will just get started with Mantle Illusions onto that top. It doesn't take too long. Once Cursor of Avernus is up, it just melts.
Tier 2 top tower disappearing. G2IG prepping for a defense on the high ground. Azure seeing the rotations do back their way out. They're not interested in pushing quite yet. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis to think about forcing a fight or going high ground. Azure have been the kind of team to really take their time to approach that high ground throughout the games we have watched. Hasn't really been much of a rush in the way of going high ground for them. So they will go into the mid-tier 2 tower. Final outer tower. Standing for G2IG. With the creep wave there, it will go down pretty easily. Azure also smoking up, looking at the bottom side of the map, seeing if they can find anyone. Hoping to find Monet farming on the Void, but Monet is by his team in the base.
Radiant are scanning.
So Azure, AK advantage, they'll just continue to hold control of the map. G2IG kind of stuck on the high ground now, hoping for a mistake to be made by Azure.
I think the big issue for G2IG is, even if they wanted to make a play outside, they only have the one ward giving them vision. Mind you, it's giving them some good vision on their bot jungle, but again, lack of information does just hold you back, even if they tried for a smoke Hail Mary here. It doesn't quite work out. Not too much time left in Aegis though for low. So if they did manage to find an angle onto that troll within the next minute, then it gets pretty dicey.
Although still ensuring that all these waves are pushed out as a array. Not allowing anyone from G2IG out of their base at all. There will be a smoke to come out. G2IG, 4-man smoking. They will run into some mines here of Tianming, so... See, I don't think the smoke is at all to try and find a fight. It's more so to just get some wards down and get some areas here for Monet to be able to farm in.
It's just dark. Like, they only have that one ward, so... Expansion of Vision can also help the setup. They also know that the Aegis should be expiring right around now. So it's key time.
FY gets blown up. They do find themselves a nice little support pick-off, and that's going to give away the news that G2IG have left the base.
Yeah,
Aegis has expired as well, so Azure maybe not feeling too safe at the moment.
Yeah, they take note of the timer, which leads into that smoke to get this additional vision. And now they have a ward to watch right by the triangle. They can try to siege a little bit. They shouldn't overcommit. They do get a good snipe on Chan Ming's courier, taking care of the Lotus Orb recipe as at the least. Still, not going to be able to pressure onto the tier 2s. They have to hold back. Like, if you leave this alone, like, the high ground really, really does just melt with the troll or even with the Abaddon, with that Curse of Avernus. So they're going to be held back by that. They are still building up. Like, you've got the Manta on Monet, so he does have a Dispel for the Whirling Axis if the BKB is down. And he is going for that full Scotty for some mitigation on the healing. The Octarine, for nothing to say, does come online. And he is going for that full Sight of Feist. Next, or no, full BKB next now. For nothing to say. Just wants that protection from control as well up front. I mean, there is still room to grow on the side of G2IG if they weather the storm. Right? Like, again, Kotl Axe is going to be nice. You've got so much more damage to kind of pump in here for Monet. He does switch for the Lincoln Sphere instead. So doesn't want to just be held down by some single target control here on the side of Azure. I mean, Azure, for their part, you know, it's a Minotaur Roche. They're just going to hold that same position. Start to clear out, shove the creep wave in their favor with a smoke and set up for Roche number 3. And G2IG still has to play in that area. The last time around, they got their timing really right and jumped low. Just reaching across the river is still maybe going to be a little bit of a challenge. So, yeah, just a tense game. There's a lot of tension. You know G2IG, they know they can find these kills, but they also can't afford the risk. It's never a clean time jumping in to Azure with how durable they are and how much damage they have to pump out here.
Absolutely not. Oh, of course, Azure waiting for the next Roshan. You can see Tianming already getting a lot of mines around the Roshan pit area. It's making it very hard for G2IG to think about moving into that position. G2IG. I mean, I think they'll be pretty thankful for the fact that they can actually get some farm out. Like, the fact that the whole map isn't just completely controlled by Azure is a pretty kind of good note for them. I believe there's a BKB coming out for Ori now, so the Zeus does have that magic immunity. Roshan's going to take 2.5 minutes, so it's a long timer. There was a smoke from G2IG to try and move up towards the pit. They'll get a nice scan out. Send a Void Illusion in to scout out the pit as well, but that is going to show an empty pit, so no Roshan available yet. Again, it is still going to take over 2 minutes. So here comes the stalemate once again by the Roshan pit. But you do have the added bonus of just having nothing to say, who can just rotate across the map and push out the lanes quite effectively. He'll rejoin his team in just a moment.
I mean, it's just such a hard nut to crack right now for the side of G2IG. Azure, they're holding on to that.
They're going to try it. Yeah, Bach's moving in. He just goes onto JT. A few warning shots there, but won't amount to too much. 1.5 minutes left for Roshan to respawn. It's like Monet does pick up his full Lincoln Sphere now. Doesn't leave himself with any buyback gold, but a lot of defensive capability as they are going to find Bark caught out on the Abaddon. Bark still has the borrowed time available. They'll try to Dagon, but he does get it off. Thunder God's Wrath committed. Low, he's going to jump right in, looking for that Lion, but Boca trying to get away, does get on the high ground, and now the Chrono. Monet has got the Troll locked down, but is the damage output going to be enough? The answer is no, it is not. They will have to leave the area. They have lost X-Nova. JT is locked down. A Blinding Light will save. Now with the Battle Trance, they're going to try again onto the Troll. Warlord, Low looking to retreat. Is able to get away for now, but Monet continuing the chase, but he's out of a BKB now. He's in trouble. Monet, Manta, but it's not going to be enough to time walk. He is gone without buyback available. They will find FY. JT looking to turn back around onto Bark, but Bark will blink out of there on the Abaddon. The chase is on from G2IG, but they are doing this without their carry. So they will have to be very cautious of Low turning with his team. But they also do not want to give up Roshan right now.
They can't afford to.
They're still trying. JT jumping back in. Bark almost going down. Borrowed time will be popped. He'll go into X-Nova. JT looking to retreat again. X-Nova being left behind for now. Will get taken out to boot. So that's another kill here for Azul Ray. There's Low. Will move in himself, but does need to retreat.
And they can safely go for Roshan now on Azul Ray's end. These Glimmer Capes are just providing so much save throughout the board. Like, it's just obnoxious. And it's only the one from Chan Ming doing so much work. Roche does not take too long to go. Free Axe to pass on here as well. And that will go the way of Ori. So you've got the Nimbus to worry about on top of the vision that Thunder God's Wrath is already providing you. And on top of the damage they already have here on Azure Ray. G2IG. Again, it's just a difficult way to take these fights. Like, so durable. They'll try.
Tian Ming is perfectly fine though. He's just going to walk his way out. They're not going to find a straggler here on the side of G2IG.
I know how you play this on the side of G2IG. Like, it has to be off the back of this Chrono or a pickoff. But the only hero showing up front is the Troll and the Abaddon. Your backline jump for the side of G2IG is just not smooth. It's only really JT who can zip across and try to burst someone down. But by himself, you're not going to find that. Yeah, and you don't have great teamfight initiation outside of Chrono. So it all kind of stems back to that. You don't have a way of just holding these heroes down, getting the burst window out. You don't even have a blink up on Baboka just yet in G2IG. So Azure Ray are just free to play far forward with Low. Free to play far forward with Bach. Just no concerns here. Because there really is nothing to be concerned about. The damage is dropping off from Nothing to Say. The one Glimmer Cape they have here on the side of Azure Ray is doing a ton of work from Chan Ming. 2 lives in the Troll. You already need that Chronosphere to find that burst window, and you're still not finding the first life in the Chrono anyway. So I don't know how you handle 2 lives. It's a difficult game right now for G2IG.
They've got great high ground defense, the thing I think. Azure Ray have not really approached the high ground too much at all. There's been a lot of caution when it comes to the high ground, and I think it does. You know, you are playing against the Coddle, you're playing against the Venge, playing against the Void. And the creep waves just don't last either. Like, the Coddle's just eliminating every single creep wave that shows up. So you do have some very solid defense on the high ground. Thing is, Azure Ray are just controlling the map completely, so they can just keep extending this net worth lead. Now already at 20k. And their scaling certainly is not done either. Monet is still just lacking so much damage.
I'm trying to think of items that simplify this, and they've got the Sight of Vice on JT, and they've got the Lincolns to protect on Nothing to Say. This does help the jump. It alleviates some of the pressure as well for that Chrono on Monet. So you could just try to opt for JT with a blink into the straight Hex. You could go with some more support items. Again, Baboka could use a blink up here as well to start to have some more impact rather than just defensive Earth Spikes from coming in. And again, the growth into something like the Kotl Ags can help you with a stall game. So, let's see. A little bit of a pincer movement out.
Yeah, I mean, JT could get caught. He does have his BKB available, but it's going to be pretty rough when he gets bashed up by Low. Still pops the BKB, trying to survive through this damage. Does chain towards the north, towards FY. JT still trying to retreat. Here comes the cavalry. They're trying to help JT out. A blinding light from Nothing to Say. Meanwhile, Xnova swapping him out. Does actually TP away. So everyone from G2IG does survive.
Okay, that was kind of nutty from Xnova. Just manages to get that stall going for the side of G2IG. And that pincer movement from the side of Azure doesn't quite pan out, but they're still in control of the game. Again, it's not like you lose out on anything here for the side of Azure. They didn't really commit anything at all to get that chase done. Instead, just constantly choke out the side of G2IG. And they have nowhere to go from G2IG. They're just stuck. And it's just a matter of how do you find that high ground without worrying about Chrono. I mean, I figured Aegis would be the answer, but they show a lot of respect to G2IG. Aegis only half a minute left, so we're not going to see that high ground anytime soon. Maybe an opportunity for G2IG. Knowing Aegis is gone, again, we've seen them smoke around that timer before. They could opt again as they are staying together here. And they will.
Well, there's a 5-man spoke. G2IG, they're going to venture out. Lines have been drawn towards the bottom lane through to the Radiant jungle, and they would find Low if they get to that area. But Low's going to go through the twin gates to the other side of the map. His Aegis does expire. Pretty obvious that they are hunting somebody down as well, because the top tier 3 tower was being forced into by just a creep wave, and only now is Nothing to Say rotating to try and defend this. Azure doing their absolute best to ensure that no openings are provided to G2IG, and well, naturally we are at another stage of the game where it's probably going to be all about the next Roshan. And look at the amount of mines Tianming has got in the Radiant jungle as well. Like, you just can't enter this area anymore. It's blocked off. That's it. It's done.
Just less spots for G2IG to try to go for the smoke gank. Like, that path is cut off. Even just finding farm, if they can shove out the creep waves, it's gone. And this is so oppressive from Azure. They really are just choking the side of G2IG, ensuring there's no air to breathe for this team. I don't know, like, you're getting the butterfly on Winnie. It's nice. It's a little bit more damage coming through. It doesn't feel like it's going to be nearly enough just yet.
JT will be alright. He'll just tank through it. Buck's going to move in. Trying after the Venge. Xnova will be okay. Buck, though, very confident with his ability to just tank through any damage they throw at him, and he would be right in thinking so. Just so many items popping up. Now a Daedalus completed on FY.
Yeah, it's a dangerous one. Safety of the Bushwhack, Acorn Shot. JT just living life on the edge to clear out these mines. And it's an interesting angle to kind of finagle a fight. Monet's ready with that chrono, but who do you jump? Because jumping low just doesn't feel like you're going to find that full burst window. Maybe want the backline, but...
They almost found the void. Instead they'll find Baboka. Nothing to Say, a sitting Dark Chrono, and Swap is committed, but Nothing to Say is still going to go down. Monet unable to do anything in the Chrono, needs to retreat. Nothing to Say without buyback is down. JT just trapped here with the nets flying out from Low. Low, oh, they are going to be able to finish him so far. No, never mind. FY with the Acorn Shot does get both. An ultra kill for FY. Azure. Yes, John?
I don't know what you do for the high ground defense. You already lost Chrono. Like, it's a smooth ride for Azure. There's literally no threat outside of maybe a swap back and a push into the fountain, if you can somehow line that up, but it's, that feels near impossible right now. Rax just falling. They're gunning for the melee first on Azure on almost every lane. They should be able to find pretty much the Megas. I don't see a way out for G2IG. They'll have nothing to say back, but again, without Chrono, what do you do?
Well, JT's going to jump in. Big time dilation from Monet, but it makes no difference as X-Nova does get caught out. NTS will commit the buyback now with 20 seconds left on the respawn. The Mega Creeps, though, are indeed going to be incoming. In fact, no, there is one range Rax left up at the top lane. So you haven't got Megas yet, but Azure are certainly looking to just take that range Rax away to boot. Monet still trying, but gets hexed up immediately and looks like he is probably just... Oh, BKB is out. He's fine. Mega Creeps incoming, though. Buck eats a cheese, dropping low. Ori dropping low himself, does lose his life on the Zeus. Meanwhile, Tian Ming also being left behind will go down. Both those heroes, though, have buyback available. So Mega Creeps are up. Azure, they can play the slow game, they can wait for the next Roshan. It's up in 45 seconds anyway. Now, G2IG not willing to call it yet. They are going to give it everything they've got here for this game 4.
And they can kind of manage Mega Creeps with a Timbersaw and with a Kotl, so they can hold out on this position. It's just they need this Rosh to go their way. I mean, it is a quicker respawn, only 20 seconds off. So they can make the most out of this. It will be a daytime Rosh by the looks of it for the most part. They'll just run straight down on the spawn. So they can get away from the field of mines here as well. This is important. If G2IG want any hope of coming back in, it has to be off the back of this Roshan. And Azure will definitely not allow them to get that for free. Already setting up down bot. There goes Roche. So it's just a matter of, can you find this Chrono that you've been gunning for here? Can you pump that damage into that control? See if they wrap around with the smoke, but vision, again, has just been so limited for G2IG since they've been stuck in the high ground. Only have that one ward to watch on the forward ramp of that bot jungle. Jesus, FY.
Yeah, FY is the carry now. This Hoodwink Acorn shot is quite ridiculous, to say the least. A lot of damage. Just 870 damage crits flying out here from FY. It's like G2IG gonna look to retreat. Not interested in sticking around the Roshan pit. The Roshan has officially respawned. Azure, maybe not aware, but they are completely alone around the pit, so they could just move in and take it for themselves.
I mean, I don't know about surrendering this Roche. Like, it's either that feels like your make or break fight, because with Aegis up on Azure, I'm pretty sure there's just no way to kill them off. Like, it just does not feel feasible right now for the side of G2IG. And they're not going to sit back and farm for another 5 minutes here. This is the straight and Aegis on hand with a Roche banner to just buff up these Mega Creeps. So clearing them out with a Kotl, clearing them out with the Timbersaw, it's not going to feel that great. Already planted one on mid as well. So, how do you stop this? I mean, they'll try to show us in one last fight, I guess.
We shall see if they have a chance. Azure waiting to find an opportunity to just pounce. The axe been born up on JT. It was a bit late for all this, but again, they are going all in for this last defense. Even a refresher orb now bored out on Monet. Lowe's going to make the jump in with the Swift Blink. Azure still sitting back and just waiting. Low again will kind of just abuse the blink. Gets a few hits into the tier 4 tower, will just retreat again. So all he seems to be doing is just waiting for his blink to come up so he can just blink in and hit the tower 2 or 3 times and back off. Low, this time will get jumped by JT. Has already lost half his HP, but it's only JT really jumping. Everyone else is just sitting back.
Huh. I mean, if they do manage to just chip away at low like this, take the first life of the Aegis in this manner, then the double Chronosphere can start to line up for Monet. So, does have to show a little bit of respect for that, but at the same time, you're stuck in this position for G2IG. You literally can't do anything else. Like,
Yeah, this is the way to do it, I guess. So it's just, if you want to be safe, you want to ensure that there's no chance that G2IG have actually taking a fight, but they are going to 4-man smoke. It seems like Azure have had a little bit of enough of this, the shenanigans. Hex is out into the troll, not going to mean too much. Meanwhile, Bark has made the jump in on the Abaddon underneath the tier 4 towers. Bark, forced to pop the borrowed time, is going to be able to walk away. Does get very, very low, but will be alright. 1 tier 4 tower is down.
finally got some siege going. Aegis still up for about 2 minutes here for low. So they can keep doing this. G2IG, it's down to them to solve this puzzle. How do you stop this? How do you stop the game from ending? They can't jump the back line. Low's a little bit too tanky. There's a lot of protection from Chan Ming in the back. They can chip away again on at least one life here.
Low is making this very hard. 1 minute 20 seconds left for the Aegis. They are dealing with the Mega Creeps just fine. Ooh, jump in with the Bushwhack onto JT. Monet, he will get hexed up on the Void, so Bark's going to jump in trying to go for the kill, but he does get swapped out. Meanwhile, Bark does have to leave completely out of mana now on the Abaddon. Finger being thrown out casually on low. Won't really amount to much.
Yeah, Provoca. Maybe feeling like they could have maybe dragged him low enough, but low is just not going low. And, well, they're playing real Defense of the Ancients here, Mike. This is real Dota right now.
Quite
literally. They are defending their Ancient.
30 seconds for the Aegis to expire. Hex is out again onto the Troll, but Bark can just keep him alive with the Aphotic Shield. Four minutes away from the hour mark while we're at it, so seems like Azure trying their best to avoid the tier 5 items happening again, which is fair enough.
Or they could wait for it, you know, just to be sure. It's not like G2IG can dip outside their base to find some tier 5s. Yeah, Aegis expires. You're not gonna run to high ground without Aegis. You already didn't run high ground with Aegis, so what are the chances you'll do it without that protection? None. You just sit back and wait. Alright. I mean, they're holding out, G2IG. Azure, again, respecting the Chronosphere, respecting some of that burst. And I guess wait for next Roshan, wait for tier 5s. You do get the Tormentor done as well, so a little bit of the boomerang action for FY, more stuff to toss around. Octarine done on Tianming. More mines to come in. This, I don't know if this is even a game for G2IG at this point. I'll be honest with you, man. They're not playing a game. I mean, they're playing Dota 2. They're playing Defense of the Ancient, for sure. But this isn't a game anymore, I don't reckon.
I mean, there is a Divine Rapier queued up here on Monet, so you know they are trying. Really don't believe that's going to make much of a difference, I'll be frank with you. No. Doesn't feel like Monet can actually hit anybody most of the time. The G2IG spamming voice lads. It's the classic, it's the classic SCA go mid. Yeah, this is probably what they've learnt here in the SCA, the server, Jonathan. Just never let the Ancient fall, no matter what.
That is literally every Southeast Asian game. No one wants a tap out, so... Yeah, 12 to 23, 47k up. What fun neutrals do we have lined up here? I would like to see a Giants Ring Abaddon. That is a pretty terrifying sight. That'd be fun. Maybe... You know what? Maybe the Stygian, whatever it's called, the Desolator, tier 5, can actually end this game. The Stygian Desolator can end the game here for low. That could be something to watch out for. Or if he wants to be funny, like a pirate's hat is fun. I don't know. Like, very cautious. Again, there's so much on the line. I respect that from Azure. They do not want to drain this chance away, as G2IG has the advantage. But realistically at this point, G2IG can also all they have is this hope and prayer on this double chrono, and potentially a divine if they can sneak a courier out here for Monet. You've faded off in damage with your Kotl. You faded off with damage on your Tim to an extent. I mean, the pure damage does still scale. You have to really put a lot of elbow grease in to get that working.
What's...
Okay, Kale, let's go.
He's complaining about lag. All right. Just what we needed, JT. Just what we needed.
I was checking chat a while ago, Mike. They were commenting that in this best of 5, we'd get 5 100-minute games for 500 minutes of gameplay. Lots of value.
The worst part was, I literally said to the wife earlier, it's like, oh, I'm going to go to the gym after this. It's a good timing. 24/7 gym. I was like, it'd be good. Nobody will be in the gym. I'll have the whole gym to myself. It's now like 1 a.m. in the morning. This is game 4. I realize that I'm still going to go, John. But it's just... all I'm saying is I thought I'd be there like an hour ago. But here we are.
Oh, Michael Phoenix. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
It's been a great grand final, at least. As slow as this game is, which it is very slow, it has still been a very good grand final.
That it is. It's been a good back and forth. We get the go ahead, and JT, fixed the lag, finally starts moving to stay in the high ground. So, yeah, just stall, push back.
I think it's the mines. I think the mines make the game laggy.
I think you are right. This will just eventually just be too much. I wish the mines could still move. Honestly, that it was a funny thing when it could. Nothing to say. Did go outside for a moment.
He's up
and goes back inside.
Well, he's 10 seconds too early, I think, John. Tier 5 items are now coming up.
Oh, but they've got the room. Look at that. They moved up top, so they have bot here to farm. Can you find the good stuff here? Nothing to say. Only has the one creep, unfortunately. Find some more. Nothing to say. Or play it safe. Yeah, I mean they've moved back down bot. It's the side of AR, of course, that has control to find these neutrals for themselves. And that they will. They already have all of them. Not quick. What'll it be? Let's see. Seer Stone out for Tianming, which is exactly what you want on the techies, so fun days for Tianming here. Giant's Ring for our Zeus. I like that. Look at that. Ooh, mama. Ooh-wee.
That's a big boy.
As he should be. I mean, he is Zeus. There you are.
Well, have IG got anything? G2IG, have they got any Tier 5 tokens yet? They've
I
only
do
got
not
one.
Think so. Alright.
They've got one.
Okay.
They'll give it to the Void. Monet's got it.
Well, it'll be Monet. Mirror Shield, perhaps. Apex isn't amazing, but it's also like not bad. You need it every single point of damage, and it is the Apex. Some damage coming through. Some more armor with the Agi. Roshan in 10 seconds. Should be Azur's raise to take. No one is leaving this high ground.
Nothing to say he's out still far.
On a mission.
Nothing to say. He's got to do it, Johnny. You got to have an even kind of playing field here. There's another Tier 5 item that he's got now. There's 3 of them. He just needs 2 more. Pirate's Hat will come out for the line. The bannerings are useful, John. I mean, they need the gold right now. We need some divine rapiers.
I suppose so. Rather unfortunate there's no like seer stone here for Baroka. Let's see what else. What spice do we have here, guys? JT, what's gonna be your thing?
We'll get a pirate
Aegis
hat on low.
taken. Oh,
So low,
exactly
low
what.
does get the pirate hat.
Yeah. Very based of Valve to give that to him. Aegis just sitting on the deck because no one has inventory space. It's just there. They actually left it.
This shit.
They took the refresh.
Low's coming. Low's
All
coming.
right, come on, Low. What are you doing? Your team took Aegis. Come on.
Well, Low's got no brown boots either here, Johnny. You have to do it the old-fashioned way. Just very, very slow walk. We get any other neutral items? I mean, there's five for each. We do have a Necro book on our bench. Very pog. Seems like JT's the only one.
There you
go.
chose. Okay. Arcanus armor, which it can be nice. I don't know if this damage reflect is enough, but 40% damage reduction in everyone else is nothing to scoff at. So, or 40% damage reflection is nothing to scoff at, I suppose. It's just not exactly amazing.
We'll jump in. BKB is popped. He wants the T4 towers. Bark will also be there onto the Void, but a nice swap out from X-Nova. Will give a chance for Monet back into the game. Is now onto the Troll. They go. Chrono is out. They've caught the Zeus with that one, but do they have the damage up before the Zeus? He's getting lower. Another Chrono from Monet. Still trying, and he does get it, but he needs a time walk out. He has got enough for now, but the ensnares are there. Monet dropping so low, the bushwhack to lock him down. He is gone, but he can buy back and will do so. Meanwhile, the rest of the AR still fighting JT. More buybacks incoming. The Ancient completely exposed. The creeps right on top of it now. They'll get Tian Ming.
There's a Divine.
There is a Divine. They have defended.
That they have. They managed to get that backline jump we've been looking for here the entire game. Monet finally recognizing that you just need to ignore Bach and ignore Low. But that Aegis does get eaten up. Still no Chrono ready for Monet. So holding them back from this push. It's a tall order. At the same time, if Monet can just jump on top of someone with a BKB, and he can just nut them, he is doing a good amount of damage at this point. JT just reaching out with that chain saying hi. As unfortunately, the Timbersaw does not have the most fun in the high ground.
Oh, they placed the tree. They placed the tree.
Oh my god.
They
JT.
were ready this time for him. JT. he's been doing it the whole time.
Look at
Someone was ready. Someone was ready as Bark. Bark is on the Ancient. Quite literally, but they'll swap him in the fountain. Bark's in trouble. Now Bark, he is gone. He's got buyback though. Who placed the tree? But which nerd had a ironwood branch?
No. It's FY, right? Like with the bushwhack, the apron.
Oh, it was too. Yes, it was.
JT was just standing there and spamming Timber Chain. See what happens. And that happens. They do hold again. They did force a buyback on JT, but they're holding. Refresh orb now up for Low. So he has the double battle trance ready, double BKB. 48k lead. 65 minutes in, 15 to 26. G2IG still want to play defend the Ancient, but it is working. They are defending the Ancient.
They certainly are. The Ancient has been defended multiple times now. Monet just has to commit so much. Like, double Chrono to kill off Ori is not a very fun feel.
No, it isn't, but it is necessary, and that was him jumping. I believe that was pre-Divine Rapier, so
okay.
With the Divine up, it shouldn't take 2 Chronos full. You can save the second Chrono for another target, but still, it's like Chrono per target is also not particularly amazing, but that's the state of the game here. That's the state of the game for G2IG. Azure Ray, well, they've backed off. They've kind of had enough, except for Low. Just sitting by the mines. You can't go outside your base.
Tian Ming's making me lag now. This is a new PC I've got here, John. This shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. Got a... What did you... 5800X, right?
7800, Jonathan. Don't
yeah,
insult me
7800.
like that.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll jump in, JT. Gonna be swapped out. X-Nova will save. Low has used his BKB preemptively. Will have to retreat now. Not looking to fight without it.
Oh.
Don't yawn on the mic, John. Come on now.
No, it's a ha. It's a ha.
I believe you, John. That's alright. 67 minutes into the game, 49k net worth lead.
Ha.
There is no end to the game. Stop it, John. Nobody believes you.
It's Divine for FY. Is he just gonna buy it out? Probably not, right? Nah. Oh,
For FY.
yeah. He does buy it out.
FY's had enough.
Yeah.
What are these idiot
This is it.
carries doing? I'll do it my
I
damn
mean-
self.
How do you stop the acorn shot? You can't. It'll bounce onto you. You get crit. You'll cry. Buybacks are in a precarious spot for the side of G2IG. So they're gonna have to watch themselves. I don't know. FY could just end this. I mean, theoretically, you could have just BKB battle. Oh, well, not BKB battle trance, but just BKB twack the ancient. Of course. Once you see Monet commit on the Chronos. Let's see. This is the most naked base I've seen held onto for at least 10 minutes now. That's actually amazing from G2IG.
I mean, it's props to them. They are defending. Props to Azure Ray. They are not willing to rush this at all.
Oh,
Here we go. Even more defensive kit. But Bark's got an Ags now. So,
yeah, nah.
good luck killing anyone.
Yeah, you really aren't killing anyone. Like, the Chrono flies on, even if Box is inside, just use that bar of time. No one's gonna die. Well, maybe they do, if you can out-damage with the Divine here from Monet. Still have to see the effectiveness of that pickup on the Faceless Void here. Eventually. Take on up. Alright.
Why not?
Fair game.
Low's still just hanging in front of the base. Aghanim Scepter now available on X-Nova. That's going to be quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a good swap back when Bach was again trying to hide in the Ancient for whatever reason. Did swap into the Fountain, so probably not going to try to hide in the Fountain again.
Why is it always us in these
Perchance.
situations? I don't understand. Well, why do
I
we always
know.
end up in these situations? I just wanted to cast some Dota, you know? This is what I wanted to do
Mike,
with
what
my
are you
life, and-
complaining about? This is casting Dota. How dare you?
Yeah, but
It's like when you're in Counter-Strike and you're the counter-terrorist. You're like, I am countering the strike. You're actually playing the game, not like the other side. See, G2IG, they have the moral high ground. They're playing Defense of the Ancients. What's AR doing? They're attacking the Ancient.
They are. In fact, they're going in right now. Low, actually dropping very low right now. Low's going to be very careful. Chrono is out. Monet, he's got him, does he? He's still not down. The battle trance is going, but he's got him. Monet is getting the troll. Here we go again. The buyback is out. Monet is onto Ori. Ori dropping low. Buck trying to keep him alive, but Buck cannot. That is 2 Chronos down as Low will move back in onto the Void, but can they actually kill anyone? They're on a JT now, but JT's alright. JT will walk out. Azure Ray, you need to run. It is not the high ground attempt that you wanted.
Oh my god.
There's 2 heroes without buyback. There is 2 heroes without buyback on the map. So G2IG actually gonna win the game.
You sound so excited, Mike. Realistically, how far can you really run down here? All right, let's temper those expectations. Low has travels too. He can sneak down and go for the classic Low play of TPing onto the Ancient if you leave it alone for like 1 minute. So they're not leaving. G2IG. We've bought ourselves 10 more minutes, guys. Get out those cup noodles. Get ready. For the
JT!
JT, please. Oh my god.
It'll be a grand final without JT doing something stupid. Do it.
Alright. Yeah, no.
How's techies just do 5k damage with mines of the JT? That's so stupid.
It's a positive feedback loop. You know, it's that magic resistance reduction adding. And I believe it's additive, not multiplicative. No, it should be multiplicative, but still, you pop enough, you just melt. Yeah, yeah. Here we are, Defense of the Ancients. Dota 2. This is the game. They will find a wisdom room. Very nice. How is nothing to say not yet level 30? I do not know. None of them are level 30 yet on G2IG. I suppose we're still reaching that mark here. Low, already hanging by the Roche waiting.
What does that mean? What's he saying?
I wish I knew.
We need
I
a
wish I
translator.
knew.
Well, what, nothing to say saying FPS now. Come on, nothing to say.
And they all
everyone's lost their mind in this game. They've all disconnected from the game. This is not good news.
Oh, that's very good news. What do you mean? This is the classic play at this point. Let me pull that Google Translate out for a little bit. JT said, not bad. He can say that about dying to the mines. Not bad. You're a pro gamer there, Xiangming. That's an epic gamer move. Lados mines. Slay, king. As the kids say.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to bring up next Roshan, John. I'm really just not sure how much it matters anymore. Roshan's up in 38 seconds.
That it is. 72 minutes in. I don't know what's even happening anymore. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I have lost my mind since a while ago. I legitimately have not had any idea what G2IG needs to do outside of just Chrono backline. And you saw what happened. You saw Bach almost out healing the Chrono damage as well with the machine gun mist quilts. I love that. I hecking love that interaction. It just keeps flying out. You know what he needs? He needs the wand upgrade for healing. The holy locket.
The holy locket.
Yeah, Bach needs a holy locket. Throw away the splitter. Who needs that, Bach? What you want is highly effective machine gun mist coils. And that's not even sarcasm. They do need that to sustain true the damage coming in from Monet. That's the sad part. It's not even a meme. This is necessary at this point.
Anyway, this is honestly one of the greatest grand finals. I'll never forget this one. I think this is like, all jokes aside, this is a great grand final. It really
is. I feel like
a great grand final.
I feel like something happened. Like Game 1
so
felt
good.
like what Game 5 should have been, and then we went in reverse, and then now we're back at the point where this does feel like a proper Game 4. So I don't know what happens in. I don't know if it ends here or what happens in Game 5. If we'll ever get a Game 5. Like, this could drag on, you know? Like, as you said, Aegis is gonna go for the side of Azure, but what does it matter? Refresh Shard as well, Roche Banner as well. And...
They'll leave. Yeah, they've got to leave, surely. Or he will take it. Does the Roshan banner really matter? Well, what's it gonna do? Tianming does not have a right to pause the game, but tell me if he's placing that many mines on the map, he can't pause the game.
Instant go ahead as well from the side of Zure.
What does this banner do? What's the banner gonna do?
Morale. Boost morale, Mike. You know, it's a sign you have slain Roach. Yes, be inspired, creeps. Bug. What bug?
What bug?
What bug?
Well, can you translate it? Can you get the Google
No.
Translate going?
No, it does not work on Pinion. It does not work on Pinion, unfortunately. It only works on the actual character, so we will never know.
I would ask people in the chat to translate, but I don't think that's going to work out too
well. No, if it pauses for 5 minutes, you'll see chat. 72 minutes. That one guy in chat, you asked for 5 100-minute games. You know, at some point, if this game drags long enough, you will get that average up. So,
you're welcome.
You're having a good night there.
I'll tell you, I mean, this is probably proof that there needs to be more slots for qualifiers, right? Like, like one slot for most of these regions, it does not feel anywhere near enough. It's
for sure.
Just, like, if both these teams deserve to be there, there's no two ways about it.
Absolutely. You know, maybe there's a system where they play over a span of 3 weeks and the top 3 teams go to a major.
Oh.
I wonder if that's been tried before. Has it been tried? I don't think so.
That sounds crazy, John. Sounds wild.
Who would do that? So silly of me. I'm sorry, Mike. Didn't mean to, you know, be that crazy here, putting ideas like that forward.
That's alright. Crazy idea for them, John. They can try high ground again if they
No,
want.
they
They've
can't.
got an Aegis up. They've got an Aegis up on low.
No, they can't. They need to pick off. They need to kill Monet, and Monet is not leaving here.
This is why tier 5 items should have never been nerfed. I don't know why they nerfed tier 5 items. The whole aspect, the whole point was to speed up the end of the game. And then they nerfed them for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no defense for that, Mike. We've been in this scenario before. I mean, to be fair, you know, I'm pointing fingers at different players in other regions. To be fair, like Jackie, even when he had something like he had talent, but I'm going further back. Motivate Trust with Jackie, with Ballista, and he couldn't end games. Well, to be fair, he was also defending the Ancient. That's also one issue, right? If the enemy has the tier 5s as well, but they're both broken, this is still what happens.
To be fair as well, Jackie was playing Arc Ward in that game, John, so I think that might have something to do with it. You know? Why have they dropped blood grenades here? There's 2 blood grenades.
Why not? Why not?
JT's
Why
picking
not?
them up now. What's JT doing? He's picked them up.
I don't know. I wish I knew. I don't know. JT's just destroying trees so he doesn't actually accidentally chain to them at this point. Oh boy.
This is every player's dream. This is a unlimited farming simulator right here. This is incredible.
Pretty much. The possibilities are not limitless, are limited by your 6 slots. So, I don't know, maybe throw this Eternal Shroud away, honestly, from low, but at the same time, they do still have a lot of Dagons on hand, and a lot of damage here from Nothing to Say. Regardless of that, Mike, I think it's finally time to introduce... Surprise, guys! Welcome back to another John X Mike episode. It's been a while. We're here in the Best of 5 Grand Finals, but we've got some time. Game 4 at 76 minutes. How are you doing tonight, Mike?
Pretty well, John. I had plans to go to the gym, but that's not looking too likely.
No one cares about the gym, Mike. Even then, who needs sleep after a series like this? You're going to be all energized up for that gym for sure. If this isn't already a workout. You know, I'm getting a workout right now. I don't like the implications of saying that, now that I think about it, but I will stand by what I say. I'm a man of my word.
This is the part where you lose your mind. This is the part where you literally start losing your mind in the games. It's not even that far in yet, John. You give it another half an hour at least before you start losing your shit.
You're right. It's been a while since we've had... Well, I can't say it's been a while since we've had a long game. We literally had it in game 1. It didn't feel like a long game. This is a certifiable a long game, but a banger of a series in a game.
It certainly is.
Low is just going to stand here.
I wonder where those Korean castles are while we're on the topic of this game. You know the ones I'm talking about. They'll jump in. Bark trying to go after the Void. Monet, he has been silenced up. Monet still holding onto the BKB, but a nice bushwhack. 4 staffs away. Monet will make it out. Low in the meantime onto JT, but Low's doing no damage. Low was just doing no damage to JT. And they're off again. 35 seconds for the Aegis to expire. There we go. The axe on the line's up now, John. Look at that. There we go.
This is the absolute game changer right here. This opens up the game. Baboka can finger the creeps and actually do something. This makes all the difference in the world.
It sure does. 20-second cooldown's not bad though on that axe. I've always appreciated that. May not matter so much now, but you know, kind of nice.
It does matter. It's more damage. Okay. It always matters. Why do you hate on Lion so much, Mike?
It's a trash hero, John. That's why.
You're just a trash player that can't play Lion. Ha ha ha! Got him! No. It's a great hero. What do you mean? Oh, just because Mana Drain's suddenly a viable laning build? Now, you know, with the thing I've been talking about when it was absolutely trash, it's finally good? You take the stance, huh?
Why, it's casually missing a bushwhack in the mid lane. We saw that FY. And, you know, can't miss now. You've thrown that many bushwhacks this game. Can't afford to miss any.
You know, I'm rather curious. Tran Ming, Yeah, plant those mines. He had 3 in stock. Why? Plant them. You have to achieve the technological victory by completely crashing G2IG with an overload of mines. That could be a legitimate game plan at some point.
Divine Rapier. Here we go, John. Sacred really picked up. No, that's a nullifier. It's a bit sad. He had queued up a Divine Rapier earlier, but now he's got a nullifier into a Moonshot.
Safe play for Monet. And the safety of their high ground. Smokes out. Something? Oh.
Here we go. Bark onto Monet. X-Nova will swap him away. Bark can have his BKB wearing out. They'll try onto JT, but JT's just taking no damage. Low. Oh, low.
Oh!
Pops the battle trance. Can they drag him back
There's
past
no damage.
the Ancient?
What
no
is this?
damage is being done. JT is just taking all the damage. He took nothing. What a tank JT is. He literally took no damage.
Oh, what? The Arcanist armor? With the damage reflection?
He had 70 armor with the reactive armor going, so
Yeah.
he's taking no damage.
That's down to the 15 talent being picked up as well at his level 28. Plus 6 max stacks, so when he pops his reactive armor, it's just that much more HP on max stack, so yeah. I guess that idea doesn't work. Aegis expires. Just, are they actually, they're walking outside their base, JT? Will he die to mines again? Round 2?
Not quite. By the way, we had an update. Jack did provide us with KBBQ did provide us with an update as to what the translation was earlier from Tianming. Apparently, his second ability was bugged. Obviously, a little bit late now, John, but that's the translation coming in from KBBQ. So there you go. Thank you, Jack.
Hey, Jack. Always a lad. Wonder how Jack's feeling down there watching this game as well.
He said, team. I'm enjoying both of your losing your minds. So he seems to be having a great old time.
Good to hear, Jack.
I don't think Jack actually cares about the result of this game anymore. I think he's slowly watching us lose our sanity here, John.
I frankly don't know if Azure also, I mean, they of course they do care. They're one game away from missing out in Birmingham. At the same time, when you play a game like this, at some point you kind of forget. You know, you always end up forgetting by like 90 minutes in what's going on. I wonder if that's something that happens. Yeah, I had a question for you here, Mike. How do you think Giant's Ring works? So you put on the ring, you grow bigger. Do you think that hurts? You know, when your body grows that big, that fast?
That depends where you put the ring, John.
I think just on your finger, but you know, your body expanding that fast.
I think your finger would also expand, no?
No, but I mean, like, you know, just your body stretching out. Like the fact that it's stretching. How does it stretch? Is it just stretching? Do you grow more cells? Like, how does it work? It sounds like it would be painful.
You need to go watch One Piece, John. Yeah, that would have all the answers for you. You see, the Gomu no Mi.
Of course, the toppest anime of all time, the toppest manga.
That's right.
Mike LaPhoenix is #1.
By the way, Jack has said through attrition we will wear them down. So we're having through this best of 5 grand final, we are having a live interview with the manager of G2IG. That's where the game's gone now. I'm just doing a live interview through messages at this point.
I mean, this is certainly a war of attrition. 62k lead, that does not matter at all. Divine Rapier. 2 Divine Rapiers for FY. Surely this ends the game. This must do something.
FY strikes so hard.
A Divine Rapier, Zeus.
On Zeus, okay. Alright, how many have we got on the map? How many Divine Rapiers are there? Someone give me a number. How many?
There is 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 so far.
Only 4.
Surprisingly.
We're gonna pump up those numbers.
Yeah. I think you need 6 on Ori. Legitimately, buy 6 Divines and a refresh. Thunder God's Wrath twice over with the spell amp. That is all I want to see. That's still not enough damage, by the way. I do believe that's what? Plus 300% on 7. You know what? Maybe it's enough. That could be the play. Now you just have to farm 6 Divines, but don't you worry, you've got the map space for it on Azure Ray. I guess, maybe, perchance. Refresh. Oh, How will anyone die with a refresh borrowed time? They can't kill off JT, but you can't kill anyone else with a mist coil machine gun on Bach.
No, you really can't. Those miscoil machine guns are pretty ridiculous. The borrowed time with the axe.
So
It's
dumb.
quite wild. Good news, John. Roshan is available. In case
Yeah,
you weren't
great
aware
news. Absolutely outstanding. Best news I've heard all this 2024. That's the best thing I've heard. Roche is up at 84 minutes. My life has changed for the better. Thank you, Mike LaPhoenix. I'm inspired to do better in my life.
Have you got a number on the Roshan? What number Roshan is this now, John?
The number is doesn't matter. It has another refresh shard. Great. Something else to waste inventory slots here, I'm sure. For the side of Surrey. They've left it behind multiple times. They'll leave Rush. What do you do with it? What happens here? Like, I'm still thinking. What are you gonna do? Because I think FY is now the endgame condition. Right, double Daedalus, double Divine. He must be the endgame condition.
That's what Defense of the Ancients comes down to. Just a squirrel with a couple swords just rushing in to finish the game. That's it. This is how the anime should have ended. This is it.
A couple of swords in her backpack, holding forward with a couple of nifty crossbows that fire gems with no string.
Oh, he's bought
there you
another
go.
one.
Yes,
He's
yes,
bought another
FY, yes, yes.
There we go. FY knows what he's doing.
75% spell amp as well.
FY, just
75.
go solo Roshan, FY. Just take care of it. You do it yourself.
Impressively, that doesn't feel like a lot of damage, all things considered, looking at this Roche.
He's critting for 3k, John. Give him a break. I mean, Roshan... How much HP did Roshan even have?
A lot, I guess. Probably a lot. Aegis on Bach, that's the right idea. So, I mean, he's not gonna die anyway, I don't think. I guess. So, he can die the one time, respawn, refresh, and not die again. Like, it's basically, what, 4 lives for Bach? 5 lives for Bach? So, yeah, 57k lead. Side
why do
of...
you say 57k lead like that matters, John? But Boka's lost to Courier.
Oh no!
The
That
Divine
would've
Rape?
been
No, that was
a
a
Divine.
nullifier.
Nah,
That was a nullifier.
that's boring.
It is boring. How has Monet still not got more than one Divine? He's got enough gold for it, but he hasn't bought out.
He did go back for that nullifier.
Like an amateur mistake,
Like-
obviously.
Yeah, like we're doing anything right now, Monet. You know, Divine time. Has to finagle his courier around though. Creative padding to find that room out. And I guess.
If
I guess
FY...
Yeah.
If FY just goes in like to a team fight with a couple of acorn shots and crits everyone for 3k, I mean, he's just going to team wipe everyone.
Yeah. Theoretically.
Yeah. And he just
If
crit
he can
that,
do
that
that.
illusion by for 3k.
If he can go up. He is also a very squishy target in Chrono. Literally nothing defensive, Mike. If he's in Chrono, he's dead. And that's
Well,
the
that
Divines
is-
that goes their way here.
That is the thing. I don't think...
Ah,
now we've got
yes,
another Divine
yes,
for Ori.
Ori! Yes, go for
Ori's
the
got
6! Go for the 6!
Would you prefer for the game 10 right now, or for Ori
No.
to have 6 Divines before...
No, go for the 6! What does it matter if it ends now? What does it matter?
Jump in! Jump in there onto Buck!
That's a
Close
lot
the
of
shot
damage.
as well. He's going for the Ancient. He does not want to bother with any heroes, but he needs to back off. Monet going to be so careful. He'll get bushwhacked here by FY. Monet is gone. He's got buyback, but he's dropped the Divine Rapiers. He'll commit the buyback as Buck has not given up on the Ancient. He'll keep going after it. JT's trying to slow him down, but Buck is not giving up on this, but he's gone. He's
one
lost
life.
his first life. That is 1 life down.
Where the hell's the rest of his team?
They're just backing off. Buck, they have to chrono him so he can stop hitting the Ancient. Meanwhile, now the Troll comes in. But Buck, he's still ignoring them completely. He's going after the Ancient again. Chrono it down. Buck,
Can he
they'll
find
use him up with the Wind Waker.
Low.
Can they actually take him down? They'll blinding light him
Low's
up.
gone.
Now Low. Low is gone. Low is gone. Buck will follow.
Shot me?
But believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, they both have buyback.
We are so back, guys. That's it. We are so back to waiting for 10 more minutes, perhaps.
Best part is they can't fight with that double chrono. They have to wait for that.
No, they've got to wait But you saw the damage on Ori, right? The refresh. It actually did a lot. The additive bonus on the Divine Rapiers.
It's ridiculous.
It's time. Ori, 2-6. You're not going up there anyway. You're not joining your team. Who cares about that? 6 divines. Or at least 5.
Just literally sit in the fountain. Just pressing all game. That's all Ori needs to do. Just do it, Ori.
Yeah. They've got an opening without the fortification at the least. They're Boboka right click. Boboka is a basher, by the way. With a pirate hat. He's just...
I mean, why not, honestly? Why
he's
not?
just trying to right click down. I mean, why not? They need that additional control. They're actually dipping outside of their base here.
There is no way.
There's an amplified damage rune.
There's an Gaben's Blessing rune right here. I don't know why they call it amp damage. We know it's Gaben's Blessing. Here we go. They will ignore it completely. They didn't see it. There is no way G2IG can pull off this win. I actually would not believe it.
It shouldn't be possible. It can't be possible. But somehow they're going high ground.
There is no way.
Somehow they're the ones going high ground.
There is no way. Onto the tier 3 towers. That tier 3 obviously not going to last after this glyph.
90 minutes in.
Bach will go on to JT. JT, again, is basically just a tank. He cannot die. He'll Wind Waker away. Monet, however, Monet, they'll swap him out. He's alright for now. He's still silenced though. Monet forced the time walk. BKB away. Can he get away? Bach, no. He is fine. X-Nova will drop, however. Meanwhile, a Battle Trance pop, still chasing down JT. JT, he'll refresh. He'll pop the reactive armor. He'll BKB TP away, and he is fine. They are okay. What? So they got a tier 3 tower out of that. That's good news here for G2IG. One step closer.
That is the most progress we've seen in 20 minutes. What are you talking about, Mike? That's outstanding. Jack, he was onto something. The war of attrition. It's working. They actually make progress on the high ground. The double chrono is coming up.
How is it? There's 2 heroes without buyback at least. You've got the Void without buyback, you've got X-Nova without buyback. So if you go for this fight, either one of those guys dying will ensure a 5v4 scenario with the advantage to AR. Hold low, low. Low's losing his mind. Low's lost it. Jian Ming. Also losing it apparently. Here comes FY. Here comes the real carry. He's going to throw one acorn shot and that'll be it. They don't even bounce. Just trees being planted by FY. He's a peaceful man. He's a pacifist, John.
And he is, but guess what? 2 heroes down again. Time to run down that mid.
How did those acorn shots not bounce once? FY's got 3 divines and couldn't get one of the acorn shots to start bouncing on the heroes.
I don't know. I don't understand this game anymore. Not even Turbo prepares you for this as well. So there's no such thing as Turbo training for a 92-minute game, as towers are soft enough that the game will end. Maybe that's a consideration for a patch down the line, you know? If the game drags on past X and so mark and everything's cleared out in the base, the Ancient just gets weaker? Perchance? Perhaps?
It gets weaker?
I don't know.
What, doesn't it get stronger, John?
Yeah, but it lost a lot of its stuff. You know, it's feeling depressed. It's starting to get demotivated.
Bach! Bach's depressed as well. Hit John Bach! He's alright. He'll make it up. Buyback's coming in. Monet, BKB, time walk away. He's alright. Will-O-Wisp has been dropped as well. Bach's still chasing down. But Boca in a bit of danger. May get left behind. Meanwhile, the rest of G2IG will leave the line. They'll even find JT though. They'll cancel the TP midway with the Abyssal Blade. But JT now on the high ground. King of the hill, but it's not going to protect him from all the damage output and control that they have got on the side of AR. But there are 2 buybacks available. Both these heroes can return.
That they can, and they force out the buybacks on the side of Azure low, committing hard to prevent anything from happening on the high ground. So, this is the danger zone. They popped refresh as well on Bach, 2 minutes without that, which means you might be able to sit through this respawn time here on the side of G2IG. You might be able to wait through that buyback cooldown for Monet. At the very least, you could maybe gun for Roshan. Here for Azure to cover. So this is where Roche becomes important with the buyback committals out. G2IG I mean, again, it's still honestly impressive that they are managing to go outside their base and actually apply pressure like this. Like,
They are working for their money, John. They are working hard.
I can't wait to see it. I want to see the 100 minutes. I want to see Ori. Please, please, please. Get one more Divine.
I have a weird feeling that G2IG is going to win this game. I'll be honest with you, John. Just the way things are going. I have a weird feeling. I'm telling you right now.
I don't know if that would make Jack happy or concerned, considering your track record, Mike. I would say concerned. Yes! Oh. Ori! Yes, 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 yes. One more. Yes.
It's a 3 Divine.
He's a gamer.
Ori. One's
He's a gamer. Plus 75%. He's a gamer. Ori is the real gamer. FY, the real gamer. Absolute gamers. The most gamer.
This is the greatest grand final we'll ever be a part of, John. Soak it in. Soak it up now, John. This will never happen to us again.
7 Divines. 7 Divine Rapiers.
Yeah. 7.
The sad thing is, if you just chrono one of them, you'll just give it away. That's the sad part. Like, if Bach is not around to machine gun you with Mist Quill. Why are they littering the ground with blood grenades? It's not just G2IG, it's also Azure. There's just random blood grenades on the ground. Is the game just spawning them? Is that what we've come to?
It's a call for help, John. It's just a call for help. It's a Morse code to the viewers or something. They're trying to get some kind of message across. JT's taking the outpost. JT, everyone's level 30, my brother. You don't need that outpost anymore. Come on now. Oh, JT, don't die for the outpost. Oh, JT, no.
JT, no.
Well,
you don't need the TP point.
To be fair, Monet is still 29. He could have.
No, they took away the EXP on Outpost, like when they changed Outposts.
They did too.
Yeah, so it's just a TP point. He didn't need the TP. No one needs that, JT. I guess he's bored. I guess he might be bored, Mike. Maybe a distinct possibility of a 96-minute game boring him.
Look at this, Roshan.
Perhaps. Wow.
Here we go.
Look at. I like Ori's position. Look at him. He's lording over Roche. Standing above him. It's like, you're beneath me, Roshan. Aegis on low this time, so they shifted back onto the troll.
Oh, Tianming just kills the Axe Blessing.
Alright. Okay.
Everybody has the Axe and Shard's Blessings. Like, there's nothing to be had with that Axe. But I mean, could you sell it? I can't even remember if you can sell the damn thing. Not even worth their time anyway.
Yeah, who needs the gold? You're topped up. You're fine.
Arcane Rune here for our Zeus. That'll be nice.
With a refresh ready, just needs to wait for Thunder God's Wrath.
No, Bach just swipes it away. That'll be mine, thank you.
To be fair, 37-second cooldown borrowed time. The Mistcoil barrage can begin.
Dominate. Bach, he's moving in. He
Round
just
2.
wants to go right for the Ancient. He does not care for the fight, but Bach needs to be so careful. The bash is coming in. Bach still going after the Ancient. Will refresh. Chrono has been committed. They'll try to move on to the Abaddon. The Abaddon taking no damage so far. Has another borrowed time available, though Bach needs to pop it. Wants to walk away. He does have buyback anyway, even if he dies, but he is out of it.
I do appreciate Bach. I do appreciate him. He's in pain, Mike.
Bach
he wants this over.
He should have stayed retired. He knows it too. He's like, I should have just... Why did I come back?
I regret all my decisions. I could have taken these idiots' jobs. These two dumbasses casting this game. That was my job. Here I am, all wanting to be competitive. I bet your Fear is watching. It's like, this is why I don't play Dota anymore. Professionally. Avery as well.
You know, he's not good at the game anymore, John. Oh, hold on a minute. They've got the
Whoa,
troll.
whoa, whoa!
Low is gone. Low is down.
They still have a
That
Chrono.
is the Aegis. Chrono, Monet, not going to pop it yet. Low has used his BKB though. Bach in the meantime, again going after the Ancient, but he's already used the borrowed time, so he might be in a spot of danger now as Monet just continues to move in onto the Abba. Bach slowly being chipped away at is going to go. G2IG just refuse to let this Ancient go. In fact, JT's literally trying to hand the win over to AI. He just keeps diving in. But they will run.
Oh my god. 98 minutes, we're gonna hit 100, Mike. I'm so happy.
So am I.
I'm so happy. What time is it for you anyway? I don't even know. It's like 1 a.m. for you?
It's not too bad. It's 1:30 in the morning. 1:30 in the
It's
morning.
early. It's early. We're gamers.
Yeah.
We're gamers. That's it. This is the ultimate game of Dota 2.
The wife asked me earlier as well. She's like, "Oh, so what? You'll be finished by midnight?" I'm like, "Yeah. If it goes to 5 games, I'll be finished by midnight. It's all right." You know. Here we are, 1:30 in the morning. Game number 4. The never-ending game.
On the bright side, there's actually a chance G2IG wins.
Yes.
If they just keep doing this. But on the other hand, they need some pickoffs to go outside again. I mean, they are actually reaching out. Second Divine. Monet picks it up. He's brave.
It's only taken him about 40 minutes to get here, but he's gotten a second Divine. Happy days for Monet.
So what is
he gonna
this?
replace?
8 Divines.
Yes.
Beautiful.
What's he going to replace in the items, though? Mjolnir, I
Mjolnir?
guess?
Yeah, it's the safest bet.
Or mid lane?
Oh,
Boka, gonna get jumped. JT, though, is gonna find Tianming. So to be a 1-for-1 on the supports.
No
Tianming
buyback
actually
in the
has no
techies.
buyback. Okay. Oh, hold on a minute. Amp damage rune.
Oh.
Hello. Gaben's seen
FY?
enough.
Oh, that's just this illusion thing. Alright. Okay. Not that much time left in the amplify damage. So I guess that is a nothing burger. A little bit of a red herring in lane. But 90 seconds without techies. That is a legitimate opening here. Although 10 seconds still buyback, 900 gold needed. You won't have Chan Ming around. G2IG, do they know this though? I mean, they know the buyback happened. Did they track the time? There's 20k gold on Monet, queuing up for the next Divine as well. Low, still not going for the Divine. I'm surprised he's still hugging onto the Eternal Shroud. Or even the Bloodthorn, right? Like, Divine up. Be a game.
Update, by the way. Jack has messaged again, says, any Kanda haters? I'm not sure what he's trying to imply here, John. Any Kanda haters here on this this cast?
I love Kanda, but I will admit how broken it is. But I love it. I'm a Kanda enjoyer.
Oh, look at
because
this,
it's so
G2IG.
fun.
G2IG onto the T2 top tower. Oh my goodness. Backdoor protection, Monet does not give a crap. There could be a fight to break out at the 101 minute mark. Oh, that's a bushwhack from FY, but X-Nova's going to say. Bark trying to move in. Side device is out. JT will lock him down. Bark will go for the borrowed time. Meanwhile, Lowe's going to pop the BKB. He'll rush in, trying to find a target, but everyone's retreating. Looks like he does get X-Nova. Monet moving in, does have Chrono available, won't pop it yet. Bark, well, that's a bushwhack. They've got the Void locked down, but the 4-star away again. Monet's going to be alive for another chance at life as Bark trying to windwalk away. Could be in danger. The swap is out from X-Nova. They have got the Abaddon.
No
he has
way.
buyback. They have got the Abaddon with buyback, though, John. Qian Ming, no, FY! FY is
the
down.
Divines!
The
3
Divine
Divines,
Rapiers.
gamers!
Monet, look behind you. Look behind you, Monet.
Come
Go
on,
back.
you gamers!
Go
Gamers,
back.
Pick them up! Monet!
What-
He's breaking his items!
What's he breaking? What's he breaking?
He broke the nullifier!
Why?
But he's not. Pick up something, please, gamers.
Monet, what are
No,
you
the
doing?
couriers can come in. What are you doing?
What are you?
What are you guys doing? Hello?
What?
3 Divines just like this?
They just left 3 Divines.
No.
What are you? When else are you going to see this? 3 Divines right next to each other. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants the Divine Rapiers. Ice Frog, if you're watching, sir, I think this item might need a buff.
No,
Here comes the courier. Why?
Oh, wait, they're coming back. What's happening?
Are they baiting with the Divines, perhaps? But Boka's gonna. But Boka's gone.
Okay, yes. Finger, 25% amp. He gets the Ag's blessing as well. He's gonna pick up another.
FY's bought another. Monet is going to jump in again. They're on to Low now. Low, though, going right through the void. Oh, my goodness. Monet has dropped his only Divine Rapier, but Low has been caught on the troll. Almost down. Gets the Battle Trance off. Is alive. They'll lock him down again with the Earth Spike. He has refresh, though. He can go for a secondary Battle Trance and does pop it. Onto the timber they go. Low, where are you going, sir? He runs right towards the Divine Rapiers, but he... Oh, still alive.
The Wind Waker.
The Wind Waker. And he blinks away. What?
And they still leave the Divines.
Well, pick up the Divines!
Please! For the love of God! What's happening? All right, Ori, be a real gamer. Real gamer right now. One more divine. Let's go. Let's go. Who needs to travel? So you're not coming up.
Ori's gonna take those two.
He is.
Take him, Ori.
He has to. Drop your brown. Drop your travels.
Manet's bought another divine rapier, has he?
Yeah.
Just bought another
The divine in base is also left, by the way, on Azure's base. Okay, FY will take one back. Monet. Ori, are you a gamer? He's not. He's not a gamer. At least get the amp damage if you're gonna do this Thunder God's Wrath with a refresh.
Oh.
I'm disappointed in Ori. I expected so much from him.
Azure. Bark, again moving in, has found X Nova, but the Aeon Disc will save. Monet is going to buy back though. So they get a buyback immediately out of Monet. Oh! X Nova's gone. X Nova is gone. That's balance right there.
That it is. Amplified damage and 3 divines is a ton of damage, but it doesn't matter for X Nova. He's got his Ags, of course, so a Spectre of his mind does remain on the field. And
now I've got Mofara messaging me. If anyone remembers who the hell he is, he says, "Thanks for keeping my workday entertaining, the entirety of it." Well, thank you, Mofara. We appreciate you coming out of your hole to talk.
The entirety of it. Yes, of course. That's what we've amounted into.
Have you got any questions? You know what? For the first time in Dota's history, John, well, let's do an interview while we're having the game go on. Do you have any interview questions for Jack? I'll send him a message right now.
What do I want to ask Jack? How much medication does he think he's going to be on after this game? Or how much medication will his players need after this game? I suppose it's a question on my mind. I'm sure the heavy burden, the mental anguish that they've carried here has taken a toll on their psychological health. And it is important to keep your psychological health informed, guys. So I'm curious what the regimen is for G2IG. As another Roche falls, that doesn't matter at all. At what point does the stalemate break? 106 minutes.
I don't want it to break anymore. I don't even want it. I want to go on forever.
Yeah, you know, Mike, I'm at 24 FPS. Let's keep going. I want to see single digits come out. I want to see that happen for Scriff. Scriff, when your PC starts to lag, we're gonna have a great time. No, don't shake your mouse around. We're in for it. We're in for the long haul. Maybe we should have tier 6s. You know?
I said this years ago.
Yeah, you did.
And you said, "Oh, but why do we need tier 6s?" You know, here we are, John. You're welcome.
For very... Oh. Nah.
You can act like something's happening, John. Nothing is happening. JT takes no damage. JT he can take it. He can tank anyone. It's no problem.
Oh god, I literally can't watch anything. It's a beautiful slide. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I have an excuse to upgrade.
Monet, he's got no buyback, don't forget, on this void. 5 minutes without buyback. He cannot afford to die once.
Oh!
Jump in. Bark is there. They've got the void, but he is okay. X-Nova will save as now they make the jump in onto low. Ancient is exposed, though. It's going down very, very quickly. The Chrono is out. They'll lock them both down. Bark and Low both focusing on the Ancient. Another Chrono committed. Low, he's still surviving. The miscoil's coming out from Bark. Won't let the damn troll die. Maybe they've got it this time. Though no. The Ancient... Oh, the Ancient's gone! The Ancient is gone! 107 minutes into the game. It has ended. Azure have done it. G2IG, they have failed to defend the Ancient till the end, Jonathan, sadly, but it was a hell of a defense to come out. What a game. I don't know what else to say about it. We've rambled on for I don't know how long now. The game's finally over. I'd like to thank my wife and kids for the support. we can move on to game number 5.
I'm hoping Jack recovers and his team bounces back. In the end, it was FY Chanming literally just hinting the Ancient. They were like, "Screw this! You chrono the Ancient. Doesn't matter. We're outside. We'll take care of it." And the misery's put to bed. We'll see what happens. There's nothing to say. There's nothing to analyze into Game 5. Just that it's going to be amazing. I think that's all I expect.
I don't know it.
Well, we're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with Game 5 of this Best of 5 Grand Final between G2IG and, of course, Azure Ray. We'll see you all again very soon.
And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line.
All the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up. I get sick and tired of this. What a truth.
No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. Ooh, I wanna choose. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body anerkannte Saft. 8 und 8, bist so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, die ganze
und schau, die schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die Stadt lebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yachtclub, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Eine Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für 2. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for our final game of this best of 5 series between the side of Azure Ray and G2IG. Jonathan, I can see you're already on the verge of laughing. This is not a laughing situation, Jonathan. We're 2-2 right now in a best of 5 grand final. One of these teams gets to go to ESL 1 Birmingham. The other has to stay home. What have you got in your mind, John? How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. That was a hell of a game for both sides in the last game. We saw a lot of gamer moves coming out. Ori, FY, the true gamers in this server right now with their divine build-ups. We will never see a moment like that again where 3 divines are left in the ground. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that we'll never see it again, Mike. It's a little bit of a shame. I saw some discussion from people saying they should not have stacked the Chrono and the Fortify. They had to, because it was actually FY and Chanming who wanted to be out. They were done. They were having enough gamer moments. They were just right-clicking in, so they had to Fortify.
I think I saw a comment in the Twitch chat. It was someone said the lineup for the bathroom must be massive for the players.
I'm sure it must have been. I'm sure it must have been, unless they had bottles ready, you know. I'm sure our managers are all very great managers that think 10 steps ahead, Mike. They have bottles by their tables. They always have a solution. There's always a way, if need be. Of course. Because you can't pause for water break, or for the water closet break. We've seen that in Southeast Asia, too, as someone typed. WC is like, you can't. It was Savage who told them, you can't pause for that. Then just, okay, unpause. So, yeah, you can't. But what we can have is a little bit of a reset. A little bit of a slightly longer break between games here for Game 5, so both sides can go back to a level head, coming into the pivotal best of 1 now to get that slot into Birmingham. And what a series, right? Like, we talked about this being very even coming in. We talked about the fact that Azure Ray playing through the lower bracket, getting a lot more experience on hand, getting to try out some funky stuff, especially in their first upper bracket match, trying offlane Void Spirit. You know, they get to have their fun and put in some good practice to get ideas out. Are a formidable foe up against G2IG. G2IG, just the sheer fact that they actually managed to push high ground in that last game at some point is an achievement in and of itself. I think that it shows great signs that despite a game that they had no business of even having a chance back in, they certainly did for a while, is already good news for them as well. So, sets a good tone coming into Game 5 here. And it should be exciting. Like, I don't think we're going to see too many changes in the bans, but I want to be surprised. Maybe they allow something crazy true. Maybe they allow JT to play Meepo. Who knows? I don't think you're going to make a mistake like that in Game 5. But if there's any pocket pick in Game 5 as well that you pull out, it's definitely something like that Meepo for JT.
Absolutely. Hopefully we will get the draft underway very, very soon so we can see how this Game 5 will go. Of course, you asked Jack a question in the middle of that last game as to what medication he'd be providing his players after the Game 4, and his answer was victory is the best medicine. So there you go, Jonathan. Clearly the players did not get their medicine for Game 4, but if they win Game 5, they will get their dose. As I believe the draft has thankfully begun. We can head over to there and see exactly what's going on here with this draft. Ban's already started. We've got a Doom ban. We've got a Techies ban. I think Techies you have to get rid of, because if you're going to have long-ass games like that, you do not want to be playing up against the Techies.
No, you definitely don't. Yeah, I mean, you saw what Chanming did at the end. Like, he literally just stood back, hit the tower, hit the Ancient with his talents already up. Everyone at level 30, so just don't want any part of it. They still have to respect that FY Batrider, considering how much work it did when it was picked up. Chen from Beast taken out as well by Azure Ray, G2IG. They've got first pick here, and the Magnus was not banned, so they could go for Mag, but the safer bet would be something like, say, Hoodwink, Venge, maybe a Lion, all viable here.
We shall see. G2IG, one more ban to go. So G2IG, they'll have a think about this this final ban. Now, there's so much pressure on this last game. Of course, when we did get into the lobby, both sides of players from both teams, I'm trying to say, were having a good laugh in the lobby chat. So that was good, as we are going to see the JT Mag popping up. My goodness, Game 5, what a treat!
And it is straight into the Winter Wyvern counter that we were theorizing. Not a lot of teams in China have been picking it up, but you've got the counter action now for Azure Ray. So you've got your own team fight lined up here with a Curse. You've got really strong laning presence here, just with Winter Wyvern pickup. Of course, down the line, you could still try to gun for maybe a Rubik 4 here for FY, which would be a treat as well. And we shall find out if that's something G2IG is willing to hand away, as they do have bans to protect. They take care of Lowe's Troll very early on here as well, not wanting any bar of it whatsoever. I wonder if they'll actually consider an Abaddon ban, considering what Bach did to them, and how he just managed to drag it out. Because, again, once he got the Ags, like, you also weren't killing anyone on the side of G2IG. So, if you're looking for a respect ban with a sustained Winter Wyvern springing out, Abaddon could be one of them. Let's see, there's a lot of actual in-meta heroes to take care of as well. They'll take care of the Lion. So, when given the choice between Lion and Rubik to stop the Magnus, I suppose the Lion is a bit more of a threat in terms of also playing around Burst. But again, for Azure in this phase, they've got that action into the Rubik for FY if he wants it. Into a Mag, again, left back to save from Skewer. Stolen RPs have made a lot of plays, so I wouldn't mind it for Azure if that's the idea here. Still, have to get their own bans out, maybe look at Nothing to Say as heroes. You know, something like the Ember, I think, is a pretty strong pick now for G2IG with the Magnus that we always talk about, so wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of their consideration here. Well, let's see. Dipping into reserve once more.
Well, they get rid of the Yench. Azure. Second pick for themselves, only showing the Wyvern so far. Do you want to prioritize the Luna, perhaps? No, the Prophet! It wasn't banned!
It was not, and I like seeing that for Azure. It's very flexible for them as well. We know Bach loves to play it off lane. We know that a lot of carry players have leaned into it as sort of like a Spectre very early on, just sprouting in, teleporting in, and getting a kill. So it's viable for Low, viable for Bach, viable for FY in support. It's very open for Azure. G2IG will have to keep that in mind when picking up some heroes, as it is a tricky hero to go into, right? Just that global presence, the laning that the Prophet provides, the movement early on, the low committal ganks he can get done is a threat. They will just go into the Hoodwink, so they've got the setup with the Magnus lane. This is something we've seen over and over again. You do have some ways of using that Sprout against the NP if someone tries to run up to Sprout, so you can kind of just use that tool against him, which is also always nice as well. Just wondering what else G2IG build up on, because if they wanted something like Ember, which again kind of keeps pace with where the NP's trying to teleport around, keeps track of him, clears out treants for that split push down the line, would be here. Instead, the Pugna comes in, so something a little bit different.
Hello.
Some Siege coming out from G2IG with Pugna. Some good life drain here, Mike.
Certainly so. I do wonder what position they're putting the Pugner in. It should be a support, right? I highly doubt we're going to see anything weird like an NTS Pugner. Or even though it would probably be pretty cool to see him popping it out, but don't think that is going to be quite the case. Azure will have a think about their third pickup now. I do wonder as well where this Prophet's going as well, right? Because like we have seen a lot of POS 1 Prophet being played throughout these qualifiers. Well, I say it a lot. I think we saw it like once or twice, but it is still flexible in that sense. You don't have to run it as a support if you don't want to.
Absolutely. And again, Faith Beyond can pick that up as well on the offlane. Mr. Bach can conduct his orchestra with the Nature's Prophet. He used to play that a lot in the offlane. Could just be going back to some comfort from some time ago here. Or FY on the rotating NP. Like, it's open. Very open. Does fit in with... well, I can't say it really fits in with how Low likes to play. He does like to farm up more. NP is certainly not that core for a AFK farm sort of carry. You will want to be active very early on, even after you're level 4, to get some movement out. So they're thinking hard about this one on Azure. I think the one thing with G2IG going for the Pugna is that the save from this Winter Wyvern is not going to be consistent. You can eat through Cold Embrace with the Pugna, so you do have that going for yourself here. Azure will go into the Luna, so certainly not POS 1 Nature's Prophet. Maybe just FY, but again, potential for it to just be box hero very early on here. Have to tie this draft together. With the Luna out, wouldn't be surprised if Venge was the next option. I'll go with a Tide instead. So it is the Bach Tide, and we will get the FY Nature's Prophet instead.
Oh, that it does. The FY Nature's Prophet is going to come out. G2IG. 2 more cores to come, I
10
believe.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
1.5 minutes left in reserve time here for G2IG.
I mean, they see Tidehunter and Luna. You could go Morphling, right? Like, it's still pretty good. You've got the kind of build-up, kind of the mirrored build with the Luna. There is a threat of like an Orchid timing on Nature's Prophet, I suppose, but you can just, again, you're always going to go Manta anyway. The hard hold for Morphling is really just Winter Wyvern right now. I wouldn't mind G2IG just dipping into the Monet Morph at this point. Keep the Pugna open to kind of figure out what you want, but it should just be the support Pugna. They'll go to Slark instead. This is a hero that we've talked about a couple of times up against those tanky off lanes, but hasn't really popped up. Comes out now for the last game of G2IG. Of course, laning into Tidehunter is pretty fine for Slark, although you will have to watch. Melee matchup up against the Anchor Smash is pretty awkward. But this is a hero that doesn't care for Sprout as well. So even if you Sprout, you're just going to be able to leap out in early days here. For the Slark, not a concern. And this is one melee hero that straight up does win when it's right next to Luna. Right? Like you've got your ultimate to drop, you can just stand in, heal up despite the glaives, and just build up from that durability the Luna's getting to have even more Essence Shift stacks to clean up. And also, if you see someone Cold Embrace, it's just free Essence Shift stacks as well. So I like the Slark in that sense. For G2IG, I'm very curious what the item build will be. Should just be the typical Ags Rush. It does feel great, and you have the Magnus to back you up anyway. So there's a lot that can fly in from this Slark here.
Absolutely, one more ban to come.
Seconds remaining.
G2IG.
5 seconds remaining.
Still thinking about the last mid ban out here on their end of things. It's crazy that this has ended up in a best-of-1 series here between these two. You know, I did say it was going to be close between these two teams, but one more game to decide who's going to the UK and, again, who is staying home. G2IG. 35 seconds reserve time left.
Dire team pick.
They banned the Ember themselves. Could have still slipped into the Ember for their part, but they'll go with a Zeus. So they get to have the gamer moment now for G2IG. This is a decent counteraction again to the Nature's Prophet in a way. You can kind of scout out. The vision game for G2IG using Thunder God's Wrath is nice, and it just lanes really well no matter what the matchup is. So, regardless of what you pick up for Azure, the Zeus should not be shut out at all. I guess the one option to shut it out is maybe something like a Lina or a Quap that can kind of draw even, but there's no direct win over the Zeus. Mind you, one hero that we haven't seen in the series has been Pangolier. A lot of other teams have been picking it up, but neither one of these two teams have. Pango lane into Zeus is manageable, still better for the Zeus, but then you hit a Mage Slayer timing, you hit a Diffusal timing, you make that game for the Zeus a living hell. There's no hard hold for something like the Pango here either, as you only really have RP to worry about from G2IG, so it would be a pretty decent Pango game if Azure wants that for Ori. Oh, they go to Quap instead. Alright. Stable mid. Lane's fine into Zeus, but again, Zeus shouldn't have any worries. He's not going to cop Scream of Pain damage. He can cop the Shadow Strike, but in terms of clearing out the creep wave, it's much simpler for Nothing to Say. Overall, again, a very different draft to close out here, Mike. Outside of just JT Magnus, this is almost entirely new, for this series at least.
Yeah,
it has me
respectable
excited.
Again. From these two teams, it's quite respectable. We have had 5 games with 5 very different drafts. And, you know, every game has been a real slug match between these two teams. I honestly can't say one game throughout this best of 5 so far was dominated by one of these teams. I think game 3 was probably the most one-sided from memory, but even that wasn't exactly one-sided. So, again, both these teams deserve to be in Birmingham. Only one get the chance. One game left between these two, Azure versus G2IG. And who do you think it's going to be? John, give me a prediction. Between these two teams, who's making it?
I do not know. I do not know, Mike. I just cannot. I don't know. It's so close between both sides. Both drafts are also really solid. And both teams also have a tendency to fall back and farm when things are at risk. So it's hard to tell from that. I think it's down to jump. Maybe one could argue that scaling up here for the side of G2IG is simpler. You've got Zeus, whose scaling damage is kind of ridiculous. You've got Slark, whose scaling damage is also ridiculous as the game drags on. You've got the Magnus with RP, which does do a lot of work for these late game scenarios. So perhaps G2IG if you're expecting a longer game here. But in a higher tempo game for Azure, the push is strong here. Like, you've got Nature's Prophet, who can be active really early on as well. So I think it's on Azure to actually play that faster game. If it drags out, it's not that they scale back in power, but it is a little bit simpler for G2IG in my view.
Oh, well, there we go. Yeah, it really does feel like it can go either way here. We can't wait to see how this best of, well, rather this Game 5 does go. No messing around here from JT so far with the stickers or sprays, by the way. Looks like he's gotten serious. AR not messing around too much either.
"30 seconds to battle."
Smoke is there, though. G2IG, I mean, thinking about maybe going with a wraparound through the river. More wards to be placed. Radiant Triangle now going to be occupied here by G2IG. That's one team fight. I mean, it's still possible. Bark, he's going to break the smoke. Looks like they will not make the jump anyway. It'll be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. Both sides will go back to their respective lanes. And, well, of course, as per usual, we'll start with the mid lane. John, you're going to have nothing to say against Ori. So the Quap versus the Zeus matchup. Who do you favor when it comes to this mid lane matchup?
I think it's rather even. Scream of Pain range is actually pretty wide, so you can catch out, nothing to say. But as long as he sits behind the creeps and just plays with Arc Lightning, it shouldn't be too rough. Ori will always have the ace up with Shadow Strike, of course. The additional sustain that the Zeus does not have is going to be something that can build up here. Otherwise, rather even. Maybe slightly easier for... Honestly, it's the same for both. I wouldn't say it's slightly easier for either one. It's pretty playable for both. A support rotation makes or breaks it. And again, Ori probably has a better time with damage. With Shadow Strike, he has some sustain mechanism to trade blows with nothing to say here.
Of course, top lane, you're looking at Monet and X-Nova against Bark. As well as that FY on the Prophet. FY has been a real standout throughout this series, John, I gotta tell you. Been playing fantastic here in the POS 4. Been a real nuisance on heroes like the Batrider that we've seen, the Hoodwink, of course, and now in the Prophet, I'm sure we're going to see some pretty disgusting things from the man once again.
Yeah, and it's early levels, but trading right clicks with X-Nova is always a little bit better here for the Prophet. Does start off with the 2 circlets for a little bit more stats as well, and always just, it forces X-Nova to actually just go for the Quelling Blade, right? Like, as a support, it's not the best feeling to have a Quelling. It's some gold you could have spent on more sentries, more regen, so it's an economical waste here for the side of G2IG, but it's something you have to have, as the Nature's Prophet is just a threat. Top lane is going to be a little bit more passive overall, outside of just FY playing poke with X-Nova, but again, Quelling Blade saves the day, so it's not too bad here for our little Pugna.
Bottom lane, you do have Papoka, you've got JT, they're going to be up against Lo and Tian Ming. Pretty good time for both sides down in the bottom lane. Looks like Lo not struggling to find any kind of CS, JT not struggling either. Might be one of those even styles of trading lanes here between these two. Obviously a bit of kill potential here between JT and Baboka, but it seems like it's just going to be all the emphasis on just farming.
That it is. I do like that they've cut basically the entire left tree side, so there's no easy setup for Baboka to land a bushwhack down the line, just ensuring that they don't get that free harassment. They also save the courier of Tianming as it walks up. Good stun out by Lo. Does keep track of that. And we'll be able to snag away the Lotus. This does open up some trade possibilities to play a little bit more on edge for the side of G2IG, but again, just focus on that farm. This is one consistent thing from these series. And both sides do like to poke in lane, but if there's a risk, they just want to farm.
So Bark's having the best time on the map right now in this tide. I mean, top CS 19-0. Not really contested whatsoever by Monet and X-Nova. Obviously the Slark may want a few more levels up before even trying to go for Bark. Doing a very good job of just keeping the creep waves kind of split up here. Is nothing to say. Mid lane, already having to rotate for a bounty rune for himself on the Zoo, so having a bit of a tougher time here in the mid. Already top of the CS board now on the Queen of Pain. Slowly has overtaken NTS, so do with that what you will. I mean, it is still very even between these two, as top lane FY now being chased will be okay. Bark actually going after Monet. Bark, or X-Nova securing first blood, but Monet is going to go down. Bark able to secure a trade. First blood gold, though, going the way of X-Nova.
It's a nice pickup. You get the additional EXP, I suppose, for the Tidehunter because it's a solo kill. So that might actually just be more important for Bach. He doesn't mind FY dropping, FY as well. He gets the opportunity to just go mid, get the bottle top up. Not too much loss. It's much more detrimental to lose Monet in exchange. And again, free EXP for Bach to ride into level 5, level 6, where the threat of killing him starts to fade away. Down bot.
JT in a bit of danger. Does heal up. Oh, the blood grenade. Ooh. Oh, he survives on 3 HP. 3 HP. The one charges will give him just enough to make it out. But now Baboka does kind of get left behind, gets caught with his pants down, and he's gone. FY will take the kill.
And that's the activity you want to see from Nature's Prophet early here. So very nice for FY to start to find these openings. And again, you've got a Tide laning partner top. You don't need to babysit that hero. So you are free to just make these rotations for FY. We'll have to walk back home. But again, it's an opportunity by the time he's there to go for another bottle refill on the mid lane. Don't manage to connect. It is going to be hard to pin down Ori for the side of G2IG. Again, very slippery hero. Just bushwhack, pretty telegraphed stun. So finding the angles to set up onto the Quap. Going to be a consistent challenge for G2IG here. Azure coming out on top. Again, you mentioned the free lane for Bach lined up. Melee matchup for a Tidehunter is always great for the Tide to just dominate and go for the anchor smash. And again, there's just no way to contest here, really. They do at least snag away the amplified damage rune from X-Nova. So, cutting away resources for Ori to look to play aggressive. Gonna be stuck mid. But you don't mind. All of your side lanes are farming. So, you're just happy to get that momentum.
Oh, Bach being chased here by Monet, though Monet's the one dropping quite low. Bach actually chasing him on the Tide. The Slark not really finding the advantage he would have hoped for here in this laning phase. Spark is just kind of manning up every single time with the anchor smash, and of course with the presence of FY TPing in like that, you certainly can't hope to take down the Tide.
No. It's a lot of durability on the side of Bach. I mean, phase boots up with that additional armor. It is pretty painful, and again, you're Slark trying to right-click a Tidehunter with Anchor Smash. Even though you do get the Essence Shift stacks, it's not like you have a follow-through damage here from X-Nova with a Blast. So, just a little bit tougher to try to get that. At the very least, their Wisdom Rune does not get snagged away. Baboka will find the first one for his team. FY will just take their own. So, no shenanigans there. Keeping parity so far. But again, Azure are starting to pull ahead in that farm. 2k lead already established 7 minutes in. Low with the freest lane of his life here, in comparison to Monet struggling on his Slark. And JT not getting as much activity as he'd want. on the mag. I mean, he is finding decent farm. He is bottom network core. So there is some recovery that has to come out for G2IG. Ooh.
Ravage out from Bark. Monet still able to find an angle to pounce away. Bark still chasing him down, but the Thunder God's Wrath coming in from nothing to say. FY, he will at least get the TP out. But Bark trying with the Ravage. It does not pay off. In fact, it hands a kill back the way of G2IG.
Yeah, and it's a great kill for nothing to say to find.
They're trying to go after the Zeus, nothing to say. It is going to pay off. FY even showing up just in case they needed it. Tianming, he'll survive through the damage output.
And he does. Playing on edge, but they do get good punishment to take down that Zeus. Otherwise, if they left that Zeus unchecked, I mean, that was a huge spike in gold. Finding that kill up top. A pretty risky move from Azure. Bak maybe feeling a little bit impatient. Just wants some action going, but he is a high network core that dies. It's a very worthwhile kill. They interrupt the skewer of JT, but have no follow-up stun to stop the TP. Still, despite that loss, he still maintained his 2k lead for Azure, but once the pickoffs start lining up for G2IG, you should be concerned. Like, nothing to say is reaching into the phylactery timing. And once that's up and he shows up in the lane, and you've got this great combination with the Pugna, right? This is where the Pugna makes the most sense. When Zeus comes in, just easy decrep, burst down with phylactery. Not much counter action to save here on the side of Azure.
Wex Nova getting a little bit close there to FY. Does manage to back his way out though before the Sprout will lock him in. Mid lane, Ori. Bushwhack's going to land. He does still blink away. He's going to be just fine. They don't really have the follow-up to say able to hold down the Quap. Tianming trying to soak some XP by the looks of it here against JT. Lowe's going to show up to boot on the Luna. They do see the Wyvern underneath their vision, so an RP to come out from JT. Low and FY, they're going to show up. JT skewering back the other way. FY still chasing him down with the Sprout. Might have the kill and does. FY able to secure. Nothing to say in the meantime. Dropping quite low. He is in huge trouble. And he will also drop to Ori. So another bunch of great kills happening for Azure.
Yeah, they've got the response. Just instant reaction. They've got such high mobility with the Quap and with the NP to just get on top of these heroes. And they managed to punish. Like, JT was just trying to get some catch-up for him, work into that blink, and go onward, but isn't even able to get that space out for himself. So, have to watch out. I mean, Azure, this is the power of that NP. This is the power of the Quap. They can show up early. Mage Slayer up now as well for Ori. So if he gets on top of nothing to say, the damage output you're expecting from Zeus is severely mitigated by that debuff. Like, you know, you were saying Jack was asking for any Conda haters here. I think Mage Slayer is the one that is actually the more boring item. That is in full meta here.
Absolutely. Baboka. Oh, there's a curse out. Baboka's going to get caught with a lovely curse into the Sonic Wave from Ori. That'll be Baboka gone. And nothing to say next over. They will survive through it. JT also hanging around to defend the bottom tier 1. But there's now a 3k advantage the way of Azure. That bottom tier 1 tower is just not going to last. And off the back of these rotations from Ori and FY, this game is really taking a turn on its head quite fast here as G2IG just not able to keep up with the aggression of Azure.
No, they aren't. They have to wait for these items to kick in. Like, the phylactery for nothing to say has to come out for him to really start to have more of that burst threat on hand. Monet wants the defusal into the Ags before he's ready to show up as the Slark and start building up some permanent Essence Shift stacks. And no one to really connect to is the big issue here for the side of G2IG. The one thing they do have, though, is if they do manage to find a fight into a push... Oh,
well, nothing to say. We'll be able to get Tianming. In fact, Ori blinked forward. Ori has blink on cooldown for another 4 seconds, so Ori is gone! Ooh, bit of a mistake being made here from our Quap. That's a big death to give away.
There's some recovery coming out. Nothing to say. Does get threatened a little bit. Not going to be too worried. Has Xnova to back him up, of course. And G2IG, again, they are a team that can find openings quite well.
And that's a lot of recovery gold for JT. Just suddenly his blink is within striking distance now. Only 200 gold away. Diffusal up for Monet. So this is the point where the Slark can consider to look for some opportunities if need be. The side of Azuredo, smoke up instantly. They know Thunder God's Rat is down. They can try to get a move out. They've got that curse ready to pin someone down here.
But Boka's the only one showing in the mid lane for now, but they are going to head towards that dive.